Vegeta star. Wah wah wah. A child's cry resounded from the nursery. Soon afterward, a prompt appeared on the battle power detector. Bardock angrily cursed, "This worthless being has a battle power of only 2. Then he placed the newly born Kakarot into the infant capsule and turned away, leaving the other children for an ordinary Saiyan to measure their battle power. After measuring the battle power of most of the newborns, the Saiyans' eyes sparkled with excitement. Aside from Bardock's son, whose battle power was only 2, the others ranged from about 10 to 100. There was even one aberrant child with a battle power as high as 1000. These, after all, were the kingdom's future, which left the Saiyan immensely excited. Then he looked at the final unmeasured infant with puzzlement, struck by a formidable aura that soon dissipated. Huff, how could I, with a battle power of 5000, feel such an oppressive aura from a mere child? Then as he measured again, his face instantly darkened when the detector displayed 3. His earlier good mood vanished in an instant. Were it not that the child with a battle power of 2 was Bardock's, he would have strangled him long ago. However, just as he was about to act, he recalled that his own battle power was only 4 at birth, so he abandoned the thought. After setting down the detector, he took a deep breath. He then left the nursery, relinquishing his duty. Unbeknownst to him, moments after his departure, the detector suddenly shattered, briefly displaying a string of numbers. 30,000. Clearly, the detector's explosion was not a malfunction, but the result of an excessively high battle power. Shortly thereafter, a female Saiyan entered, arranged everything, and then departed. Then various Saiyans came and went, evidently there to retrieve the children. After several tens of minutes, only 3 infants remained, punctuated by incessant crying. Indeed, this child was Kakarot. To his left stood Broly with a battle power of 100. To his right, Renno boasted a battle power of 300. At that moment, Kakarot, with a battle power of only 2, was startled awake from sleep and burst into loud wailing cries. HM. Renno, half awake, heard the cries, and as his eyes fully opened, the sound became clearer. Enraged, he let out a cry of Yaya. Yet being an infant, he could do nothing but wail. How annoying. Soon the child on the left was also roused by the cries, causing Kakarot to weep even more fervently. 3 hours later, a robust figure appeared, none other than Bardock. After a brief contemplative stare at son Wukong, Bardock took him away. Meanwhile, Renno finally sighed in relief as the irksome cries ceased. However, he was very hungry. At night, a man in black stealthily entered the nursery. As Renno, overcome by hunger, was about to drift off, the man in black suddenly charged forward, delivering 2 swift slashes to Broly's compartment. Whoa! Just as Renno was about to sleep, he was stunned, and all drowsiness vanished. The man in black also hesitated. Upon noticing the label marking Renno with a battle power of 3, he eased his tension. Then, carrying the nearly lifeless Broly, the man departed. Indeed, Renno's premature awakening of consciousness, spurred by high battle power, seemed to have led him to witness something unintended. So frightening. In the early hours, a female Saiyan silently took Renno away. While walking and sobbing, she said, "I'm sorry, Renno, infants with a battle power below 5 can only be exiled rather than being cast off by savage men to a Death Star. Instead, I would exile you to a planet teeming with life." After feeding Renno until he was full and ensuring that the supplies were replenished, she placed him aboard a spaceship and set his destination randomly to a life-bearing planet far from Vegeta star. High-grade spaceships are indeed marvelous. Watching the spaceship slowly recede from Jimmy, she sank to the ground in a choked sob. The experience of witnessing her own son being sent away could only be understood by a mother. Inside the spaceship, Renno clutched his furry tail and began to cry. He understood that the female Saiyan was his mother. Though he grasped her words as an infant, he could do nothing. It seemed that Jimmy could hear Renno's cries across the starry expanse, and her heart ached painfully. Had she not feared that following him would jeopardize her own son, she would have long fled to distant lands. After all, the detector could easily track her. Soon she spotted another spaceship ascending. Jimmy was puzzled. Who would still be on a mission at such a late hour? Just as she was about to leave, yet another spaceship took off. Jimmy frowned deeply. A 1 might be acceptable, but 2 were undoubtedly suspicious. Then, piloting her spaceship, she gave chase. Several hours later, after fruitless pursuit, Jimmy was dumbfounded upon returning to Vegeta star. Outside the planet, countless battleships filled the starry sky. Finally, with a terrifying wave of energy, Vegeta star was completely expunged from the universe. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Jimmy, while remaining undetected in the opposing sector of the starry expanse, piloted her spaceship swiftly away into the distance. Boom. After an unknown span of time, a spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere and crashed violently into a mist-shrouded forest. Once the vessel had settled, Renno cautiously poked his head out from within the ship. All around him, the trees were tall and straight, most of them soaring dozens of meters high, so lofty that even the sun could only force a few faint rays through the canopy. Damp and gloomy, That was Renno's first impression of this place. When he turned his head, he caught sight of a wolf pack, drooling so hard their saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. So weak, the creatures of this planet. That was Renno's first impression of the wolves. 10 years later, inside a mountain cave, a thick, powerful arm slowly stretched out, and a face hidden in the darkness gradually lifted into view. It was a handsome, finely chiseled face framed by a wild mane of thick hair that shot straight upward. His upper body was bare, every line of muscle proclaiming his strength. His limbs were long and well-proportioned, and his lower body was clad in a pair of black pants. The combat suit had originally come with the spaceship, but Renno's powerful build made it unbearably tight and utterly ill-fitting. So he simply tore off the upper half, leaving only the lower part of the suit, his current black pants. Moments ago, he had caught the sound of a desperate cry for help. After being trapped in this forsaken place for 10 years, it felt like wandering an endless maze. The food stocked on the ship had long been eaten, and normally, he hunted the local creatures himself. On top of that, he had no idea how to pilot the spaceship and thus never managed to leave. Now that he had finally encountered living humans, how could he not be stirred? He dashed toward the source of the cries in an instant like a frenzied wild beast. Big Sister, run! A young boy was desperately using his bare hands to fight a gorilla nearly 3 meters tall, so anxious that he was almost cursing aloud. I won't. You're my only family. If we die together. Before the stubborn girl even finished speaking, the gorilla's massive arm swept the boy aside, hurling him through the air and slamming him into a pile of rocks not far away. The girl rushed forward and quickly helped the boy up, waiting in despair for her own miserable fate. In the next instant, the gorilla's predatory gaze swept over Leslie's stunning face and her graceful figure, long hair cascading down to her waist. Drool was already pooling on the ground. It stretched out a massive arm and seized the panicked, struggling Leslie in its grasp. She fought with all her might, but her strength was far too meager to make the slightest difference. Oh, let go of my sister. Labbies let out a hoarse, powerless roar of fury. Watching his sister about to be defiled by this ugly brute, he felt utterly worthless. There was a wet, sharp sound. Leslie squeezed her eyes shut in despair, convinced her purity was about to be ruined. When the expected next move never came, she slowly raised her beautiful eyes and froze in shock. At some point, the gorilla's head had fallen off. Its body had not yet reacted. Leslie was still clasped in its lifeless hand. Leslie dropped to her knees and retched violently. The rank, fishy stench laced with a thick metallic tang of blood overwhelmed the inexperienced girl in an instant. Only after a long while did she regain her composure. When she turned her head, she saw a sturdily built boy of roughly 10, her younger brother, slung across his back, staring blankly at her. This girl is so beautiful. That was Renno's first impression of Leslie. Leslie, however, clearly paid no attention to Renno's gaze and hurried anxiously to Labbies' side. Little brother, how are you? Your injuries aren't too serious, are they? Leslie moved closer to Renno, addressing her question to her brother with worry. Sis, I'm fine. Thanks to this friend who stepped in to save me. No sooner had Labbies finished speaking than he clutched his arm, sucking in several sharp breaths. It was clearly fractured. Oh, only then did Leslie truly notice the young man carrying her brother. At most, he looked 15 or so, with dense black hair thrusting skyward, a delicate, handsome face, flushed red, even the tips of his ears tinged with color. The sight left Leslie momentarily dazed. This handsome boy, was he actually blushing? Elder sister, your clothes. Oh. Only then did Leslie realize that thanks to the damn gorilla, her upper garments were nearly completely torn away. She hastily used the remaining scraps of cloth to cover the most important parts. She glared at Renno in a mix of shame and anger. A pained cough sounded from Labbies on Renno's back. Handsome boy, did you bring any medical supplies? At that moment, Leslie no longer cared whether her body had been seen. All she cared about was her brother. Come with me, Renno replied. Once she got an answer, Leslie hurriedly urged Renno to lead the way. Seeing that he still had not moved, Leslie grew anxious at once. Could you hurry? It's a matter of life and death. May I hold you? Renno asked, somewhat embarrassed. Could he be another lecher? Thinking of her gravely injured brother, she could only grit her teeth. When Leslie finally nodded, Renno hesitated no longer. He wrapped an arm around her, and in the next instant transformed into a streak of red afterimage darting through the dense forest. Waves of shock surged through Leslie's heart. This was a human being. Seen in this light, it suddenly made sense that he could blow a gorilla apart with a single punch. The roaring wind at her ears tore away what little remained of her upper clothing. Leslie's face flushed scarlet. She had no idea that the gears of fate had already begun to turn, and that decades later Renno would break through his own limits because of her. But she was a clever girl. Aside from that first startled scream, she did nothing overly hysterical. This made Renno look at her in a new light. In less than a minute, he returned to his base. He fetched medicine from the cave and administered it to Labbies, whose condition finally began to improve. Were it not for the spaceship ceasing operation due to insufficient energy, Renno would never have moved into this uncomfortable cave to live. A damp cave could never compare to a cozy cabin. In the end, he smashed open the ship's cabin door and hauled out all the supplies stored within. Alien products truly were superior, far more durable than anything made by Earthlings. They had not expired even now. Seeing Leslie sitting upright on the ground, Renno walked over to her. Actually, you don't have to worry. The kid's injuries will ease in a couple of days. And also, Renno began to comfort Leslie in detail. In an instant, it was as if she had found an outlet for all her pent-up emotions. She threw her arms around him and burst into tears. Renno fell silent. What was he supposed to do now? He did not move, only lifted a hand to gently pat Leslie's smooth, delicate back in a gesture of comfort. His eyes, however, could not help roaming over Leslie's figure again and again. This left Leslie both shy and angry, but she could only turn her head aside and sulk in silence. Suddenly, Leslie seemed to think of something and looked up. How did you kill that monster? Renno thought for a moment. I just rushed over and gave it one punch. With that, he offered a demonstration. He walked slowly over to a nearby boulder, gathered his strength, then suddenly drove his fist forward. With a resounding bang, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. Leslie's pupils contracted sharply. Such overwhelming power. What's going on? The weakened labbies heard the loud crash and thought something had happened. When he saw the scene before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. His sister and the man who had saved him both bare-chested. Just what were they doing? Oh, little brother, you're awake. Sis, you should put your clothes on first. With his eyes squeezed shut, Labbies tossed his somewhat ragged shirt toward Leslie. Leslie's cheeks flushed red. She had grown somewhat used to Renno's frequent furtive glances, but now being peeked at by her own younger brother, even unintentionally, felt unbearably awkward. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. After putting her clothes on, she twisted a pinch of flesh at Renno's side. Renno waved his hand helplessly. It did not hurt at all. Soon the two of them were chasing each other around. Labbies could only stare speechlessly. Had his sister really been won over this quickly? Several days later, night fell and a bright round moon hung high in the sky. The full moon had risen. Suddenly, as Renno was teasing Leslie, he sensed something strangely compelling about the moonlight. When he looked up at the full moon, his whole body shuddered. He clutched his head in agony. Endless waves of energy surged forth. A powerful aura erupted. Lazuli stared blankly at Renno before her hastily wrapping her arms around his waist, only to feel something furry. She focused and saw a tail. When did he grow a tail? She hadn't noticed it before, but now there was no time to ponder. Renno, what's wrong? Run. At that moment, Renno felt as if the moon above was radiating a strange power that influenced him. That feeling again. Sister, let's hurry. Brother-in-law has lost control. Brother-in-law. Before she could think further, she was pulled away by her brother. In the next instant, Lazuli turned back after running a short distance, only to witness a scene she would never forget. Renno had transformed into a massive gorilla towering around 20 meters tall. His aura was wild and fierce, resembling the very embodiment of the despair she had once felt. After spending a few days together, their bond had deepened and their mutual affection had soared. But now she was faced with the revelation that he had become the very gorilla she despised. Even Rabi's pupils constricted in shock. A person had suddenly transformed into a gorilla. Roar. The gorilla that was once Renno seemed to have lost all reason, wreaking havoc around him. Sensing something, Renno charged into the distance. Each step he took was powerful enough to shake the ground. Meanwhile, inside a fortress, another gorilla glanced fearfully in the same direction, as if sensing a terrifying presence approaching rapidly. In the next moment, it turned and fled without looking back. On the ground, Bulma, Puer, and Yamcha exchanged bewildered looks. Just moments ago, their companion son Wukong had transformed into a giant ape upon seeing the full moon nearly attacking them. Before they could react, the destructive giant ape fled in panic. A few minutes later, a more oppressive giant ape was in hot pursuit of Wukong. Bulma and the others felt as if their worldviews were crumbling. After a brief hesitation, they decided to follow. It was evident that Wukong was terrified of this fellow creature. Wukong's giant ape form hadn't run far when Renno, taking a shortcut, landed a punch squarely on its face. Roar. The giant ape, Wukong felt as if that punch nearly took his life. What followed was a series of brutal blows. At that moment, Wukong in his giant ape form resembled a prisoner squatting on the ground. It had to be said this tactic was effective. The gorilla form of Renno didn't seem to retaliate. Even Renno himself didn't understand why he felt compelled to attack this giant ape. It was merely a subconscious aversion. Before he could make his next move, something struck his chest. It was neither painful nor irritating. Bulma, piloting an aircraft in pursuit, fired a missile without a second thought. She could not bear to watch her companion being beaten. The missile, which could have injured Wukong, felt like a mere tickle upon hitting Renno. This left Bulma momentarily stunned. Just as Renno was about to question what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his tail. Turning to see a blue cat attempting to snip his tail with scissors sent him into a furious rage, ready to retaliate against the one daring to sever his tail. But in the next instant, the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Renno felt his massive form rapidly shrinking and, noticing the change in his body, dashed away. Moments later, he leaned weakly against a large tree. Rustle, rustle. From the nearby thicket came movement. Lazuli and her brother Rabies emerged. With a cold expression, Lazuli said, "I never expected you to be a beast man. Why didn't you tell me?" In anguish, she shouted at Renno. Renno trembled, bewildered by the term beast man. Why was he here? Suddenly memories surged back. Every full moon night, he would lose consciousness, coupled with the enormous footprints near his home. And every time he regained consciousness, he was left utterly drained. Renno finally understood. He had become a beast man. Forget it, let's just pretend we're strangers. Lazuli thought, struggling inwardly as she received no response from Renno. How she wished to stay connected, she merely sought an explanation. Angered by his silence, she turned and stormed away. Rabies sighed and hurried after his sister. Little did Lazuli know it wasn't that Renno didn't want to explain, he was simply too weak to speak. Watching her leave, Renno let out a bitter smile, then fell into a daze. He was the very beast man that Lazuli detested. Observing his tail swaying, he could only smile ruefully before succumbing to unconsciousness from exhaustion. Morning sunlight bathed Renno in warmth. Ugh! Stretching lazily, he jolted upright, feeling a chilling sensation all over. It dawned on him that his clothes had torn apart due to his transformation into a giant ape. After all, Bulma was not yet a scientist, and no one had researched specialized battle suits. Fortunately, no one was around to witness him. Casually covering his lower half with leaves, he stood still, lost in thought. Reflecting on how Lazuli had left without a backward glance the previous day, his heart ached faintly. He remained in a stupor for a while before realizing he had strayed far from his original forest. Then he let out a childish laugh. Recalling his plans to travel the world, experience nature, and see sights he had never encountered. 20 years later, above a pile of rubble, a figure floated in the air. At that moment, Renno's golden hair shot straight up, crackling with arcs of lightning. Harnessing the Super Saiyan form, he emitted the lightning effects only attainable by Super Saiyan 2, indicating that he was now infinitely close to that transformation. Yet his aura remained entirely concealed, showcasing the extraordinary mastery he had achieved. "Oh, it's been 20 years. You've probably become a married woman. I won't seek you out anymore." Over these 2 decades, Renno had inexplicably mastered the Super Saiyan form. With his incredible talent, he had also learned the art of flight and the manipulation of ki. After all, he had been born with a battle power of 30,000. Such potential was extraordinary, a natural genius with unparalleled talent and comprehension. He even developed a skill of his own, magical burst charge. This was an unintentional skill he discovered through ki manipulation, resulting in an explosive attack that inflicted psychological damage on opponents. Now compared to 20 years prior, Renno exuded an even greater air of pressure. At a height of 187 centimeters, and with a robust physique, he commanded a formidable presence. Suddenly, a familiar sensation jolted Renno's attention. Lazuli's aura. Without a second thought, he headed toward the source of the energy. On an island, Android 18 stared in shock as her brother Android 17 was consumed by Cell. Meanwhile, Android 16 lay incapacitated, having been defeated by Cell. In his second form, Cell mockingly looked at 16 and stepped forward, crushing him underfoot. With a disdainful expression, he proclaimed, "You're still not my match. I will successfully evolve into my perfect form and conquer Earth, ha ha ha." With that, he approached Android 18, extending his tail and revealing the sharp tip, tempting her as he walked. 18, "I've absorbed 17's memories. If you fuse with me, I'll help you find that man. How about it, ha ha ha." Touched by this provocation, 18 snapped, charging at Cell. Cell grinned mischievously. Leaping into the air, he shouted, "Solar flare." Buzz. A deafening hum resonated. 18 shut her eyes in agony, finding it impossible to open them. "Oh, my eyes." In a panic, she threw punches, but Cell effortlessly dodged them. Originally capable of defeating Cell, 17 had fallen victim to this sneak attack and was thus devoured. Realizing her own predicament, 18 felt dread wash over her as she realized she was following in her brother's footsteps. In the next moment, "Ha ha ha, got you." Seizing the opportunity while 18 was momentarily blinded, Cell grasped her tightly. "Oh, let go of me." "Cell, stop." From the high skies, a young man with golden hair erupted in energy, unleashing a ki blast at Cell. It was Future Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. Startled, Cell hastily activated his tail suction to swallow Android 18. After all, this newcomer had been obstructing his attempts to absorb the two androids and clearly possessed some level of strength. Yet he still managed to snag 17. Ha ha ha. Soon I will achieve my perfect form, ha ha ha. Just as Cell was contemplating how to torment Trunks after achieving his perfect form, a flash of light zipped past, and Cell's tail was severed. Covered in an unknown green liquid, 18 tumbled out. Nanny. Cell's mind went blank. He was on the verge of reaching 99% progress only to be informed of a loading failure. This shattered even Cell's typically composed demeanor. "Oh, damn it, I will kill you." In an instant, Cell lunged at Renno, who had severed his tail. The next moment, Trunks arrived, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell spewing forth the green liquid. "You. Who are you?" Upon seeing the newcomer, 18's expression shifted to one of excitement. After 20 years, she had constantly thought of that figure. Her mind then drifted into memories. The next day, she had regretted it. By the time she returned to that place, he had already left. Afterward, Lazuli traveled across the land in search of that person, but in the end, both she and her brother were captured and transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Now standing before the one she loved, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to express what she had longed to say. As Razli stood before him disheveled and distressed, Renno was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indignation coursing through him. It's been a long time. Seeing that Renno didn't recoil from her appearance, Razli threw herself into his arms, weeping loudly. "Oh, you are." Trunks, who had hurriedly arrived, immediately tensed at the sight of Renno. In the next instant, Razli stepped protectively in front of Renno. "No. Trunks, he is my boyfriend." Those words left Trunks frozen in place. Even Renno wore an expression of surprise. Renno politely extended his hand toward Trunks. "Hello, friend, I'm Renno. How could this be? Why was there such a figure in this future timeline?" At that moment, Trunks began to doubt whether the timeline he was in had been altered by a butterfly effect due to his own time travel. Nevertheless, he shook Renno's hand. "Hello, Renno, I'm Trunks from." Before he could finish, a disgruntled voice rang out from not far off. "Trunks, didn't I tell you to let Cell go?" A figure burst into view. Vegeta shouted at Trunks. Razli, also known as Android 18, glared furiously at Vegeta. It was because he had spared Cell that her brother had been absorbed. She was even ready for a fight. Vegeta, however, seemed unconcerned. "Wait, Cell." At that moment, 18 glanced sharply at the spot where Cell had been. Damn it, he had escaped. Saiyan. Only then did Vegeta notice Renno beside Android 18. "Whoa, Trunks, you've surprised me. You must be a Saiyan who was exiled like Kakarot. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Vegeta. Follow me, and I will make you stronger." With a confident grin, Vegeta was already envisioning recruiting Renno. To him, this was just another low-class warrior like Kakarot. "Sorry, I don't know you." Renno bluntly shook his head. "What? You little brat." Vegeta, affronted, was about to teach this wild Saiyan a lesson. But Trunks intervened. "That a stranger isn't worth getting so angry over." Trunks hurriedly explained, not certain of Renno's strength, but determined to prevent his father from harboring murderous intent against him. "All right, Dad, Cell has already been dealt with. Let's go." "Humph. You should thank my son for interceding for you, or you'd be finished." Renno raised an eyebrow at such arrogance. Razli's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on Vegeta. Just then the ground trembled violently, and a tail shot up swiftly, grabbing Razli before she could react. Seizing the moment, it retreated underground with her. "What?" Renno was the first to react, furious and ready to pursue, but was halted by Vegeta. "What are you doing? Let it go. I'm eager to test my strength against the complete Cell." "Hey! Are you not listening?" Seeing that Renno disregarded his words, Vegeta blocked him once more. Renno could no longer tolerate this arrogant man. In an instant, he swung a punch at the unsuspecting Vegeta. "Oh!" Vegeta was struck, curling into a ball. Suppressing the urge to incapacitate him, Renno hurried after the direction Cell had fled. "Damn it!" Vegeta, aided by Trunks, glared with a glint of malice in his eyes. Trunks sighed deeply, feeling weary from having such a father. If not for the fact that he was his father, he would have wanted to punch him. Feeling Cell's energy intensifying, Renno hastened his flight. In no time, he landed on a secluded island. At that moment, Cell, having completed his final form, resembled a handsome man devoid of his formerly grotesque features. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him, Cell believed himself invincible. With a cruel smile, he covered his left eye with one hand. "Ha ha, you're the human that 18 has been desperately searching for. Don't worry, I will ensure you two reunite soon, ha ha." Before Cell could continue mocking, Renno could no longer suppress the fury within him and hurled a punch at Cell. "You absorbed my girlfriend, and now you flaunt it. What a nuisance." After all, Razli had already told Trunks, so they should indeed be considered a couple now. Originally, Cell had assumed Renno was merely a powerful human akin to Krillin. However, when Renno's fist connected, the once confident Cell was sent reeling, spewing green, unknown liquid from his mouth. Then a follow-up spinning kick left him questioning his very existence. It's over. Renno gathered his energy for a magical blast. Feeling death so close, Cell fell into a state of stupor, forgetting even to flee. When he was in his second form, only Vegeta could suppress him, and even then not as effortlessly as this human before him. Moreover, he was in his final form. Boom. Cell felt as if half of his body had been obliterated. Oh, please spare me. Desperation filled Cell's voice. He couldn't afford to lose this hard-won complete form. A humble bow wouldn't hurt. He's still alive. Senior Cell possesses the Namekian's incredible regenerative abilities. Trunks shouted as he rushed over. Trunks, what the you really? Just as Cell thought he could catch his breath, he suddenly exploded in anger, cursing Trunks. Trunks was not one to let it slide. He launched a powerful energy wave. Cell, already heavily injured, was struck and fell into a near-death state. Whoosh. At that moment, a senzu bean landed in Cell's mouth from the air. Feeling the restoration coursing through him, Trunks was left dumbfounded, turning to see his father, arms crossed, looking disdainfully at Renno. Hey, while your strong, Cell is mine to kill. Meanwhile, Cell, already possessing Saiyan genes, had just returned from the brink of death. His energy surged from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. Ha, thanks Vegeta. Cell slightly amplified his energy, and the golden lightning crackling around him made his expression one of exhilaration. Even his breathing quickened. At that moment, several more powerful presences approached, and the Super Saiyan forms of Goku and Gohan along with the rest of the Z fighters arrived. What? How could this happen? Vegeta, sensing Cell's overwhelming energy, was filled with disbelief. At that moment, he could no longer remain composed. Having just arrived, he had assumed Cell was being soundly defeated, thinking Cell simply lacked strength. At the very least, he could not defeat Renno, but he reasoned that Cell would be in the same boat. He thought he had a chance against Cell, yet the current situation was entirely different from what he had envisioned. What's going on? Goku was taken aback at Cell's transformation. Trunks, seeing Uncle Goku arrive, hurriedly recounted the events to him. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned furiously toward Vegeta. Confusion also spread across Vegeta's face. Renno had no time to hold Vegeta accountable. At that moment, Cell's energy had completely surpassed his own. Then let's start with you. Cell exploded with energy and charged at Renno, who did not dare let his guard down. He too amplified his energy. In an instant, Renno's dark hair transformed into gold, a powerful aura surging around him. You're also a Saiyan, Cell remarked, somewhat surprised. Renno ignored him, allowing his tail to emerge from his pants, swaying freely in the air. Indeed, Renno typically kept his tail tucked away. Having reached the pinnacle of his energy, he approached Cell, their gazes locking. Cell raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the aura that rivaled his own. Vegeta, have you noticed? Although this Renno is in Super Saiyan form, his energy is equally potent as Cell's. Goku furrowed his brow, studying the battlefield. Vegeta trembled, baring his teeth as he looked at both Cell and Renno. Each possessed the power to easily defeat him. This revelation was difficult for the proud and self-assured Vegeta to accept. Cell launched a lightning-fast punch, but Renno stood his ground, bracing himself against it. Initially seeking to gauge Cell's strength, Renno was taken aback by the intensity of the blow. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the advantage, Cell attacked again, his right hand slicing toward Renno. What incredible speed! Renno scarcely had time to react, raising his arms to defend against Cell's onslaught. What happened to your bravado now? Cell, now resembling a madman, unleashed his full fury. Adada. At that moment, Renno wished he could strangle Vegeta. What was once a certain victory had been squandered. Under Cell's continuous assault, Renno could do little but defend himself. Yet this was enough to astonish Cell. He knew that his current enhancement was 100 times that of his normal form, while Super Saiyan was already 50 times. As the first to reach this form, Cell could easily sense the disparity. The difference between their strengths was like a chasm. How had this person crossed such an insurmountable divide? No, he must not be allowed to continue existing. Who knows what chaos might arise one day? With this thought, Cell redoubled his attack. I need to help my senior. Trunks, seeing Renno on the verge of defeat, exploded with energy, only to be stopped by Goku. Trunks, if we go, it'll be a death sentence. We might as well pray for Renno to win. Gazing into Goku's resolute eyes, Trunks felt his own heart calm. Being beaten down by a green-skinned roach was an insult to Renno, and he felt his aura surge once more. This frightened Cell. That energy was already dangerously close to Super Saiyan 2. In a sudden panic, Cell howled. Instantly his muscles bulged, his power multiplying exponentially. At that moment, Cell was fixated on killing Renno, completely oblivious to the fact that his speed had now fallen behind Renno's. Facing the exponentially increasing power of Cell, the already slow-moving Renno found himself unable to escape the grip of matching Cell's speed. Cell, growing increasingly agitated, suddenly let out a thunderous roar, sending Renno staggering back. In that instant, he gathered enough energy for a Kamehameha wave capable of annihilating everyone present. Oh, die Renno. Renno unleashed a magical explosion he had been building up. The two forces collided violently. The atmosphere around them shifted, dramatically reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Both combatants were pouring everything they had into their attacks, desperately trying to overpower one another. But ultimately, the clash of energy became too great, unable to withstand the pressure, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. As the terrifying energies collided, natural disasters erupted across the earth. Tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and more. Oblivious to the truth the inhabitants of Earth believed it was the end of the world, the planet transformed into a hellish battleground. Cries of despair and prayers echoed from every corner of the globe. Eventually, both warriors exhausted their strength, and without the energy to sustain their attacks, a massive explosion ensued. They both cried out in agony as the shockwave hurled them away, crashing them onto a nearby hill. At that moment, Renno lay on the hillside, feeling an inexplicable haze over his consciousness, as if something were drawing him away. Before long, the heaviness in his eyelids grew unbearable, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Cell too closed his eyes, appearing lifeless. It was only after the battle had concluded that the Z fighters dared to approach the battlefield. Otherwise, even the remnants of the two warriors' power could have wiped them out multiple times over. Vegeta looked towards Renno with a complex expression. Just moments ago, he had mocked him, yet now that man had decisively struck him down with his strength. Vegeta felt a burning shame wash over his face. Great job, Gohan. Cell has been defeated. Piccolo, visibly excited, hugged Gohan tightly. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Are you alright, Elder? Only Krillin hurried to Renno's side, gently placing a senzu bean in his mouth. In no time, Renno's fingers twitched, but there were no signs of awakening. Krillin furrowed his brow in confusion. Usually, no matter how severe the injury, a single senzu bean would restore one to perfect condition, but this situation was different. As the others celebrated, Piccolo failed to notice a tail stealthily extending towards him from behind. Completely devoid of any aura, it went unnoticed by everyone. Suddenly, Piccolo let out a scream, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It's Cell's tail? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in shock, pointing at the tail that had pierced Piccolo's back like a straw. Krillin quickly reacted, using his energy blade to sever Cell's tail. But it was too late. Cell had nearly drained all of Piccolo's energy. Thud! Piccolo collapsed, his eyes void of life, disbelief etched across his face even in death. Gohan, aghast, knelt on the ground, desperately shaking Piccolo's lifeless form. Uncle Piccolo, wake up. I'm going to kill you. Cell. Cell wiped his mouth dismissively. Trash, you've only restored a third of my power. Yet the grin on his face was impossible to suppress. At that moment, Vegeta, breathing heavily and his mind racing, realized the monstrosity he had unleashed. Indeed, after coming close to death again, Cell had grown even stronger, far surpassing their Super Saiyan level. He was infinitely close to full power Super Saiyan 2. Tragedy, Vegeta. Thank you, I'll send you on your way now. Hee. Observing Cell's maniacal grin, Vegeta clenched his fist so tightly that blood dripped from his palm, unable to conceal his despair. A powerful aura suddenly halted Cell's advance on Vegeta. Gohan, having broken through to Super Saiyan 2 in a fit of rage, fixed his gaze on Cell, as if he were a mere corpse. With his golden hair standing even straighter, a lock of bangs falling down, Gohan's transformation sent a chill down Cell's spine. Before Cell could react, Gohan delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. Taking advantage of Cell's momentary disorientation, Gohan relentlessly hammered him, leaving Cell without the means to retaliate. With another devastating kick, Cell was forced to regurgitate androids 17 and 18. Krillin hurriedly administered senzu beans to both androids. As android 18 opened her eyes, a realization struck her. She quickly asked Krillin, "Where's Renno?" Krillin pointed to the unconscious Renno lying not far away, and then gestured towards the now empowered Gohan, who was dominating Cell. At this moment, Gohan was enveloped in crackling lightning, his youthful and delicate face now etched with fury. Cell was no match for Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Reverted to his initial form, he was left utterly defenseless. Cell gazed mockingly into Gohan's eyes, fully aware of his imminent demise and the humiliation that awaited him. His expression hardened instantly. It was clear he intended to unleash his final trump card. Gohan stopped playing around and finished Cell quickly. Son Goku shouted anxiously. Yet Gohan remained indifferent, launching another ki blast that obliterated Cell's right arm. Father, it's still early. I want to torment him a little longer, Gohan said with unwavering confidence. Despite the urging of his father and Trunks, Gohan didn't even glance up. Thanks to the Namekian's extraordinary regenerative ability, Cell's right arm soon regenerated, albeit at a much slower pace. Regeneration required energy to heal each injury. In Cell's prime, this was seamless. But now Cell's regenerative power was severely diminished. It took several seconds for severed limbs to regrow. Moreover, it was a passive ability. At this moment, Cell was trapped, unable to live, unable to die. He could only watch helplessly as his strength waned. Once again, humiliated, Cell gritted his teeth while staring at Gohan's triumphant gaze. "Then we'll die together," he roared. As he spoke, Cell's body began to swell. Gohan suddenly realized he had gone too far. He tried to intervene, but it was too late. "Huh. My self-destruction will obliterate the entire Earth without leaving a trace," Cell boasted. "And by the way, it'll detonate automatically in 1 minute, but if attacked, I'll explode immediately, Gohan," he added. Gohan stared dumbfounded at Cell's looming explosive form. Suddenly, Goku teleported beside Cell, gazing gently at his son. Proud and filled with admiration, Goku reflected that Gohan had reached Super Saiyan 2 before him. Yet it was Gohan's mistake that now compelled him as a father to make amends. Placing his hand on Cell's swollen belly, Goku glanced once more at his comrades. Then in an instant he teleported. Just before Cell exploded, Goku whisked him away to North Kai's planet. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai reclined leisurely in his chair, enjoying himself. The next moment, a massive fleshy orb appeared before him. What is this?" North Kai adjusted his sunglasses, suspecting his eyes deceived him. When the truth became clear, terror contorted his entire face. "Frog Goku, are you mad? Why bring him here?" North Kai exclaimed, his panic mirrored by his two pets. Boom. Cell exploded instantly. A halo appeared above North Kai, Goku, and the two creatures. In the snake way, North Kai cursed ceaselessly, hurling every imaginable insult at Son Goku. Damn it. What had he done to deserve this? Why were all problems dumped on him? Goku, feeling guilty, explained, "Lord Kai, I couldn't just let Earth be destroyed. After much thought, your place was the only suitable one." "You." North Kai started to retort, but before he could finish, Goku broke out in a cold sweat. "Lord Kai, I can't sense Cell's energy anymore." "Huh." North Kai concentrated and realized Cell's energy was no longer in the underworld. "Father." "Goku." Gohan sank to his knees in despair, overwhelmed by guilt for his arrogance that had doomed both his father and Cell. In that instant, Gohan seemed to have grown up. As everyone moved to comfort him, a beam of light shot through the smoke, piercing Trunks' body. What? Trunks?" Vegeta stared in shock at his fallen son. When Cell reappeared, his terrifying aura forced everyone to look away. He had survived the explosion sustained by the core in his brain. Moreover, he had mastered instant transmission like Goku, enabling him to return swiftly from the underworld. Yet Gohan was strangely elated. Cell sneered, "Your father is dead. And yet you still smile? How can you be so happy? I can finally avenge my father in person." "How could I not be?" Cell laughed, his aura swelling to near Super Saiyan 3 levels. He had reached full power as a Super Saiyan 2. Before Gohan could launch another attack, Vegeta, driven by both the agony of losing his son and the frustration of being denied glory, was consumed by rage and lost all reason. Though Vegeta usually scorned the son from the future, this child had called him father, and Trunks' sunny disposition had softened the icy prince, revealing a rare, genuine smile. But Cell in front of him slaughtered Trunks without mercy, unforgivable. Vegeta unleashed the final flash, aiming at the motionless Cell, followed by a barrage of ki blasts that stirred dust into the air. Yet such an assault was futile. Cell suddenly emerged from the smoke and kicked Vegeta, who was defenseless. "Oh." Vegeta crashed to the ground, pain snapping him back to clarity. Regret flooded his heart. "Damn it. What kind of monster have I created? Forgive me, Gohan." Struggling to rise, Vegeta apologized to Gohan. Gohan stared blankly, shocked that Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, had apologized to him. "Die, Vegeta." Cell snarled, hurling a powerful energy ball at him. Vegeta closed his eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, Gohan's aura flared, intercepting the deadly blast just before it struck Vegeta. "What? The proud Saiyan prince has become a burden to others?" Vegeta questioned, staring at Gohan's bleeding, severed arm in disbelief. Gohan's green eyes dimmed, filled with fear. His fighting spirit utterly extinguished, he stared blankly at Cell. Could he truly contend with Cell now? Noticing Gohan's despair, Cell's vanity blossomed, and he chose not to finish him off. "I have a core in my brain," he explained mockingly. "As long as it remains intact, I cannot die." Ha ha ha. He looked toward Android 18, sitting nearby, and Renno, who lay unconscious in her lap. Cell licked his lips with greed. Razlie, seeing the avarice in Cell's eyes, gritted her teeth, but refused to abandon Renno, turning to flee. "Ha ha ha. Since you care so much about him, I'll absorb him right before your eyes." Ha ha ha. Cell taunted. By absorbing Renno, his power would surely surge. Within Renno's consciousness, time and space seemed to collapse. He witnessed firsthand the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza and the arrival of Broly's spaceship on Planet Vampa. As Renno reached out to touch these visions, they shattered into fragments, flooding his mind. He grimaced, clutching his head in pain. Before him appeared an endless path, which he followed. After a long journey, a figure suddenly appeared, shaking him to his very core. Mom. Mom. Renno pinched his face, trying to ascertain whether this was a dream, but the sharp pain confirmed that it was indeed reality. Before him stood his mother, Jimmy. At the sound of his call, Jimmy turned her head in confusion towards the source of the voice. The moment she laid eyes on Renno, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Having been asleep aboard a spaceship, Jimmy never expected to reunite with her son in such a manner, even if she initially thought it was a dream. Yet even after 30 years, she could still distinguish him. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. That face was etched into her memory for a lifetime. Trembling, Jimmy reached out to gently touch Renno's cheek, and in that instant she froze. The sensation on her hand made her realize immediately that this was not a dream. Worldly and wise, Jimmy quickly understood that she had entered the realm of consciousness. She was truly seeing her son. For 30 years she had searched for him across the universe, and at last fate had granted her this moment. Initially, she had randomly selected a planet, knowing only that life existed there. But after that, she had been unable to find him. Never had she imagined that the heavens would allow her to see her son once more. This revelation brought tears of joy to the usually strong Saiyan woman. The mother and son were now face to face, joyfully sharing their stories of hardship. Renno recounted the experiences of his years, beginning with what he thought were ordinary days. However, when Jimmy heard about his battles against the android cell, she fell silent for a moment. Then she asked, "What is your battle power now?" Renno scratched his head a bit sheepishly and replied that he didn't know. "Then raise your ki, so I can see you. I should be able to gauge it." "All right." "Huh." In an instant, a wild aura exploded forth from Renno like a runaway stallion unleashed. Faced with the surging energy radiating from him, Jimmy felt as though she might be crushed under its weight. Wait, Renno, stop." Hearing his mother's command, Renno ceased to amplify his energy, muttering to himself, "I haven't even transformed yet." Seeing that her son hadn't yet unleashed his full potential left Jimmy even more astounded. The legendary Cosmic Emperor Frieza would never have such an imposing presence. Not to mention the previous King Vegeta, who would likely be crushed by a mere finger. Wasn't your battle power 3 at birth? How can you possess such incredible energy now? Renno pouted. It was indeed 3, but with 4 extra zeros added. This revelation left Jimmy speechless, a birth battle power of 30,000. Such a monstrous figure had never existed in the universe. The implications were evident. Broly, with a battle power of 10,000 at birth, had been exiled to the desolate planet of Vampa by the detestable King Vegeta. Marked as the strongest warrior of the Saiyan race from birth, he was perceived as a threat by King Vegeta. What a battle power of 30,000 represented was beyond words. "Have you undergone any training or potential awakening?" Jimmy quickly inquired. "No." The response was as expected. "Then come here, and let me help you awaken your potential." Upon hearing that his mother could assist him in unlocking his potential, Renno was momentarily stunned before excitement surged within him. It was known throughout the universe that very few races possessed such abilities, making each of them incredibly rare. To his surprise, his mother was one of these hidden talents. Jimmy placed her palm on Renno's forehead. Instantly, Renno felt a force awakening within him, and as time passed, that sensation grew stronger. The process was slow, and Renno remained calm, quietly savoring his mother's awakening energy. Hours later, a surge of energy erupted from the top of Renno's head. A mighty aura enveloped him, marking the official arrival of the strongest individual warrior. Jimmy was also filled with exhilaration. A powerful son would undoubtedly make a proud mother. Renno clenched his fist, feeling an endless flow of energy within him. He now craved battle, like a wolf yearning for sheep. Suddenly, he felt a momentary disorientation, and Jimmy hurriedly asked him where he was. Knowing that time was running out, Renno uttered the word Earth before returning to consciousness. "Ha! From now on, Cell will be the strongest warrior in the entire universe." Cell was brimming with excitement. His arrogant demeanor mirrored that of the once mighty Vegeta, and his tail had transformed into a straw ready to absorb everyone present, eliminating any threat. Krillin, in despair, unleashed a ki attack. Swish! The sharp ki blast struck Cell, but the once unstoppable attack failed to inflict any damage. Seeing Krylen's futile attempt, the defenders of Earth lost all fear of battle. After all, death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. This group had seen through the essence of life. Yet their combined attacks barely even fazed Cell. On the contrary, the energy radiating from Cell left them powerless to resist. Krylen shouted, "Damn it, number 18, run." As he spoke, he forced himself to embrace Cell, trying to buy number 18 some time to escape. Cell's eyes flashed with annoyance as he raised his hand to eliminate Krylen, but suddenly a violent surge of energy exploded from within Renno. Unbeknownst to him, Renno had opened his sharp eyes. Tion crouched beside Renno, was startled and nearly fell over. After all, this guy was not weak and was, aside from the incapacitated Gohan, the strongest fighter. To his surprise, a miracle had manifested. As Renno glared at Cell, who had number 18 pinned down, his rage could no longer be contained. His aura surged, and before Cell could react, a punch landed squarely on his chin. Ugh! Cell was instantly sent flying, only to be struck back down to the ground by another powerful blow. How is this possible? I cannot lose. Cell's desperate screams echoed in the air. What followed was a pink energy wave shot from Renno's forehead. At that moment, Cell felt his mind being severely assaulted, a constant buzzing resounding in his head. Indeed, thanks to his already impressive talent, combined with his mother's potential awakening, Renno had mastered the mental wave technique. It was akin to suddenly mastering the Kamehameha wave. This surprising turn of events ignited a spark in Gohan, who had lost the will to fight, and in Vegeta, who was still immersed in his grief over the loss of his son. Renno was not like Vegeta or Gohan, who would waste time. He gave Cell no opportunity whatsoever. Utilizing Cell as a sharpening stone, he adapted to his newfound strength. Cell was filled with regret, wishing he had eradicated the threat at its root, instead of allowing this situation to unfold. Clearly, Cell felt humiliated far more than when he was insulted by Gohan. He treated Cell as nothing more than a means to hone his skills. With Sha Lu's roar, they collided again, grappling fiercely, but this time Lei Nu, even in his ordinary form, held the upper hand. Moreover, Lei Nua's aura surged, climbing with exponential force. Everyone froze, stupefied by the prodigious martial aptitude on display, growing stronger with every exchange, as though drawing from an inexhaustible reservoir. Detestable Saya, he'll kill you. Sha Lu's defenses broken, he gathered a Kamehameha. Sha Lu pushed his ki to its peak and unleashed his final strike. Lei Nua did not flinch. He too raised his energy and concentrated an arcane burst. The two blasts barely began to collide before Sha Lu's energy wave was swiftly devoured by the radiance spilling from Lei Nua. Terrified, Sha Lu poured more of himself into the assault, but fate had already been sealed. As Sha Lu's power was leached dry, the inevitable unfolded. He was consumed by the energy. The core at the center of his mind erupted and vanished with the explosion. Wonderful! Sha Lu has finally been dealt with. The Earth defenders erupted into cheers, but their jubilation soon gave way to a heavy silence. The cost of this battle had been grievous. Wukong had fallen in combat, Baiku had been drained, and natural disasters had left Earth scarred and bleeding. All eyes turned to Lei Nua, their astonishment refusing to subside. This sudden man had first subdued Sha Lu. If not for Vegeta's recklessness, would things have come to this? And then, astonishingly, in his ordinary shape, he had slain a near-invincible perfect being. Vegeta's face flushed with conflicting emotions: pride, envy, disbelief. Before anyone could say more, Lei Nua's eyelids began to droop. Even his tail sagged listlessly. "I feel so tired," he mumbled. With that, he plummeted toward the ground, only to be caught securely in La Zili's arms the next instant. La Zili was equally stunned. Only now did she understand he was a Saya, too, not some purported ape man. Saya are simply born with that capacity. Frustration pricked at her. She had misjudged him. She glanced at Tian, who immediately understood. She trotted over and began tending to Lei Nua. After a moment, Tian reassured La Zili, "Number 18, mister. Lei Nua is just exhausted. He only needs some rest." Relieved, La Zili let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding, afraid the stranger she had only just met might leave her again. As they were about to depart, Kalin called, "Number 18, we're going to use the dragon to make a wish. Can you come?" Number 18 paused, nodded, and joined the others toward the heavenly temple. Soon the gathered Dragon Balls were summoned. A thunderous roar and a vast emerald dragon descended above them. "Speak your two wishes," the Shenlong intoned with a voice that seemed both remote and crystalline. Kulin stepped forward first. "Restore to life everyone on Earth who was killed by Sha Lu." At his words, Te Lankisi and Baiku were instantly revived, leaving Ba how utterly astonished. She had never seen Shenlong before. As expected, Wukong did not return. The dragon explained that those who had already been resurrected once could not be brought back again. Tian then requested, "May the Shenlong from Polar Region resurrect Wukong." From the Far King's observation, Wukong's voice came through at once, "Do not bother trying to revive me. It was because of me that the enemy came to Earth. Perhaps Earth will be safer without me. I have been granted a privilege by the King of Worlds. Even in death, I may retain my body and continue my training." He offered a few last words and then cut the communication. Wu Fan pressed his lips together, swallowing the urge to sob. When Baiku moved to comfort him, the 10-year-old collapsed into Baiku's arms and cried. Baiku sighed and patted his back, helpless and heavy-hearted. The boy had borne more than any child should. The second wish after deliberation was to have the bombs removed from the two androids. In truth, the likes of Shi Hao and Shi Ba Hao had only been engineered to possess limitless energy, otherwise they were no different from ordinary people. With Shenlong's departure, Tianjin Fan announced his intention to go train, and Wu Fan returned with Baiku to Mount Paozi. Chi needed solace in her grief. Everyone left the heavenly temple soon after. Shi Hao and Shi Ba Hao stayed behind, Shi Hao carrying the sleeping Lei Nuo on her back. Kulin watched them go and could not speak. Only a few tears escaped before he wept his way back to Guixianwu. 3 days later. In the dead of night, Lei Nuo opened his eyes to find himself in utter darkness and panicked, at first groping about until his hand brushed something soft. A faint huff of pride came from La Zili. A moment later, the room was bathed in light. Lei Nuo covered his eyes and took some moments to adjust. When he realized he and La Zili were sharing the same bed beneath the same blanket, his mind went blank. La Zili found his bewilderment amusing. "Do you know what you said while asleep?" she teased. What? Lei Nuo stammered, flustered. La Zili hid a laugh behind her hand. "You kept telling me how much you missed me over and over. You called my name and confessed to me while you were asleep." She brushed a strand of short golden hair aside and looked at him with a softness that made her irresistible. Lei Nuo swallowed unconsciously. She was breathtaking. "And didn't you say you hated ape men?" he added weakly. La Zili scolded him, half exasperated, half amused. "You're not an ape man. You're a Saiyan, related by blood to Vegeta and Wukong." With that barrier between them gone, desire surged. Lei Nuo lunged toward La Zili. She panicked. "My brother is next door." "No problem. He used to call everyone by brother-in-law, so often he probably wishes we'd be together," Lei Nuo replied with a roguish grin. They began a deeper intimacy. The first time was painfully awkward. Both were inexperienced. Yet with the passage of time and patient adaptation, Lei Nuo gradually gained the upper hand. Morning light spilled into the room. La Zili opened her tired eyes and regarded the sleeping Lei Nuo with a touch of reproach. The night had been wild. Lei Nuo's vigor seemed beastly and unending. Despite her multiple pleas for mercy, the pleasure had been unlike anything she had known before. Even La Zili, usually aloof and icy, felt her cheeks flush when she looked at Lei Nuo, and now her gaze shone with tenderness. As noon approached, Renno finally awoke. After rubbing his nose and yawning, he made his way to the living room where he found No. 17 and No. 18 engrossed in a video game. No. 17 hastily put down his game controller and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what are our plans for the future?" From now on, he would refer to No. 17 and No. 18 by their original names, as calling them by their numbers felt unfamiliar. Renno stroked his chin and said, "Honey, didn't you mention yesterday that Bulma is a genius scientist?" Lazuli nodded in agreement. Renno activated his instant transmission technique, and after sensing Vegeta's energy, quickly set off in that direction. "Hey sis, are we still playing now that brother-in-law is left?" Rabies glanced at the game console, noting his poor record of 0 wins and 5 losses. Lazuli looked at her own record of 2 wins and 6 losses, silently putting down her controller. Just as she was about to leave, they heard a voice from the game console. "You two useless players, what are you doing torturing a noob?" Rabies, already in a foul mood, immediately took to the microphone with a barrage of insults. It was clear that this ill-mannered player had never encountered Rabies before, and then the opponent actually revealed their location. Lazuli shot an exasperated glance at her younger brother, then disregarded him and focused on tracking Renno's energy to follow him. In truth, androids do not possess energy signatures, yet they can sense the energy of other living beings, generating their own energy during combat. While androids have limitless energy, it does not mean they are devoid of pain and sensation. Thus, as Lazuli walked, she limped slightly. Rabies watched in astonishment, secretly admiring Renno's strength from the previous day. He then followed the energy signal to find the rude player. At Bulma's house, Vegeta, who was training in the training room, suddenly sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching. Could it be that man coming to seek revenge? Startled, Vegeta quickly powered down his equipment and rushed outside to greet the visitor. Moments later, Bulma emerged looking worriedly at Vegeta, fearing Renno's wrath. After all, the entire battle had been crystal clear through the crystal ball of the fortune teller. It wasn't long before Renno landed right in front of Bulma. "Hey, Renno, face me alone. Whatever it is, bring it on, don't trouble the women and children," Vegeta shouted as Renno approached Bulma. Renno didn't even glance at the tense Vegeta. With Bulma's anxious expression in sight, Renno respectfully placed his left hand on his chest and said, "Esteemed Miss Bulma, I have heard that you are the greatest scientist. Could I trouble you for a favor?" Bulma was taken aback. This Saiyan was so polite, far more so than the proud Vegeta. She quickly agreed. Upon receiving her affirmation, Renno excitedly placed both hands on Bulma's shoulders. In Bulma's astonished gaze, he said, "Miss Bulma, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call." With Vegeta's murderous glare upon him, Renno turned and walked away. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a chill on his back. Slowly turning his head, he saw Lazuli beaming at him, and that smile was anything but normal. Instantly, Renno felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and he could only force a smile. "Honey, I was just asking her for a small favor." Before Lazuli could react, he scooped her up in a princess carry and flew off into the distance. In the misty forest, Renno and Lazuli descended slowly. Lazuli exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this where we first met?" Renno nodded and spotted the spaceship from their first encounter, lost in a tide of memories. Sitting on the ground, he turned to Lazuli and asked, "Do you want to hear my story?" Lazuli raised an elegant eyebrow, genuinely curious. With a gentle smile, Renno began, "I am a Saiyan. When I was born, I was in a pod with Kakarot and Broly. Ironically, Kakarot had a power level of just 2 at birth, and he cried out in fear at the overwhelming strength of Broly and me. But Broly was born with a power level of 1000, which sparked jealousy in some. That night, he was stabbed twice and subsequently vanished without a trace." Lazuli was taken aback. "And your power level?" Renno replied, "My power level was 3000 at birth. However, the low-level measuring device couldn't detect my strength, so they thought I was worthless and exiled me to Earth. Thus began my solitary life in the misty forest for several years until you two arrived." Lazuli remained immersed in shock as Renno finished his tale. A power level of 3000 at birth. What that implied was self-evident. "Wait. Kakarot. Yes, what's wrong?" Renno looked at Lazuli puzzled. "Kakarot is Son Goku, and Son Gohan is his son," Lazuli explained helpfully. "What?" Renno sprang to his feet, his mind racing. It seemed that when he was sent away by his mother, there was a spaceship on the same trajectory as his own. He recalled confronting Cell, realizing now why he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Gohan. He must have missed Kakarot while he was unconscious back then. No wonder. How could he bring himself to harm a child of merely 10 years? After some contemplation, he let it go. After all, it wasn't a significant issue. He could just give him a few beatings later. He then hoisted the heavy spaceship and with Lazuli in tow headed for Bulma's house. To avoid detection, Renno selected secluded routes and flew high above the ground. Approximately half an hour later, Renno arrived at Bulma's home. With a thud, he set the spaceship down. Even though Bulma had mentally prepared herself, her eyes lit up as she approached the craft, touching it with wonder. Vegeta was equally astonished. Such a spaceship had not appeared since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. If it had been someone else, they would have likely attempted to seize it, but this was Renno's. No, it wasn't just because of Renno that they refrained from stealing. It was simply bad manners to take someone else's belongings. Vegeta comforted himself inwardly. Expecting a quick repair of the spaceship, Renno waited for a fortnight, unaware that Bulma had secretly printed the structure and materials of the craft. If Renno knew of Bulma's little scheme, he wouldn't have minded. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. When Bulma discovered that Renno did not know how to operate the spaceship, she handed him the instruction manual. This significantly heightened Renno's admiration for Bulma. Renno then gathered Lazuli and Rabies together and asked, "Can you both still handle Vegeta on your own?" Rabies shook his head and replied, "Vegeta's power increased significantly after entering that hyperbolic time chamber. The reason he could overpower Cell's second form is because Cell is the most perfect creation of Dr. Gero. Cell exerts a suppressive effect on all androids, but that doesn't mean Vegeta is stronger than us just because he can defeat Cell's second form." After his brother-in-law's explanation, Renno began to understand. So Cell had a special suppressive power over androids, while this ability was ineffective against non-androids like Vegeta. "Are you planning to train with me, or do you have something else in mind?" Renno inquired of Rabies. Rabies shrugged in resignation. "I guess I'll train with my brother-in-law for a while. I'm quite bored anyway." Renno then entered the spaceship, where the first level was a simple resting area. The second level was the gravity chamber, adjustable from 1 to 500 times Earth's gravity. The third level was an entertainment area primarily for resting after training. After spending some time familiarizing himself with the spaceship's functions, he piloted it away from Bulma's house, aware that Vegeta eyed him like a thief. As if I would steal Bulma away from you. Wow. The two androids were awestruck by the technology inside the spaceship, as if rural dogs had stumbled into a city. Renno chuckled. This spaceship was originally salvaged from the residence of the former residents of Planet Vegeta by his mother. Despite its complexity, it was surprisingly easy to understand. Renno later piloted the ship back to the Misty Forest, a place seldom visited by humans. After settling in, the three of them entered gravity training. Life was marked by strict discipline training from Monday to Friday, with weekends free for personal time. This was the schedule devised by Renno. Initially, the trio struggled to adapt, but after prolonged training, they began to feel more accustomed. 7 years later. Inside the gravity room, Renno was sparring with his wife and brother-in-law. Renno's face contorted with effort as he swung a powerful fist at his brother-in-law, who managed to block the blow with just his arms, showcasing remarkable physical strength. Rabies suddenly exchanged glances with Razali. In a swift maneuver, Razali executed a sliding kick followed by a combination of strikes: 2 punches to Renno's chest, a kick to his shoulder, and finally a whip-like kick aimed at his right arm. The fluidity of her technique was impressive. Wow, honey, you're really fierce, Renno exclaimed, nursing his slightly sore arm. Razali smiled with satisfaction. Oh dear, I'll make it up to you tonight. At her words, Renno perked up instantly. Indeed, after 7 years of training, the two androids had reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. In fact, Renno often found himself on the receiving end of their powerful attacks. There was simply no comparing their synergy. Even with his deep connection to them, he frequently found himself caught off guard. Rabies sighed, knowing all too well how difficult it was for a single guy to endure the constant bickering of this couple. Hey sister, brother-in-law, it's the weekend. Let's go have some fun, Rabies suggested, feeling a spark of excitement. After all, continuous training could be dreadfully monotonous, and a little relaxation was in order. Renno nodded in agreement. Soon after stepping out of the gravity room, a little girl leaped onto his shoulders. Renno, didn't I tell you that girls should be gentle? Renno glanced at his daughter, who was perched atop him. Giggle daddy, I want to surpass you, the 6-year-old Renno declared mischievously. This left Renno somewhat speechless. Renno was the daughter Razali had given birth to 6 years ago. Her potential was extraordinary. She had recently awakened her Super Saiyan form, her cheerful demeanor reminiscent of her mother. Dressed similarly to Razali, she had clearly inherited her mother's genes, making her strikingly beautiful even at such a young age. A true beauty in the making. Let's go, Nana. Mommy will take you to play, Razali said gently as she took her daughter from Renno. Soon the three of them, now changed from their training outfits, appeared in the bustling city of West City. Razali, in a black and white t-shirt with a vest and black stockings, looked adorable, filling Renno with happiness. Rabies donned a dark green suit paired with trendy jeans. Renno, dressed in an all-black casual outfit, exuded elegance and depth, drawing the attention of passing girls who couldn't help but admire him. As Rabies gazed at the vibrant city, he declared his intention to explore on his own. Then, darling, I'll take our daughter shopping for clothes. Oh, by the way, we're running low on funds. Think of a way. With that, he left Renno looking puzzled and frowning on the street. Should I pay Bulma a visit? Suddenly, Renno felt inspired. Soon he arrived at Bulma's house. Upon entering, he found a group gathered together. Krillin, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, and other Earth warriors were present. Especially Gohan, whose outfit left Renno stunned for a moment. A green coat, a red cape, and a helmet that even a dog would shake its head at. Goodness, what a get-up. This was the same Gohan who had first attained Super Saiyan 2 7 years ago. Now he seemed weaker than before, as if he had significantly diminished. Hey, Uncle Renno thinks my outfit is great too. That's awesome, I'll prepare one for you. Gohan beamed, delighted that Renno was admiring his attire, unlike others who merely scoffed. Renno, no, Gohan, you should keep it for yourself, Renno quickly replied. Yamcha, always familiar, slung an arm around Renno's shoulders and mockingly critiqued Gohan's outfit. His voice was low, just enough for everyone to hear. Instantly, Gohan felt the weight of everyone's gaze on him, prompting him to lean against the wall in silent brooding. This tugged at Piccolo's heartstrings, and he offered a few comforting words. Gohan's eyes brightened. Uncle Piccolo, do you want this outfit too? The shock on Piccolo's face was evident. He decided to ignore it. There was a reason Gohan was being isolated. Renno, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta asked, arms crossed, looking down his nose at Renno. He had already surpassed Super Saiyan 2 and with the passage of time had gradually forgotten the extent of Renno's power. The first prize is 10 million. Piccolo chimed in, noticing Renno's hesitation. He even shot a challenging glance at Vegeta, thinking if he couldn't defeat him, perhaps Renno could handle it. Piccolo's provocation nearly sent Vegeta into a rage. The enmity between Piccolo and Vegeta was well known. Everyone was aware of Vegeta's massacre of the Namekians and how Goku had died because of Vegeta's actions. Now that there was an opportunity for revenge, how could it be squandered? Renno's interest peaked. Before long, Razali and Rabies received Renno's message and hurried over. Initially, Razali thought it was some frivolous competition, but when she heard about the generous rewards for the top 5, she insisted on participating alongside Rabies. This thrilled Vegeta immensely. After all, he believed these androids were still the same as they had been 7 years ago. In Vegeta's proud mind, his own limits had been shattered, and he was certain that no mere androids could defeat him. "Mommy, I want to join the martial arts tournament too." Renno piped up, peeking out from Razali's embrace with a cheerful smile. "Oh, 18 is this? Your child?" Krillin, who had been excited by Razali's arrival, now looked utterly stunned. What's wrong, Krillin?" Razali asked, puzzled. "Nothing," he replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. Renno raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events. Razali, noticing Krillin's expression, also looked incredulous. Now the clever woman understood. She had once kicked Vegeta and the others when she first appeared. She had even given Krillin a kiss for being the last one standing. To her surprise, the bald man still remembered. As Renno's expression grew increasingly dark, Razali quickly interjected, "Darling Krillin, only help me fend off Cell's attack. He owes me a favor." Razali clung to Renno's arm, playfully coaxing him. Hearing her explanation, Renno breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, it was manageable. He wasn't unreasonable after all. He couldn't restrict his wife's social life. As long as no scandalous rumors surfaced, everything would be fine. Seeing Renno regain his composure, the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Just moments ago, an oppressive aura had emanated from Renno. This made Vegeta, who was confident he could exchange blows with Renno, suddenly realize the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat breaking out on him. Here Vegeta was the strongest, and only he knew the true horror of Renno. Then he cast a determined glance at the two androids beside Renno, resolved that if he couldn't defeat him, he could at least target his underlings. The group chose their warriors for the competition and boarded Bulma's plane to the island where the event would take place. Among them were Renno, Lazuli, Rabies, Vegeta's son, Wukong, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, and Krillin. Due to limited space on the aircraft, Renno and his companions had to find alternative means to access the island. Upon disembarking, even Vegeta couldn't help but marvel, so many people. "I hope there are some worthy opponents here." As they expressed their amazement at the bustling crowd, a hearty laugh echoed from behind them. It's been a while, everyone." Son Wukong was suddenly teleported next to them by the fortune teller. He was informed that he could only remain active for 24 hours before he had to leave again. Upon seeing her husband again, Shishi immediately threw herself into Son Wukong's arms, sobbing softly. After some idle chatter with his friends, Wukong noticed Son Goten hiding behind Shishi. Is this my son?" Shishi shyly nodded, and after a moment of surprise, Wukong squatted down. Soon Son Goten was affectionately perched on the arm of the father he had never met before, their resemblance strikingly evident. He looked just like the young Wukong. After greeting his companions, Wukong scratched his head. "Chi-Chi, where's Gohan?" "Over there," Vegeta pointed to Gohan, who was chatting with a little girl in the distance. Wukong stared in disbelief, then broke into a silly grin. His son was growing up so well. He had even learned to find a girlfriend on his own. Before long, they reached the registration area. After signing up, they found an open space to exchange pleasantries. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. "Kakarot, do you still remember me?" Upon hearing his name, Son Wukong instinctively turned around to see Renno beaming at him. The moment he laid eyes on Renno, Wukong involuntarily shuddered, as though struck by electricity. Back when he fought Cell, he had been too far away to see clearly, but now that he could, he felt his entire body tense up. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Gritting his teeth, Wukong looked at Renno, who stood with her arms crossed, and exclaimed, "Hey! Who are you, and why do I feel like I've seen you before?" Of course we were born on the same day. Don't you remember? We had Broly with us too." Renno smiled. "You know about my past?" Son Wukong exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Of course. Back then you had a power level of only 2 and you were scared to tears by me and Broly," Renno replied playfully. As expected, Son Wukong fell silent. Achieving her goal, Renno smiled and swiftly left with her daughter. With the competition about to commence, they hurried to the venue. Hundreds of participants had gathered, all of whom had passed the power test. The 16 strongest would compete in the official matches. Former martial arts tournament champion Mr. Satan confidently raised his golden belt and delivered a punch that scored 159 points. Videl scored 211, while Lazuli effortlessly achieved 244. Vegeta, however, obliterated the machine in a display of raw power. Seeing everyone surpass him, including his own daughter, sent Mr. Satan into a cold sweat. Coincidentally, he always appeared near the scene whenever a world crisis was resolved, leading everyone to mistakenly believe he was the savior, causing his popularity to skyrocket and his pockets to swell. Before long, the children's competition began. Although it was for children, there were still significant rewards: 600 for the champion and 200 for the runner-up. Clearly, there were hardly any contenders in the children's category, and Trunks and Son Goten effortlessly advanced to the semifinals. This drew the audience's frustration as the matches lacked excitement. The host awkwardly called out, "Please welcome Trunks to battle Son Goten." This announcement slightly appeased the crowd, as the two dark horses were expected to deliver an electrifying performance. Without exchanging many words, they charged at each other, and ultimately Trunks edged out a victory, much to Vegeta's delight, who looked at Son Wukong with his nose in the air. "Ah-da-da-da." Both boys soared into the air, exchanging blows that left the audience in awe. "You mean to tell me these are just kids?" After a dramatic exchange, they began close combat, and Trunks emerged victorious. After a short break, the host, understanding the atmosphere, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Renno to the stage to battle Trunks." The semifinals were thrilling. I wonder how exhilarating the finals will be. Let's hear a round of applause. The cheers reached a crescendo. Quickly, Renno and Trunks faced off. Due to Renna's mask and her youth, it was difficult to discern her gender at first glance. Trunks launched an attack at lightning speed, believing that only his father's friends were the strongest on Earth. Everyone else was not worth his time. However, the next moment, Renno deftly dodged the punch, which appeared like a bolt of lightning to ordinary eyes. The inertia almost sent Trunks off the stage, making him realize he had underestimated her. Infuriated, he swung at Renno, but she easily sidestepped, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to remove her mask. Curiosity piqued. He wanted to see if the face beneath the mask was that of Uncle Krillin. The next instant, however, Trunks felt his mind go blank. Under the mask was a face of stunning beauty. Despite her young age, it was clear she was a beauty in the making. Instantly, Trunks' face flushed crimson, forgetting he was on stage. As Renna's mask was removed, she paused for a moment, then retaliated with a swift kick, sending Trunks flying off the stage. Even Son Goten was momentarily stunned. Soon the children's competition concluded, and Renno emerged with a stack of cash. Renno couldn't help but feel proud of her daughter. Son Goten, despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, was still considered a delinquent by Chi-Chi, leaving only Trunks under pressure. Before long, Son Wukong and the others found Renno. "Hey, number 18, you're here too," he exclaimed in surprise. Lazuli rolled her eyes. "Idiot. You just noticed." Trunks, blushing, glanced at Renno perched on Renno's shoulder. This caught Son Wukong's attention as well. "Renno, who is this?" Lazuli shot Wukong a glare. "Idiot. This is my daughter." Son Wukong was shocked again, his expression contorted. "Oh, robots can have babies too." Unable to contain her frustration, Lazuli scolded him again. "Idiot," before taking Renno and leaving Son Wukong standing awkwardly in place. Renno was also rendered speechless by Son Wukong's naivety. "What do you need me for?" Son Wukong scratched his head, embarrassed. "Renno, I want to know about my past." "Idiot. I was a baby at that time. I was sent to Earth shortly after." Renno mimicked Lazuli's tone to scold him, realizing that scolding could indeed lighten one's mood. "Ah, this." Son Wukong had not expected such a response from Renno. "Logically, you should have sensed my intent. Why are you still seeking me out?" Renno asked, puzzled. Son Wukong chuckled. "I can sense it. You were just a bit upset, but there was no malice." Renno raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to believe that such a naive Wukong would evoke her sympathy. With a smile, Son Wukong said to Renno, "Though I don't know why you might hate me, I wish to resolve this misunderstanding. I can feel your strength, and I hope we can become good friends." At the mention of friendship, Renno paused. It dawned on her that she might not have any friends. In a serendipitous moment, she shook hands with Son Wukong. Soon Renno arrived at the adult audience section, and as expected saw his wife waiting for him. He lay down on Lazuli's lap and said, "My dear, that little brat Son Wukong is nothing but a martial arts fanatic. Don't mind his careless words. TCH. Who would bother to argue with someone who has a child's mindset?" Lazuli replied disdainfully. "Ahaha, Renno, we meet again." Son Wukong and his companions approached, feigning surprise. This time not only were Renno and his group stunned, but even Vegeta felt embarrassed for Son Wukong and retreated to a corner. Son Wukong. Renno, uninterested in engaging with Son Wukong, waved him off. Misinterpreting this as an invitation to come closer, Son Wukong moved even nearer. Renno, though. Lazuli was thoroughly infuriated and punched Sun Wukong on the head. Instantly, Sun Wukong winced in pain. Realizing his folly, Sun Wukong decided not to disturb the couple any further. Krillin looked at Renner, who was resting on Android 18's lap, with a worried expression. Just then the host announced Piccolo versus Panda. As Piccolo approached the arena, he was stopped by a staff member. "Sir, you look a bit green. Would you like me to call a medical team?" The staff member asked with concern. This made Piccolo's green face flush slightly. "I'm green by nature." "Ugh, I am green." After a brief exchange with the staff member, Piccolo entered the arena with a grim expression. His opponent was a rotund figure resembling a large black egg. Upon seeing Piccolo arrive, Panda transformed into a rolling ball and charged at him with incredible speed. Piccolo halted him with a swift kick, and taking advantage of Panda's dazed state, he grabbed Panda by the collar and tossed him off the stage. Silence. Everyone was stunned. A 300-pound man was just thrown off the stage. Seeing the first match end so quickly, the host calmly picked up the microphone and announced, "Next up, Sun Wukong versus Renner." Having previously hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had witnessed all kinds of spectacles. Even the childhood battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo had been more exhilarating than this. Hearing he would face Renner filled Sun Wukong with joy, igniting the Saiyan blood within him. Soon the two arrived at the arena. At the host's command, Renner instantly appeared before Sun Wukong, landing a punch that forced the bile out of Sun Wukong's mouth. Then a tail suddenly emerged from Renner's pant leg, wrapping around Sun Wukong's neck in an instant. What? This was the last thing the Earth Defenders expected, while they sensed Renner's strength. Feeling Renner's overwhelming power, Sun Wukong erupted in anger and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even then, he could not free himself from Renner's tail. It wasn't until Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 that he finally broke free from Renner's grip. Vegeta let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he wasn't facing Renner. Let Kakarot take the beating. Although Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he remained completely overpowered by Renner. This left Goten in a state of panic, as he had just wagered with Trunks. He bet that his father would win, while Trunks bet on Renner's victory. The loser had to grant the winner a wish. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, battered and questioning his life choices, couldn't comprehend being so thoroughly dominated by Renner. No matter how hard he tried to amplify his energy, it was futile. Ultimately, under the immense pressure of Renner's strength, Sun Wukong regrettably fell in defeat. Goten's expression darkened instantly. Even the onlookers were astonished in their eyes. Sun Wukong was always able to turn the tide, yet here, he was utterly powerless. He was being humiliated beyond belief. After the match, Renner grinned and said, "Dear, I took care of Sun Wukong for you." Lazuli's expression became slightly awkward. "Did you hold back during our training sessions?" Renner narrowed his eyes, quickly formulating a response. "Oh, how could that be? It's only because my dear wife is extraordinarily strong. How could someone like Sun Wukong compete?" His flattery made Lazuli blush, and she gently pecked Renner on the cheek. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong limped back to Renner's side, clutching his waist with a betrayed look in his eyes. "Renner, did you not see my wife here?" Soon the third match began. It was Labbies against Vegeta. Soon Vegeta stood on the stage and proclaimed his victory declaration. "Androids, I am no longer the same person I was 7 years ago. The humiliation you inflicted upon me back then will be repaid in double." Rabbies merely observed Vegeta silently. His contemptuous smile drove Vegeta into a rage. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Rabbies, launching a flurry of attacks, all of which Rabbies effortlessly evaded with leisurely steps. It was reminiscent of the time 7 years ago when Lazuli had mockingly overpowered Vegeta. Only this time, it was Rabbies who was stronger than Lazuli. Seeing that his strikes failed to even graze Android 17 of Vegeta, let out a furious roar. "Ah!" The next moment, a figure radiating golden lightning appeared in Rubbis' line of sight. As Vegeta began to find his rhythm, a knowing smile crept onto Rubbis' lips. Vegeta, fueled by rage, charged at Rabbies, once more throwing a punch. This time Rabbies seemed less composed than before, yet it was clear he was not struggling. The two engaged in a fierce clash of martial arts, igniting the excitement of the audience. Only Videl understood the significance of Vegeta's golden hair. It was the form that had once defeated Cell, though the identity of the mysterious opponent remained unknown. Certainly, it was not her father, Mr. Satan. Lazuli leaned against Renno's shoulder and remarked, "This form of Vegeta is indeed much stronger than 7 years ago. If it weren't for you, my brother and I together wouldn't stand a chance against him. When Vegeta tried to challenge me back then, and I broke his arm, I never expected him to rebound so quickly." Even Lazuli couldn't help but regard Vegeta with newfound respect. "Oh, you broke his arm?" Renno asked, surprised. "Yes," Lazuli murmured softly. Renno narrowed his eyes, pulling Lazuli closer to him and they continued to watch the match. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still engaged in a back and forth with Robbie's, but to any discerning eye it was obvious that Robbie's, brimming with boundless energy, was merely toying with him. After such a lengthy battle, Vegeta was clearly exhausted, and Robbie's calm demeanor signaled to him that defeat was imminent. Yet his pride would not allow him to accept the fate of being crushed by the androids once again. In a fit of rage, Vegeta lunged forward, throwing another punch at Robbie's. Watching Vegeta's faltering form, Robbie's easily sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's arm. "Ah!" The cry echoed as Prince Vegeta's arm was broken once more. In an instant, Vegeta became a tragic figure kneeling on the ground in a fit of impotent fury. Ultimately, Robbie's emerged victorious. Feeling utterly humiliated, Vegeta executed a technique and flew off into the distance. This prompted Trunks and Bulma to swiftly turn and pursue him. In the next moment, a somewhat recovered Goku blocked their path and said, "Let me go. He'll bring Vegeta back." With that, he took to the skies, heading in Vegeta's direction. The others remained where they were. After all, there was still a tournament to conduct, and it wasn't as if this was an unusual occurrence for Vegeta. Quickly, the next match commenced. Videl faced off against a burly man. Accustomed to high-stakes situations, Videl dominated the match, knocking the man down repeatedly. Remarkably, each time he was struck down, he seemed to rise, as if unscathed. Even Renno, who was playfully teasing Lazuli, noticed something was amiss and applied a bit more pressure, eliciting a soft gasp from her. This caught the attention of those nearby, drawing some curious glances toward the beautiful girl sitting close by. Seizing the moment, some unruly spectators began to make comments, prompting Renno to glance back and zero in on one particularly obnoxious old man. In an instant, the man's demeanor faltered, and he slumped over his seat, gasping for breath. Renno scoffed. How could he tolerate someone harassing his wife? Those familiar with the situation would recognize that this was the effect of manipulating the flow of time. Moments earlier, Renno had slowed down the time around the old man, delivering a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. If he wished, a mere flick of his finger could erase the entire martial arts tournament. He realized now why he had been able to contact his mother years ago. It was because the power of time had pierced through the fabric of space, surpassing limitations and achieving certain effects. This was the culmination of Renno's 7 years of hard work, merely scratching the surface of the power of time. However, he had no ambitions of conquering the universe. All he desired was a peaceful life with Lazuli. At that moment, the match grew increasingly bizarre, and Gohan and the others began to notice something was off. It was as if the burly man felt no pain, while Videl was beginning to breathe heavily. The audience watched in disbelief, turning to the referee for answers. Yet the referee remained equally bewildered. Suddenly, the burly man unleashed a powerful strike, landing a slap squarely on Videl's face, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. Seeing the young woman still wanting to fight, the man sat on Videl his weight, causing her pupils to dilate in shock, followed by a barrage of punches raining down upon her, devoid of any thought for her well-being. "That hurts so much, ugh," Videl whimpered in agony. "Yamaro." Unable to bear it any longer, Gohan shouted for the match to be stopped. Just as the burly man was poised to continue, another who appeared to be his companion intervened, calling for a halt. Reluctantly, the man withdrew his hands, having enjoyed the spoils of the moment. When the match concluded, Gohan rushed onto the stage and lifted the battered Videl into his arms. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "You bastards! I will never forgive you. Absolutely never." Seeing Gohan's concern for her, Videl smiled appreciatively. Krillin shouted, "Gohan, take your girlfriend to the medical room." Only then did Gohan stumble as he carried Videl toward the infirmary. Then came the showdown between the three-eyed alien Tianjin Fan and a short figure with white hair and a chicken comb on his head. He certainly did not resemble a human from Earth. As Tianjin Fan prepared to launch his attack, he found himself drenched in sweat. At the moment he met the gaze of the Kaioshin, his body immobilized as if weighed down by lead. After stealing a glance at his opponent's smirking expression, he resolutely chose not to hesitate any longer. With gritted teeth, he conceded defeat. When Tianjin Fan returned to the stands, Krillin and the others looked at him in confusion. "Tianjin Fan, what's the matter? This isn't like you at all." Tianjin Fan forced a bitter smile and shook his head, remaining silent. Seeing this, Krillin felt it would be inappropriate to ask further questions. The next match was much simpler, with Krillin facing off against a burly opponent. With strength far exceeding that of Dilly, Krillin easily knocked his adversary down. He left the arena with his hands casually tucked in his pockets. However, upon receiving news of his daughter's injury, Satan rushed to the medical room. Seeing son Gohan beside Dilly, he immediately assumed Gohan had caused her harm. Thanks to the introduction from the medical staff, Satan was not embarrassed at all and boldly offered to give Gohan a free autograph. This left the thick-skinned Son Gohan feeling quite awkward, while Dilly cast a speechless glance at her father. But the injury was too severe for her to speak. She could only glare at her father with her eyes. Ultimately, it was Krillin who arrived with a few precious senzu beans to feed Dilly. Seeing Dilly, who had been gravely injured, instantly rejuvenated, Satan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Before long, everyone returned to the stands. At this point, Razlie was battling a masked man. Trunks and Goten, dressed in their long coats, were incredibly excited, as they had never witnessed the strength of the androids when they were not yet born or had not learned to speak. Out of boredom, they had decided to knock out the original competitor and take their place. At first, Razlie did not mind, but upon noticing her opponent's well-proportioned, unruly physique, she quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Adhering to the principle of seeing but not speaking, she fought back fiercely against the two small boys, eventually taking the battle into the air. In a moment of desperation, Trunks and Goten transformed into Super Saiyans to confront Razlie once more, yet they still failed to gain any advantage. In the end, they were defeated. Next came the semifinals, featuring a knockout format of 8-4, but as the champion of all generations, Satan was granted direct entry into the finals. After a brief rest, the first match was officially announced. The first duel saw Piccolo facing off against Rabisu. This terrified Piccolo, his face turning pale as memories of Rabisu ruthlessly overpowering Vegeta flooded his mind, leading him to surrender immediately. After all, their group had narrowly escaped annihilation before. Even a moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards Rabisu. Ultimately, this earned him a thumbs up from Rabisu. The next match was Renno against the burly opponent. As Renno was about to step into the ring, the Kaioshin and Jebet blocked his path. The Kaioshin promptly revealed his identity, provoking a round of mocking laughter from Renno. "If you are a god, how can you be so weak?" he jeered. Infuriated, Jebet slammed the table, clutching his chest in distress. Yet the so-called Kaioshin claimed that a powerful opponent would soon be revived, and as long as they could absorb his energy, they would find their lair. This piqued Renno's interest. After discussing their plan, the Kaioshin and Renno prepared for battle. However, the next scene almost made Renno lash out at the Kaioshin. Meanwhile, Son Gohan in the stands looked displeased, as he had promised to avenge Dilly. Now, however, that man had beaten him to it. Feeling powerless, he resigned himself to the situation. On the arena, when Renno saw his opponent charging at him, he barely had time to think before he felt himself completely immobilized. Turning to the direction of the Kaioshin, he saw the Kaioshin casting a binding spell on him with all his might. This left Renno dumbfounded. "You call this a teammate?" Before he could react, the burly man quickly executed a chokehold on Renno, rendering him utterly helpless. His teammate suddenly appeared, inserting a device into Renno's side. Everything unfolded too rapidly, like a tornado. Rabisu and Razlie hadn't even processed the situation before it was too late. The two figures began to drain Renno's energy vigorously, and within moments the device indicated it was full. They paused for a moment, then, without a second thought, soared off into the distance. The Kaioshin, seeing Renno unharmed, presumed he had sufficient energy and did not require treatment, just as he was about to pursue the two figures. Before he could react, a powerful wave of murderous intent washed over him. Renno's energy surged dramatically, and moments later he ascended to Super Saiyan 3. His thick golden hair grew denser and longer, cascading down to his waist. The so-called long hair reached the waist. His entire being radiated with energy, crackling with electricity, illuminating the arena as his fury became palpable. After a surge of golden energy, the Super Saiyan 3 form of Renno made its appearance. Initially, the Kaioshin believed that Renno was merely a powerful earthling, but witnessing Renno in his Super Saiyan 3 state left him utterly astonished, a sense of shock he could not shake off. What followed was an overwhelming sense of dread. Renno, with a sinister grin, thrust his palm towards the Kaioshin. In an instant, it felt as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Jebet stood dumbfounded, gazing in the direction of Renno. When did humanity acquire the power of space? As a guardian of the Kaioshin, Jebet was well aware of the powers of space and time. However, knowing and experiencing were two very different matters. This was evident in the frozen expression of the Kaioshin. Without a moment's hesitation, Jebet teleported directly in front of the Kaioshin, placing a hand on his shoulder before vanishing from sight. Almost instantaneously, Renno's hand landed where the Kaioshin had just stood. Seeing the Kaioshin disappear ignited Renno's fury. Without a target for his wrath, his temper flared. With a roar, he charged towards the two monstrous beings. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the tournament of the world's strongest. My goodness, is that a golden-haired warrior like Gohan? Why does he look so ferocious? Damn it. The cameras are all malfunctioning, we can't record anything. The situation was spiraling out of control, and the staff were overwhelmed with panic. Some quick-witted individuals seized the opportunity to escape, realizing that something monumental was about to unfold. For many Earthlings, the presence of Saiyans was no longer shocking, especially after witnessing the earlier brutalization of Dilly by the muscular man and Gohan's subsequent transformation out of rage. Thus, upon seeing a Super Saiyan once more, the audience did not display much in the way of fear or anxiety. Just as the crowd began to settle, the Kaioshin and Jebbit returned to the scene. The Kaioshin extended his hand, casting a faint green energy that enveloped the entire arena. In the next moment, everyone clutched their heads in confusion, only to find themselves seated once more. Indeed, the Kaioshin and Jebbit had erased the memories of the audience, leaving only a fragment pertaining to Renno's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Consequently, the memories of the spectators remained locked on the image of Vegeta's arm being broken by Lapis. After carefully surveying the crowd for any lingering humans, the Kaioshin took a deep breath, feeling despondent. What was happening to him? He had inexplicably made an enemy of Renno, a mere mortal, while he himself was a god. He had nearly been slain by a human. However, he quickly let it go, realizing it was his own breach of agreement. He had initially promised Renno they would work together to capture the muscular man under Babbidi's control. Yet he had betrayed Renno. Anyone would be taken aback in such a situation. Just as the Kaioshin was lamenting how to resolve his conflict with Renno, a spark of inspiration struck. Lord Kaioshin, I have detected Renno's energy signature, and it seems there's also the energy of the demon realm, King Dubra. Forget about that for now. The situation is still manageable. We must find that damned insect before Majin Buu awakens. Jebbit nodded, solemnly teleporting with the Kaioshin towards Renno's location. On another front, outside Babbidi's spaceship, Renno stealthily followed the two controlled monstrosities to Babbidi's stronghold. At that moment, Renno was engaged in battle with Dubra, the Demon Realm King. Renno struck first, landing a punch squarely on Dubra's jaw, causing the latter's head to ring with a powerful shockwave. For a brief moment, Dubra's consciousness flickered. Renno, not giving any opportunity, unleashed a ki blast that incapacitated Dubra. This scene struck terror into the hidden Babbidi, for Dubra was their strongest fighter, easily defeated by that golden-haired youth. If only Goku knew how enduring Renno's Super Saiyan 3 form was, he would be astounded. No time to waste. Babbidi hastened to channel energy to unseal Majin Buu. Master, what about us? Babbidi turned to the two underlings who had been tasked with gathering energy for Buu, his face darkening. If it weren't for these two fools, he wouldn't be cornered and beaten at home. Suddenly coming to a realization, Babbidi coldly commanded, "You two step back." The brothers didn't hesitate and turned to leave. But in the next moment, they screamed in agony, clutching their heads as their eyes bulged, revealing their torment. Meanwhile, on another island, a fierce battle raged on. Vegeta, calm down. Goku dodged Vegeta's attacks, wary of inadvertently injuring the one-armed prince. At that moment, he struggled to fend off Vegeta's relentless onslaught. "You bastard Kakarot. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Yet I have been surpassed by you, a lowly warrior. I am the proud Saiyan prince, yet I have been saved by you. This is an utter humiliation. Ever since I came to Earth, I find myself caring for others. But I want to return to being the cold, ruthless Saiyan prince I once was." Vegeta almost roared these words, laying bare his heart in an instant, even causing Goku to fall silent. However, the dark energy radiating from Vegeta was immediately sensed by Babbidi, who used a special crystal ball to cast a spell upon the image of Vegeta. In an instant, the Vegeta who had just been conversing with Goku collapsed in agony, his low growls leaving Goku bewildered. As Goku helped Vegeta up, Vegeta flashed a sinister smile and unleashed a punch at the unsuspecting Goku. With one blow, Goku was sent reeling, vomiting bile. Vegeta laughed, realizing that this controlling energy had made him significantly stronger. Babbidi, observing through the magical orb, sighed in relief. The immense power granted him total confidence. With a wave of his hand, he teleported Goku and Vegeta back to the tournament of the world's strongest. The sudden appearance of the two startled everyone, particularly as Lazuli and others had already left due to the earlier malfunction, postponing the finals for several days. This left only ordinary people on Earth, as the warriors had all departed. Once they landed, Babbidi's voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. "Vegeta, I need you to kill everyone here to gather energy." Babbidi then intensified his control, but Vegeta's pride would not allow him to be dominated. Despite the manipulation, a singular thought remained in his mind: to defeat Goku. Drawing upon the dignity of a Saiyan prince, he broke free from Babbidi's control. Babbidi was left speechless, utterly shocked. This fool had actually defied him through sheer pride. Even the Demon Realm King had become his puppet. Was this the true nature of the Saiyan race? Cold sweat trickled down Babbidi's forehead. Vegeta, marked by the letter M, on his forehead evidently felt his power surge upon breaking free from Babbidi's control. Had he not sensed the significant enhancement of his strength, while being dominated, he would never have allowed himself to be controlled. The explosive surge of power coursing through his body made him squint in pleasure. Vegeta, you actually chose to be controlled by Babidi. Lost in the sensation of his inner power flowing, Vegeta was abruptly interrupted by Kakarot's voice, and dissatisfaction flickered across his face. He then chuckled. Kakarot, you can only be revived for 24 hours. I can't afford to worry about that now. I simply want to engage in a fair battle with you. I won't let this opportunity slip away. With that, Vegeta licked the corner of his mouth and gave Goku a challenging glance. So, I will stop at nothing. Vegeta declared, his demeanor bordering on madness. Watching the frenzied Vegeta, Goku gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Goku exclaimed, unable to tolerate the fallen state of Vegeta any longer. Why aren't you making your move, Kakarot? With a cruel smile, Vegeta showed no mercy, clearly indifferent to anything else. Aiming his palm at the audience, he unleashed an energy sphere which hurtled toward them amid Goku's shocked expression. Instantly, cries of anguish and pleas for help filled the air. The righteous Goku could bear it no longer. Before he could react, Vegeta launched another energy sphere at him. Watching Goku struggle to fend off his energy attack, Vegeta hesitated not a moment and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, while Goku, equally unable to restrain himself, also transformed and effortlessly shattered the energy sphere. He shouted toward the sky, Babidi, transport us to an uninhabited area. I've decided to duel with Vegeta. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, who had been following from a distance since the impending clash, and hurriedly teleported in front of the two to intervene. You can't duel. It will accelerate the resurrection of Majin Buu. If you must fight, then kill me, the Supreme Kai. Positioning himself between them, the Supreme Kai attempted to leverage his status to appeal to both fighters. However, Goku, enraged by the indiscriminate slaughter instigated by Vegeta, showed no respect even for the Supreme Kai. Immediately, he raised his hand, gathering energy. As Goku prepared to take decisive action, the Supreme Kai awkwardly chuckled and slowly stepped aside. Inside the spaceship, Babidi gleefully anticipated the battle, eager for them to fight, which would expedite Majin Buu's awakening. With a wave of his staff, Vegeta and Goku were instantaneously transported to a desolate desert. As soon as they landed, Vegeta launched the first attack with a wave of energy, swiftly moving behind Goku during his defense to deliver a powerful strike. Yet Goku had already seen through Vegeta's cunning plan and easily caught his wrist. Adadadada. Vegeta erupted in a frenzy, relentlessly pummeling Goku with swift punches. The speed of his strikes created numerous afterimages. Faced with the newly empowered Vegeta, Goku could only barely raise his arms to defend himself. Aha! Do you see this, Kakarot? This is the new me. Vegeta laughed maniacally. With another sidekick, he sent Goku flying. Unable to contain his excitement, Vegeta unleashed another surge of energy that violently erupted from within him. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Even at full power as a Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta was now overwhelmingly strong. Seeing the astonished look on Goku's face, Vegeta tilted his head back and laughed, his confidence morphing into arrogance. With a leisurely gesture, he raised his hand. Final flash. Vegeta shouted, quickly releasing a powerful wave. Goku responded in kind with a Kamehameha. As their respective techniques collided, the ground around them began to crack and debris flew in all directions. Ultimately, the prolonged clash reached a breaking point, and both energy waves exploded in a tremendous blast. Smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. After a moment, Vegeta kicked through the smoke, only to spot Goku clutching his chest and coughing violently. Nanny! Goku had never imagined Vegeta would seek him out in such a manner. Vegeta instantly unleashed a chain of energy that ensnared Goku, forcefully flinging him into the mountainside. Then he floated before Goku and delivered 2 heavy slaps across his face. Goku was left dazed and confused. Kakarot, this time I have won. Seizing the moment while Goku was still bewildered, Vegeta directed an energy wave at him. Vegeta intends to kill me. Goku felt Vegeta's murderous intent surge. Realizing he needed to take this seriously or face death, Goku understood that if he were to fall now, it would be the end of him. With a fierce grip, he clenched his arms tightly. The immense energy he unleashed instantly broke Vegeta's control. Anticipating this possibility, Vegeta resumed his battle with Goku. Meanwhile, on Babbidi's spaceship, the sorcerer watched with a grim expression as the Supreme Kai approached with Gohan in pursuit. Not long after separating from Vegeta, the Supreme Kai and Kibito encountered Gohan, who had come to thwart Babbidi. Babbidi watched as Gohan easily subdued Dabura, whom he had retrieved from the clutches of the Kai using magic. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Babidi realized that Dabura, already gravely injured, had only been stabilized to the point of mobility. Now the Supreme Kai had found them. Why was it again? Because Babidi had been relentlessly pursued, teleporting the ship multiple times, and now, just as they caught their breath, the Supreme Kai had tracked them down. Babidi's ordinary subordinates stood no chance against Gohan, who a mere show of energy pressure was enough to instill fear and render them incapable of fighting. As the Supreme Kai prepared to deal with Babidi personally, the massive egg sealing Majin Buu suddenly shook violently, causing him to collapse in terror. The fear he had experienced millions of years ago when Majin Buu had terrorized him flooded back to the Supreme Kai's mind. Only one thought echoed within him: it's over. At that time, 3 Supreme Kais had been slain by Majin Buu, and he had barely escaped with his life, saved by the Grand Supreme Kai, who ultimately met the same fate. That overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness engulfed the Supreme Kai once more. Even Gohan was momentarily paralyzed by the immense energy emanating from the egg, and soon enough the shell sealing Majin Buu completely shattered. Amidst Babidi's exhilaration and the Supreme Kai's fear, the egg revealed nothing inside. Both Babidi and the Supreme Kai stood dumbfounded while Gohan's face twisted in realization. Had he just been a pawn in someone else's game? No. In an instant, Gohan sensed something was amiss. The earlier energy couldn't have been fabricated. But what was happening now? He looked up, astonished, speechless at the sight before him. A pink mist filled the air without anyone noticing, and the next moment, everyone looked up in terror at the thickening pink vapor in the sky. In an instant, the mist coalesced into a plump figure. It appeared both adorable and somewhat foolish, exuding an aura of harmlessness that startled the crowd. Babidi approached the Majin Buu and declared his identity, hoping to persuade Buu to once again submit to him as the descendant of Babidi. However, the recently freed Majin Buu completely ignored Babidi, instead making a face that startled Babidi greatly. "Huh, you little worm, you're so scared," Buu laughed, pointing at Babidi mockingly. Babidi's face turned green with rage. He pointed angrily at Buu, unable to curse him out for fear of provoking Buu, and resorted to cursing his father in his heart multiple times. Could this pink, chubby creature really be what his father had created? Surely it was a defective product. This was undoubtedly a being capable of destroying the universe. King Kai, sweating profusely, shouted, "Gohan, run!" Gohan glanced at Dabra, who wore a contemptuous expression, infuriating Dabra further. If he weren't injured, he wouldn't allow such insolence. Ignoring the fire of rage in Dabra's eyes, Gohan compared this being touted by King Kai as the strongest warrior in the universe with Dabra, and after some contemplation, he concluded that this creature looked weaker than Dabra. He then waved his hand dismissively. With a teasing look at King Kai, he said slowly, "Oh dear King Kai, I feel that if I unleash my full power, I could defeat this pink chubby one." His voice was not loud, but it was just audible enough for everyone present to catch Gohan's mockery. King Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gohan. Upon hearing Gohan's taunt, Buu abruptly stopped his self-indulgent antics. Smoke billowed out of the holes in his head, signaling his anger. Seeing Buu's reaction, the severely injured Dabra sneered, "Umph. Majin Buu is nothing but a foolish idiot." Every mocking word reached Buu's ears. "Ah, I will kill you all." Buu roared, and with every hole in his body expelling massive amounts of gas, he lunged at Dabra like a cannonball. The expression on Gohan's face shifted from light amusement to sheer terror in an instant. Thud. In a flash, the once cursing Dabra was pierced right through by Buu's attack. He hadn't even seen Buu move, only a pink blob whizzing past him. Then his body was penetrated. Ugh! Dabra gaped at the gaping hole in his chest, and before he could even touch it, his entire being exploded. Buu's overwhelming energy surged outward, and Babidi, witnessing Buu's might, rushed to stand in front of him. "Hey, Majin Buu, you need to submit to me, or I will seal you again," Babidi threatened Buu. Furious at Babidi's threat, Buu's rage intensified. A wave of energy erupted from above, transforming the terrified Babidi into a black candy, which Buu looked at with disdain before crushing it underfoot. Then he leapt into a jubilant dance. Gohan was utterly stunned and grabbed King Kai's arm, flying toward the sky. He glanced back, anxious that Buu might pursue them. They say the most arrogant words can lead to the most severe punishment. Buu watched with a sinister grin as Gohan fled. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, still battling, felt the ominous presence of Majin Buu and turned their attention to the distance. Just a moment ago, Dabra's energy had vanished, evidently not something Gohan could achieve. It had to be that Majin Buu who had killed Dabra in an instant. With grave expressions, the two decided to defeat Buu together. However, in a moment of distraction, while Goku reached for a Senzu bean, Vegeta struck fiercely at Goku's neck. Ugh! Goku collapsed to the ground unconscious. Vegeta looked at his fallen comrade and muttered to himself, "Kakarot." This mess is of my making, so I will personally defeat Majin Buu. As for our grievances, I'll settle them when I return. He paused, provided I come back alive. He then picked up the senzu beans from the ground. As Gohan flew through the air, he kept glancing around, revealing the psychological trauma Majin Buu had inflicted upon him. In the next moment, Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination. He spotted his arriving allies Krillin and Piccolo among others. Just as he was closing in on his friends, Gohan abruptly collided with a mass of flesh. The rushing King Kai, caught off guard, crashed into Gohan's back. Gohan let out a pained cry. Before he could react, Majin Buu struck Gohan with a heavy blow, driving him deep into the ground and creating a deep crater. This spectacle terrified Piccolo and the others who had just been trying to get Gohan's attention. What had just dispatched him so quickly? Could it be the terrifying Majin Buu from earlier? Before King Kai could warn them, he was struck by Buu's foot and felt as if half his life was gone. He fell with a scream into the forest below. As soon as he hit the ground, Buu prepared to find King Kai and consume him. Suddenly, a powerful energy swept over the entire area, astonishing everyone. Piccolo and Krillin, who had been ready to assist, sensed Vegeta's energy and breathed a sigh of relief, but worry soon followed. Could Vegeta possibly defeat the Buu that had just annihilated Gohan? The energy manifested into a towering cloud of smoke. From beneath the smoke, a man with crossed arms emerged slowly. The M on his forehead had vanished, for Babidi was dead, and the power gained through Babidi's control had dissipated, yet his overwhelming aura remained. Buu squinted at Vegeta as he approached through the haze. Ha ha ha, I never expected Majin Buu to be such a foolish and silly pink blob. Vegeta grinned menacingly at the nearly exploding Majin Buu. Nearby, Goten and Trunks stared wide-eyed at the imposing Vegeta. Goten scratched his head, wondering where his father was. Vegeta wasted no time. He unleashed his full power and charged towards Buu, delivering a fierce knee strike to Buu's belly, followed by a barrage of heavy punches to his chubby face. However, when Vegeta threw another punch, Buu caught it with a sinister grin and countered with a heavy slap to Vegeta's chest. The speed was so great it created a sonic boom. Vegeta was sent reeling to the ground, clutching his chest in a panic, clearly suffering tremendous pain. Buu, excited, pulled a chunk of flesh from his belly and tossed it at Vegeta, who was now completely incapacitated and unable to evade Buu's attack. He was ensnared like a rice dumpling. Then Majin Buu leapt high into the air, charging like a candy-coated cannonball towards the terrified Vegeta. Boom! In an instant, Vegeta's face twisted in agony as his ribs shattered under Buu's weight, sending him into unconsciousness. Seeing his father on the verge of being pummeled, Trunks panicked, disregarding Goten's pleas, and transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself at Buu and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. He quickly removed the flesh wrapping from Vegeta. Before long, he had shaken Vegeta awake. Cough, cough, where's Majin Buu? Vegeta asked immediately after waking, coughing violently and inquiring about Buu's whereabouts from the two boys. After confirming that Buu was not nearby, he gave a bitter smile and pulled Trunks into a tight embrace. Trunks, being held by his father for the first time, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Trunks knew what his father intended, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. Trunks, apologize to your mother for me. Before Trunks could respond, Vegeta gently struck his neck with his hand. As Trunks fell unconscious, Goten was about to scold Vegeta when he received a heavy punch to the stomach. Ouch! Goten cried out in pain, and seeing that he hadn't fainted, Vegeta delivered another chop. Piccolo, realizing Vegeta's intent, quickly flew over. Thus the two former antagonists exchanged knowing smiles. Piccolo said little, and Vegeta only asked, "If I die, will I see Kakarot?" Piccolo shook his head, indicating that villains do not enter the afterlife, but are cast directly into hell. After a moment of silence, Vegeta looked at Buu, who was approaching with a merry tune and small steps. He gestured for Piccolo to leave quickly. Vegeta raised his energy to its peak, a furious power surging wildly within him. With a gentle smile, he said, "Goodbye, Bulma. Trunks, Kakarot, and you, Renno. I truly hope to face you in battle." Then he closed his eyes, preparing to self-destruct for redemption, only to feel a hand grasp his arm. This startled Vegeta, and he opened his eyes wide. "Vegeta, have you forgotten us?" Renno teased, holding Vegeta's arm, while Lazuli and Rabies silently appeared beside Majin Buu. Just as Renno was seething with anger from Babidi's nauseating antics, he encountered Rabies and Razli searching for him. In an instant, Razli slapped Renno awake. Renno immediately regained his composure, looking as innocent as a child. In a moment of compassion, Razli gently covered Renno's flushed cheek, which had been stung by the slap. She then realized that she had sensed the awakening of Majin Buu's energy and rushed over just in time to meet Vegeta, who was preparing to self-destruct to eliminate Majin Buu. Without a second thought, Renno intervened to prevent this tragedy, as this was one of the few compatriots he had. Despite Vegeta's arrogant demeanor at this moment, he stood as a commendable man willing to sacrifice for his family. This alone was enough to earn the respect of everyone around. Before Majin Buu could react, Rabies launched an attack. Initially underestimating the human strength compared to Vegeta, Buu was caught off guard when Rabies landed a punch that made him clutch his arm in surprise. A seasoned fighter, Rabies remained focused, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated Buu's arm. Yet in a twist of fate, Buu quickly regenerated his arm and retaliated, catching Rabies off guard and momentarily overpowering him in a furious struggle. In the heat of battle, Buu and Rabies found themselves evenly matched, neither willing to yield. As Rabies discerned the workings of Buu's body, his taunts provoked Buu to release a torrent of steam from his head, ultimately resulting in the emergence of a thinner Buu, starkly contrasting the original. Even the original Buu was taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected transformation. Possibly seizing the opportunity, the newly formed thin Buu devoured the unsuspecting original Buu, instantly enhancing his strength and achieving a more balanced physique reminiscent of Cell, absorbing energy to increase his power. The transformed Buu could now be referred to as Big Buu. At this moment, Big Buu, robust and imposing, gazed at Rabies with an insatiable greed. With a lick of his lips, Big Buu remarked, "Hey, let's continue, you little brat." Rabies, visibly perturbed, recognized the terrifying potential of Buu's abilities. The energy he had absorbed from the original Buu far surpassed his own, making it clear that the situation was no longer a simple matter of addition. He could only retreat to Renno's side, gesturing politely for him to take over. "Haha, this kid looks feeble. I bet he's no match for you and that woman." Big Buu bellowed, pointing at Rabies, who appeared distressed, and Razlie, who gritted her teeth in anger. "Honey, take him down for me." Realizing she was outmatched, Razlie confidently called Renno into action. After years of sparring, she had no idea of Renno's true limits and intended to gauge his potential against Majin Buu. Renno was not one to be bullied. Plus, with his wife's request, his Saiyan blood began to boil as he turned his gaze toward Buu, slightly bowing his head. Noticing this, Buu mocked, "Haha, are you begging for mercy?" However, the next second left Buu speechless. Renno bent low, gathering energy, and then unleashed a golden aura that shot up into the sky, transforming the clear day into a night-like darkness. Big Buu was utterly dumbfounded by this celestial display of power. But it didn't end there. Renno continued to escalate his energy, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. The surging aura was so powerful that even Goku far away was jolted awake, astonished by Renno's energy. "Is this Renno's power? I'm getting pumped just watching," he exclaimed, rushing towards Renno's direction. Vegeta, after his initial shock, fixed his gaze intently on Renno's new form, which he had never seen before. It appeared to be the next evolution beyond Super Saiyan 2. He made a mental note to have Kakarot test this transformation later. Soon he flew to a suitable vantage point to observe the battle. Having recovered from his injuries thanks to the Senzu beans Krillin had provided, Vegeta had transformed into a devoted admirer, eager to catch every detail of Renno's prowess. In the cosmos, a spaceship silently approached Earth. Inside, an alien with arms crossed observed the planet's silhouette with a dark smirk. "Hey, my dear brother, who would have thought you would be bested by those brutish Saiyans? Don't worry, I will avenge you shortly." With a sinister expression, he turned his gaze toward Earth, his lips curled into a malevolent smile. "Nanny." Big Buu trembled at the sight of the golden-haired Renno, his eyes wide as if they might pop out. This was no mere fight. Yet Renno, with a triumphant grin, flashed in front of Big Buu, delivering a punch that seemed poised to tear through the very air around them. Wow! In an instant, Big Buu was struck, expelling a torrent of gastric fluid. Seizing the moment, Renno followed up with a swift kick to Big Buu's face, instantly etching an expression of excruciating pain across Buu's features. Watching the fallen Majin Buu, Renno smirked derisively as he concentrated a ki blast at his fingertips. In that moment, a brilliant flash erupted from the horizon, blinding Renno momentarily, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Big Buu kicked off the ground, pushing Renno back several steps. Transforming into multiple copies of himself, he swiftly retreated into the distance. Realizing they were no match for Buu, the others refrained from mindless pursuit and regrouped around Renno. Razlie hurriedly supported Renno as he vigorously shook his head. The vast difference in power had caused his vision to return to normal in no time. Renno, feeling humiliated, erupted with fury, launching himself toward Big Buu with a fierce, killing intent enveloping him. Meanwhile, Big Buu, feeling a false sense of security, shuddered as he realized the enraged Saiyan had recovered so quickly. He hastened his escape, but before long Renno cornered him. What do you want from me to let me go?" Fearfully Big Bu gazed at the menacing expression on Renno's face. Why aren't you running now? Slowly Renno approached the terrified Bu, gathering an even more powerful ki blast in his hand. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Bu shouted in a cold sweat, glancing at the energy sphere barely a meter away from him. But in the next instant Renno recognized the incoming beam and prepared to counter with his own ki blast to collide with it. Boom! Renno narrowed his eyes, gazing in the direction from which the beam of light had come. There stood a being almost entirely clad in purple, with white markings on its limbs and chest. Gula, a member of the Frozen Demon clan, clearly exuded a sense of strength far surpassing that of the diminutive Frisia. Having never visited Namek, Renno knew nothing of the Frozen Demon clan or the enmity between Sun Wukong and them. He merely assumed this purple extraterrestrial was an ally of Bu. Ugh, that hurts. The Kaioshin Asin groggily awoke in the forest, squinting as he stumbled to his feet. Not far away, he spotted the unconscious and severely injured Son Gohan and Jebit. In an instant, he transported the two back to the Kaioshin planet for healing, nearly miscalculating the teleportation due to his own injuries. However, he ultimately returned safely to the Kaioshin planet. Huh, so you're the Saiyan monkey who killed my brother? Gula crossed his arms, looking at Renno with surprise. This Saiyan monkey had managed to withstand his assault. Truly a warrior capable of slaying his foolish brother must possess some strength. Renno, on the other hand, regarded Gula with a grave expression, realizing that even in his strongest Super Saiyan 3 form, he could not overcome him. Oh, is that Frisia? Has he been resurrected? Klin, upon arriving, immediately associated Gula with Frisia, his mind flooded with the terror he had experienced on Namek. No, Klin, that's not Frisia. Son Wukong interjected, furrowing his brow. Oh, Wukong. Seeing Wukong return filled Klin with relief. Wukong cast a glance at Vegeta, his eyes tinged with unspoken resentment. Vegeta, feeling a twinge of guilt, coughed awkwardly, betraying his inner turmoil. Before long, all the warriors from Earth had gathered. Those who had traveled to Namek initially mistook Gula for Frisia, but a closer inspection revealed the stark differences. This warrior of the Frozen Demon clan appeared far more powerful than the diminutive Frisia, emanating an even greater sense of oppression. Seeing that both Wukong and Vegeta had arrived, Renno hastily said, Wukong, Vegeta, I'm leaving Majin Bu to you for now. He paused, then turned to Rabisu and Razli, wife brother-in-law, keep an eye on things. Help out if Wukong and Vegeta can't hold their ground. As soon as his words fell, Gula swiftly approached Renno, unleashing a powerful punch. Renno effortlessly raised his arm to block it, surprising even himself. It seemed he had overestimated his opponent. Huh. Renno kicked at Gula, whose expression darkened as he struggled to deflect the attack. Sensing the danger, Gula's rage erupted. Then let me show you my true form, he bellowed. In an instant, a wave of purple energy surged into the sky. Even Renno raised his hands to shield against Gula's energy, his face grave. Gula's aura had now matched his own. Gula began to levitate slowly into the air. At that moment, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Compared to before, Gula now appeared more imposing, with thicker arms and thighs, and his height had noticeably increased. Moreover, his upper body was adorned with a layer of pearlescent armor guarding vital areas. From his head, 4 horns extended backwards, and even his face was encased in armor, with his eyes glowing red, emanating a murderous intent. His shoulders jutted out like a breastplate, and 2 long horns sprouted from his back. His arms and feet now bore blade-like protrusions, enhancing his ability to strike at enemies. A thick tail behind him swayed, radiating purple energy, its sharp, elongated tip glinting ominously. Gula was enveloped in a violet blaze, his potent aura palpable, almost tangible. Everyone marveled at Gula's changed appearance. Even Wukong and Vegeta, engaged in battle with Majin Bu, felt the weight of Gula's overwhelming presence as the two brothers were momentarily subdued and pressed to the ground by Bu. In a fit of desperation, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, leaving Vegeta momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response apart from an exasperated "you idiot." Meanwhile, Gula looked at Renno with a sly smile. Now it's my turn. With a cruel grin, Gula launched himself at Renno once more. Yet as time passed, Gula's frustration mounted, for he realized that even in this new form, neither could truly best the other. Renno, on the other hand, felt a fleeting moment of hesitation, aware of the significant drawbacks of the Super Saiyan 3 state. Its energy drain was severe. If he could not conclude the battle swiftly, the consequences would be dire. He already sensed the impending defeat. Yet from Renno's demeanor, one could not discern any signs of faltering. Gula, frustrated by the stalemate, unleashed a powerful golden energy wave that shot skyward, its sheer force instilling a sense of despair in Renno for the first time. In that moment, Gula was enveloped by the golden aura, his power multiplied manifold compared to his previous form. Even Majin Buu, engaged with Wukong and Vegeta, halted his assault, glancing with fear towards Gula. At that moment, Gula's figure shimmered with golden energy, the difference in his aura palpable. Huh. Gula laughed maniacally, swinging his tail at Renno. Ugh. Renno was struck down, crashing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. His Super Saiyan 3 form dissipated, returning him to his base state, yet he defiantly gazed at Gula. Although I've only recently mastered this form, it still doesn't mean you wild monkey can defeat me. Understand? Gula mocked Renno, who had only just begun to match him in strength. Stop it, Razli shouted, positioning herself protectively in front of Renno. Gula glanced at Razli, perplexed. This human had no energy. He quickly dismissed the thought, chuckling, "Is this your wife's son, Wukong?" In an instant, silence enveloped the group, everyone turning to gaze at the fallen Renno, then back to son Wukong, who had allied with Majin Buu. The bizarre atmosphere caused Gula to raise an eyebrow. Klin, understanding the situation, cautiously approached and pointed towards son Wukong. That's son Wukong over there, and this is Renno. Gula's expression shifted. What? I mistook you for someone else. How utterly embarrassing. It doesn't matter, you all will die anyway. Gula swung his left arm, ready to strike again, but was halted by son Wukong's voice. Gula, at least let us know why you want to kill us. Upon hearing this, Gula indeed stopped gathering energy and looked at son Wukong, hesitating for 2 seconds before speaking. My foolish brother Frieza was killed by you. What do you think I'm here for? Hearing Gula's words, son Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. Gula was taken aback by son Wukong's deep contemplation. Was this kid really foolish, or just pretending to be? Wasn't it obvious that he was here for revenge? After fighting for so long, Gula finally noticed that it had grown dark, though the area still felt like daylight, due to the rampant energy. Well, the moon tonight is beautiful, but you will never have the fortune to see it again. In an instant, Gula's gaze turned dangerous as he swiftly gathered energy, charging toward Renno. Gula sensed that Renno's growth potential was formidable, feeling as though he grew stronger with each strike. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Gula decisively transformed into his most powerful form. Unlike Frieza, who struggled to control his own power and had to undergo multiple transformations to manage it, Gula was different. From birth, he wielded immense strength without the need for troublesome transformations. He could change forms at will. Renno, unwilling to be passive, quickly rose, dragging his injured body to push Lazuli aside and engage Gula in a clash. Lazuli, shocked, exclaimed, "No, you'll die, Sop." Muron observed as Renno caught sight of the full moon above. A shiver ran down his spine, and his pupils dilated as his eyes absorbed the moon's bluish light. His tail reacted swiftly. Thump, thump, thump. Renno's heart raced violently, echoing like a king's engine. The intense sound of his heartbeat reached even Krillin and the others who were far away, making them sweat nervously. Even Piccolo, with his super hearing, felt as if the heartbeat could pierce his eardrums. He could only painfully cover his ears, regretting his extraordinary hearing, a unique trait of the Namekians, which he could not rid himself of. He had to retreat even further. In an instant, Renno transformed into a gigantic ape around 20 meters tall. However, unlike a normal giant ape, Renno's form was entirely golden. The transformation had already incorporated the Super Saiyan form into his giant ape state. Roar! Wild explosive power surged from Renno. With the 10-fold increase from the giant ape and the 50-fold increase from the Super Saiyan, this resulted in a direct 500-fold augmentation. Note the author elaborates on the power multipliers for various forms. Super Saiyan increases by 50 times Super Saiyan 2, by 100 times Super Saiyan 3, by 400 times Super Saiyan 4, by 4,000 times Super Saiyan 4 limit break, by 8,000 times Super Saiyan God, by 5,000 times, and Super Saiyan Blue by 11,000 times. This is just a preliminary overview. Further forms will be explained later. This form was 100 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 3, yet to Gula it still seemed insufficient. One must understand that his first form was 350 times that of a normal state, and the form he had recently mastered had increased his power by 3,800 times. Let's call it the golden form. Looking at the golden giant ape, Renno remained undaunted. His immense strength instilled great confidence in Gula, who was already dismissive of employing any cunning tactics while his opponent was distracted. Gula quietly observed as Renno, now devoid of rationality, wreaked havoc around him. Then he turned, smiling at Krillin and the others, hiding away a grin that left Vegeta feeling suffocated, sensing that Gula might appear right behind him at any moment. Damn it, even Renno can't compete. Earth is finished. Krillin clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers dug into his flesh, face twisted with unwillingness. Would the fear that had dominated him 7 years ago under Cell return this time at the hands of the stronger Gula? Nearby, Lazuli was stunned watching her husband transform into the mindless giant ape once more. Why hadn't this state disappeared 6 years ago with Shenron's help? Why was he now reverting to the mindless giant ape? Gula, on the other hand, disregarded the Earth warriors whose energies posed no threat to him and pointed 2 fingers at Lazuli. He wouldn't let these Earthlings and Scions know that his true intention was not just to avenge his father, but to seize Earth for himself. Thus, he began his hunt from the highest combatants on Earth. Realizing they had no retreat, the Earth's warriors screamed and charged toward Gula, who crossed his arms and scoffed. A bunch of ants. Do they think they can shake a tree? Gula withdrew the death ray he had prepared for Lazuli, instead unleashing a powerful golden energy that instantly weighed down everyone's bodies like lead, while only Sun Wukong, who had transformed back into Super Saiyan 3, could move with great difficulty. Roar! Renno turned to face those obstructing his path, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. He extended a massive golden arm to grasp the one who made him feel at ease, scrutinizing quietly. Lazuli, caught in his grip, looked into the mindless eyes of Renno, her eyes welling with tears, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. Clink! A single tear fell onto Renno's arm, the warmth causing him to gaze at this human in astonishment. Lazuli, now in tears, sobbed uncontrollably. Renno's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Her tears weren't shed because he had grasped her, it was because her husband had reverted to a destructive giant ape, a reality she could hardly accept as a wife. But in the next moment, Lazuli felt a gentle nuzzle on her cheek and quickly turned to see the giant ape looking at her with affection. Nanny, how did you regain consciousness? Sigmado. Gula, watching in disbelief, was taken aback. According to his knowledge, Scions turned into giant apes without consciousness. Only those with royal blood could retain their minds, but this creature, which had just moments ago been mindless and destructive, couldn't possibly belong to royal lineage. Gula felt his worldview shatter into countless pieces. Father, mother. A sweet voice called from below Renno's feet, causing Lazuli to explode with anger. Reina, didn't I tell you to stay at home? You. Ha, so you have a daughter. Then I'll deal with her first. Gula transformed into a golden blur, rushing towards Renno, eager to make the being that shattered his perception suffer. However, the next moment Gula felt his speed slow drastically, as if a deceleration spell had been cast upon him. Yet in the eyes of everyone, Renno's giant ape form slowly shrank, but intriguingly, as he exited the golden giant ape transformation, his energy did not diminish, instead it surged fiercely. In the sky, purple-black lightning flashed, the violent energy tearing through space. The entire Earth trembled under this force. At this moment, Gula could no longer maintain his composure, his rage exploding forth as he broke free from his confinement and charged towards Renno, attempting to interrupt his transformation. However, in the next instant, a golden radiance erupted from within Renno, piercing the sky. Even Gohan, who was far away on King Kai's planet undergoing potential development with the old Kai, sensed this terrifying energy, yet the old Kai remained unfazed, seemingly asleep. Not long ago, having observed Gohan's awakening, King Kai seemed to have made a decision and led Gohan to the forbidden area of his planet, informing him that drawing the King Kai's sword, rumored to be capable of defeating Majin Buu, was possible. Driven by the desire to prevent Majin Buu's destruction, Gohan, fueled by this conviction, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and successfully drew the sword. However, it was too heavy and required adjustment. Eventually, when the King Kai retrieved the universe's hardest metal, catching Gohan swung the sword at it, only for the King Kai's sword to snap. Amidst the extreme tension, a voice suddenly rang out behind them, startling both King Kai and Jebet, causing them to fall to the ground, their mouths agape in shock. As Jebet and King Kai felt this terrifying energy, despair washed over them as they failed to realize this was not Majin Buu's energy. They were completely unaware that Gula had arrived on Earth. As the golden radiance finally dissipated in waves, Renno's shrinking form gradually revealed itself. Only then did everyone see Renno's true appearance. His physique had expanded, appearing even more robust and powerful. His thick black hair resembled the golden hair of Super Saiyan 3, yet it had turned black with a lock of hair falling over his forehead. His eyes were as unfathomable as the abyss, surrounded by a deep crimson ring with golden pupils, exuding an alluring glow filled with an indescribable charm. At that moment, Renno's upper body was covered in red fur with thick red hair on his arms and brown bracers on both wrists. His lower half was clad in black pants and gray combat boots, exuding a primal strength. A fluffy red tail swayed behind him. Super Saiyan 4 had arrived. The assembly stared at Lei Nua's new form, astonishment etched on every face, though relief was the dominant sentiment. Gula ground his molars in fury, cursing himself for repeating the same mistake as Fu Li saw. Father, Lei Na fixed her large eyes on her formidable father. Lei Nua acknowledged her with a brief nod, then smiled faintly at his daughter and gave a thumbs up. Gu Lei's mind raced. If he could take Lei Nua's family hostage, perhaps he could still win. He sprang to his feet, but a sudden crippling pain seized him. With a cry he arched and was thrown backwards, never even seeing Lei Nua strike. Lei Nua stood where Gu La had been rubbing his fists. A rush of exhilaration swept through Lei Nua as he gauged his condition. In this state, attack, defense, speed, stamina, energy consumption, endurance, all aspects had reached an almost flawless equilibrium. He felt like the ultimate hexagonal warrior. Energy expenditure had plummeted to negligible levels. There was no longer the dread of engaging a powerful adversary only to have his reserves drained halfway through a confrontation. Coupled with the 4,000-fold amplification effect, the sensation was intoxicating. More importantly, his mastery of time and space had advanced considerably. Previously, his body could not endure the full strain of space-time manipulation. Otherwise, with his talent, he should not have taken a decade merely to fleetingly slow time. Now that he simultaneously commanded both temporal and spatial forces, he simply referred to them together as space-time power. That explained why breaking through into Super Saiyan 4 had intensified his control over time itself. The mysterious force that had restrained Gu La earlier had been Lei Nua's manipulation of local temporal flow. He had not yet fully evolved into Super 4 at the time. Now, catching Gu La unaware, he believed he could seal him temporarily. Gu La rose again, his visage black with fury. He howled, and a relentless torrent of terrifying energy surged outward like a swollen river. Lei Nua frowned, and with a burst of speed launched a punch. Gu La erected a shield to absorb the blow, then teeth bared retaliated with an energy-laden fist, only to have his arm gripped before the strike landed. Lei Nua showed no mercy. Turning, he drove an elbow into Gu Lei's face. As the scales tipped toward Lei Nua, Dabu, who had been trying to keep a low profile, shifted his attention to Wukong and the others. Fearing collateral harm to the weaker fighters, Wukong sent Kulin Bai Ku and the ever-unassuming Tianjin Fan away. On the field remained Lei Nua and Gu La. In the Imperial Arena, Dabu, Wukong and Bai Jita La Zi Li protecting Lei Na and La Bai Si, watching both flanks with vigilant eyes ready to intervene should his allies falter. Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form could contend with Fat Bu, but against the Dabu, who had absorbed Fat Bu, he found himself on the defensive. Two seasoned Saiyans nonetheless forced an even-bodied engagement with Dabu, trading blows in a hard-fought exchange. On the planet of the Jia Wang, Shin Sun Wu Fan approached Jia Wang Shin Axian with caution. Has it been over 12 hours? Axian looked toward the elder Jia Wang Shun and began to fuss over his sleeping form. After several minutes of persistence, the old Kai stirred and opened his eyes. You idiot, you interrupted my ritual. The elder Kai barked at Axian upon waking. Jia Baite tried to explain, but was met with the old Kai's rebuke as well. After a short admonishment, the elder Kai softened. He's been out for more than 12 Shin, Axian said, half apologetic. The elder Kai waved it off, coughing lightly and restoring his genial demeanor. Sun Wu Fan, who had sat through 5 hours of the ceremony only to be told another 12 were needed for the potential augmentation, felt his impatience flare. The elder Kai clapped him on the shoulder solemnly. Go, Wu Fan. The burden of saving the universe rests on you. I will not fail you, Wu Fan vowed. Back on the battlefield, Bai Jita had been flung by Dabu-O's extended limb and embedded into the rock face unconscious. Wukong lunged toward him in alarm, but Dabu-O diverted, gathering a devastating strike for Wukong. Energy spheres from La Bai Si sped toward Dabu-O and struck him, yet Wukong's Super 3 form collapsed as his energy reserves were exhausted. A thunderous impact sent him reeling. Dabu-O's blow landed squarely on his abdomen, and he sprayed acidic spittle from his mouth. La Bai Si, realizing ordinary blasts were insufficient, concentrated a far more powerful ki wave. It struck Dabu-O and did wound him, but his grotesque physiology healed almost instantly. He turned, grinning cruelly at La Bai Si, sweat beading on the latter's brow. Observing Lei Nua and Gu La moving farther away, and La Zili retreating with Lei Na and To, Dabu-O hesitated. If Lei Nua prevailed, his leverage over the new threat would vanish. He glanced at Wukong, gasping and weakening, then at La Bai Si circling overhead. With a snarl, he summoned an energy slash toward Wukong. At that critical moment, a familiar silhouette appeared before Wukong. With a single motion, the newcomer intercepted the slash. A thick plume of smoke exploded outward. When the dust cleared, standing where the elder Kai had sent him was Sun Wu Fan, recently awakened and come to reinforce his allies. Dabu-O laughed at the return of what he believed to be a defeated subordinate, mocking him with a humiliating guttural mirth. Wukong, grievously wounded, managed only fragmented words. Wu Fan, You haven't learned Super 3 yet. Flee. Go train at the Jia Wangshen's place. You might defeat Majin Bu. His voice trailed away as he, like the deeply embedded Bei Jita, slipped into unconsciousness. Sun Wufan stared at his prostrate father, and fury overcame him. He darted forward with blistering speed, snatching Dabu O's tongue and slapping the creature repeatedly, unleashing a furious surge of ki. Freed from the grasp, Dabu O was met heat-in by a concentrated Kamehameha from Sun Wufan that tore away half of his body. Throughout it all, Dabu O could not retaliate. On the other battlefield, Gu La had reverted to his base form, his aura weak and breath ragged. Even his golden form had been draining. As he strained to meet Lei Nua's assaults, his energy bled away until he collapsed back to normal. Lei Nua had used Gu La as a whetstone, honing his own abilities until he adapted quickly to Super 4. Gu La, clutching his right arm and dwindling, lost the spark of combat. Lei Nua's gaze, sharp and resolute, passed over the despairing opponent. He pressed 2 fingers to his brow, a conjuration of arcane force gathered and detonated. In Gu La's hopeless eyes, the mystic surge detonated with searing finality, reducing him to dust. La Zili stepped forward, her voice warm. My husband, congratulations on your breakthrough, on awakening a new form. Lei Na's eyes shone as she pressed herself against Lei Nuo, raptured by admiration and the coarse comfort of his body hair. Lei Nuo set Lei Na gently down. Wife, wait here with our daughter. I will go aid Wu Fan. He glanced at La Zili, pressed his lips together, and felt an inexplicable ache in his nose. La Zili watched him depart with a tender smile. Lei Nua's temper had never been gentle, yet since meeting her, he reserved all his softness for her. She stood obediently, assured he would return victorious. Mom, father's body hair is so comfortable. Tonight you'll have your reward, Lei Na teased, casting a mischievous look at her mother. La Zili's face flushed vividly. You brat. Trunks looked at Razli and her daughter with pleading eyes, and he suddenly knelt down. Please, Lady Ray, save my father. His breath is growing weaker. Trunks sobbed as he glanced at Razli. After all, Uncle Krillin and the others had already returned to Kame House, and there were no Senzu beans available for his father. He couldn't save him himself, so he had to find the only ones nearby who were safe, Razli and her daughter. Oh, get up quickly, Trunks. Razli exclaimed, a bit shocked, as she hurriedly helped him to his feet. After all, she was human before becoming an android, and she understood the means to save lives. Transitioning from human to Saiyan shouldn't pose too great a challenge. With determination in her eyes, Razli placed her hand on Vegeta's chest, gradually gathering energy in her palms. She continuously pressed against his chest, applying first aid, while also channeling energy into his body. Since Saiyans could gather energy within while ordinary humans could not, Razli was left with little choice but to try her best in this desperate situation. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Vegeta's condition began to improve thanks to Razli's efforts. However, he still needed to be treated swiftly. Razli sighed in relief upon seeing Vegeta's condition improve, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. At last her hard work had paid off, pulling him back from the brink of death. Though he could be a bit arrogant, Razli couldn't help but admire him for his earlier intention to self-destruct alongside Majin Bu. He was truly a man with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Thank you, Lady Ray. Trunks cried, his face a mess of tears, and he carelessly wiped his nose with Goten's sleeve. Goten thought, really? You think you're so high and mighty? If it weren't for your sad state, I'd show you a thing or two. In the end, Goten could only glare at Trunks in dissatisfaction, refraining from intervening. Geez, stop crying like a baby. Your father is fine, really. Renno said disapprovingly as she approached Trunks, using a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Instantly, Trunks' face turned beet red. However, with evidence of his earlier tears still visible, Renno assumed he was merely upset and paid no further attention. Shyly, Trunks stammered, Renno, thank you. I want to be friends. Hearing Trunks' nearly shouted confession, Renno paused, turning to see his flushed face. She felt a bit flustered, wondering if this boy might actually like her. After all, the dramas always depicted such melodramatic plots, where the male lead falls for the female lead at first sight, tries to make his presence known, and when the moment is right, confesses only for another girl to appear and express her love. It had seemed so cliched in the shows, yet here it was unfolding in reality, right before her eyes. But reality was different from dramas. After a moment, she replied, all right then, but I admire the strong. If you can endure 10 minutes against me, I'll agree to your request. Finally, she gave Trunks a meaningful glance before sitting on a protruding rock, lost in thought, her back turned to him. Trunks understood the weight behind Renno's words, feeling somewhat guilty as he realized that his intentions had been uncovered so quickly. Meanwhile, Razli watched Trunks, who was vying for her daughter's affection, with arms crossed and an indifferent expression. As a responsible mother, she didn't threaten Trunks, but instead handed the decision over to her daughter, leaving it to her whether to pursue him or not. Off. Son Gohan seized the opportunity when Majin Buu was distracted, delivering a flying kick that sent him staggering. At this point, Buu's recovery rate had significantly slowed, compounded by the energy he needed to heal his injuries. The prolonged battle had severely decreased Buu's power, reducing it to less than 70% of his peak state. Gohan was also not in much better shape. The white aura surrounding him had almost faded to nothing. He hesitated, realizing that if he continued to fight Buu, they would both be left severely weakened. However, if he refrained from attacking, Buu could unleash his ability to turn enemies into food, thereby enhancing his strength by consuming those transformed into sustenance. Just as the battlefield hung in a tense stalemate, a fierce energy surged in the distance. The presence arrived before the individual did. Startled, Buu erupted with energy, charging towards the weakest among them, the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai's pupils dilated in shock. However, Buu was intercepted by the fully restored Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Robbie's. The two of them unleashed a wave of energy, causing Buu's power to plummet instantly. He knelt on the ground, contorted in agony, as if something was trying to escape from him. Ugh! To everyone's astonishment, what emerged was Fat Buu. Renno had arrived on the scene, arms crossed, as she watched the unfolding drama. Inheriting the Saiyan bloodline's instinct for conflict, even the usually composed Renno found herself reluctant to intervene. After all, she could resolve the situation in an instant, why not enjoy the spectacle? As Buu continued to expend energy, he could no longer contain the Fat Buu trapped within and burst free. With Fat Buu gone, the expression of the now weakened Buu twisted in pain, and amid his anguished cries, he shrank down to a much smaller form, Little Buu. Son Goku hurriedly checked Little Buu's energy, sensing it was far weaker than the original Fat Buu, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fat Buu, seeing Little Buu reappear, couldn't help but smile, as he knew from their previous unity that this form was stronger. He had refrained from attacking during the transformation, waiting for Buu to revert to his original state. However, Little Buu stood no chance against Fat Buu now. In his prime, it might have been a different story, but currently Little Buu was easily overpowered. With cries of despair, Little Buu was ultimately obliterated by a powerful energy wave from Fat Buu. This time, Little Buu did not regenerate, as he lacked the energy to coalesce into his former self. Seeing Little Buu's demise, Fat Buu slowly approached Renno. "I know I can't escape. Please kill me." Fat Buu stood before Renno, devoid of any cowardice. Hearing Fat Buu's plea, Renno's fingertips glimmered with energy, growing increasingly potent, while Fat Buu's fear deepened. To everyone's bewilderment, Renno chose to disperse the energy sphere. Buu tilted his head, asking, "Why won't you kill me?" Renno countered, "Why should I kill you?" "But I've done bad things." Buu replied, somewhat confused. "Then what have the Earthlings done that warrants your desire to kill them?" Buu was caught off guard by the question, left speechless. Before Buu could respond, Renno pressed on, "Wasn't that taught to you by Bibidi?" Buu could only nod vacantly, realizing it was indeed true. "I see you as a warrior with clear distinctions between right and wrong, completely different from that evil Buu. So consider the wicked version of yourself dead, only the good remains." How does that sound? Faced with Renno's kindness, Buu nodded eagerly, as he had found a path to redemption and no harsh conditions to meet. Unsure of how to refuse, he could only excitedly agree, nodding repeatedly. Having just resolved the issue with Majin Buu, Renno caught sight of the Kaishin exiled approaching him with measured steps. "Renno, we have some misunderstandings between us, and I hope we can clear them up. You can propose some conditions, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them as long as they are within my capabilities." exiled said, his face lit with expectation. Renno's interest was piqued. "All right, do you know about Wampa Star?" Renno inquired. Upon hearing the name, Wampa Star, exiled exchanged glances with Jebit and nodded in unison. "Good. I would like to visit there in 3 days. Please come to my home around 10 in the morning." Why would you want to go to such a desolate planet?" The Kaishin tilted his head adorably as he asked. Renno quickly fabricated a response. "When I was a child, due to my combat power, I awakened early and learned that a Saiyan was exiled to Wampa Star." "What do you say? Is that acceptable?" Renno furrowed his brow, seeking a reply. "Absolutely, I will not be late." The proud Kaishin exiled was unusually humble, a sight that would be quite the spectacle for the other deities. Meanwhile, Goku, surprised to learn that there were other Saiyans beyond his companions, looked equally taken aback. At that moment on the Kaishin planet, the old Kaishin watched in frustration as exiled appeared on the crystal ball, resembling a love-struck fan. The dignity of the Kaishin has been utterly tossed aside. "Buu, if you don't mind, you can stay with me." Renno extended an olive branch to Buu. Bu was taken aback by the unexpected offer, but eventually revealed a broad grin and nodded. In an instant, Renno and Bu vanished from their location, heading towards where he had left his wife and child. Goku, who had remained silent throughout, felt a surge of urgency upon seeing Renno take off, and quickly called Gohan to chase after him. Soon Bu's figure appeared within the sight of Lazuli and the others, and as he drew nearer, Vegeta, who had just awakened, went pale with shock. As they approached, Renno sensed that Vegeta had sustained severe injuries, and called out to Bu, "Go." Renno hid behind Bu, preparing to surprise everyone with a little playfulness. As it was still nighttime and visibility was limited, Vegeta had not noticed Renno behind Bu. Seeing Bu charge towards him, Vegeta, unable to muster any energy, resignedly closed his eyes. Lazuli, however, was enraged and positioned herself in front of Bu. Upon realizing that it was Bu returning instead of her husband, her face turned ashen as she feared the worst. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she felt compelled to avenge her husband by attacking Bu, with even Reina's eyes reddening beside her. But in the next moment, Bu tossed out a scarf from behind his plump body, and the mother-daughter duo turned to see a hairy red arm waving at them before retracting. Due to their positioning, Vegeta witnessed Lazuli and their daughter flying away. Even the two children looked pale. As the skyline above Bu began to emit waves of light towards him, Vegeta, unwilling to let his son and Goku's son be harmed, shielded them behind him. Yet instead of the anticipated transformation into food, he felt his wounds gradually healing. Wah! What is this? Vegeta gazed in disbelief at Bu, who was healing him, then caught sight of Renno emerging from behind Bu, and sensed Goku and his son's energy in the distance, finally snapping back to reality. The proud prince was genuinely taken aback. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku asked, first concerned about Vegeta's condition. I won't die yet. Trunks, let's go, Vegeta replied, curtly, leading a reluctant Trunks away. Trunks stole several glances back at Reina as they departed, leaving Renno feeling a slight flutter of unease. The boy seems to have taken a liking to my daughter. It seems necessary to have a deeper chat with Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goten sighed and sprinted to Goku, recounting how Vegeta had bullied him in his absence, venting all his grievances. Naturally, Goku's expression darkened upon hearing this. Vegeta had gone too far. He had initially wanted to consult Renno about transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and gathering information on the science of Wampa Star, but time was running short, and the fortune teller was ready to send him back to the underworld. Goku was nearly at odds with the fortune teller in his frustration. Goten hastily flew home, not wanting to keep his mother waiting. Renno smiled, maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 form as he guided Bu towards home. However, after flying for a short while, he encountered his wife and child waiting for him, bringing warmth to his heart. Upon arriving at their new home, Bu appeared quite cheerful, as having a family made it feel truly like home. It was evident that Bu regarded Renno's family as his own. Renno then expressed to Lazuli that he wished to explore the vast world, and she responded with understanding. He then lifted Lazuli in his arms, saying, "My dear, we should rest now." With that, Renno used his spatial powers to isolate the room from the outside world. Soon, sounds of their efforts filled the room alongside Lazuli's mildly overwhelmed reactions. 3 days later, in the open space outside the spaceship, Reina sat joyfully playing with Bu, but suddenly noticed her parents emerging from the house, scrunching her nose. Seeing her mother walking with a slight sway, she couldn't help but give her father a thumbs up. Clearly, he was far superior to that earthling Krillin, who, despite being much older, was still so small. It was evident he couldn't measure up in that regard. Renno, feeling refreshed, stretched and glanced at the time, 9:59. He then began to gather energy, and shortly after, Jebet and Kaioshin arrived at his home. But what was this? Vegeta was trailing behind them. Jebet awkwardly scratched his head. Exiled, the Kaioshin remained silent, his mouth twitching slightly, as Renno noticed he was chewing on chicken. Looking at Jebet, he too had seemingly rushed and stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth. Then, as he turned to face the slowly approaching Vegeta, he heard Renno. "I heard you're planning to visit other planets, so I hope to join you." Vegeta's face gleamed with eagerness as he looked at Renno. Renno's lips twitched. Was this really the proud Saiyan prince? After contemplating for a moment, Renno replied, "No problem. After all, it was just a cross-galactic journey. Having one more person wouldn't change much." As they leaned together, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and moments later the four found themselves standing on solid ground. Wampa Star was a small asteroid located on the fringes of the galaxy, making it exceptionally remote with a harsh living environment. The climate was dreadful and resources were scarce, leading to an extreme scarcity of flora and fauna. Due to the prolonged assault of intense hurricanes on the planet, Wampa, its surface is riddled with craters and caves teeming with bizarre and grotesque creatures. As far as the eye can see, the hideous monsters along with the caves resembling demonic faces create the impression of a twisted visage. A foul stench assailed the senses, nearly causing the Kaioshin and Jebbet to regurgitate the meal they had consumed not long before. With a gasp, the Kaioshin was the first to succumb to nausea. Jebbet, similarly affected, lowered his head and retched repeatedly, "Ugh. Ugh." Finally, the Kaioshin held a button-like object before Renno, saying, "Mr. Renno, I'm afraid I can't bear this. If we wish to leave, we can summon Jebbet with this. We shall take our leave now." In an instant, with a sound akin to a search, the two vanished without a trace. For Vegeta, who had often traversed his own planet before encountering Kakarot, such scenarios were evidently not unfamiliar, and thus he exhibited little reaction. Renno paused for a moment, taking several minutes to gradually acclimate to the climate and the unbearable odor. Meanwhile, a spaceship soared towards Earth, where Bebby, possessing Bojack, glanced at the planet with clenched fists. As the king of the Zafir, he remembered how his people had rescued a group of Saiyans who had fallen upon their planet. Despite their goodwill, those brutal Saiyans sought to claim Zafir for themselves. The Zafir, unwilling to comply, had developed advanced technology to resist the warrior race, but on one fateful full moon night, the Saiyans transformed into giant apes, shattering the balance. All Zafir fell in battle, while Bebby, the so-called king, merged his genes with parasitic cells of a high-tech organism. Years later, he encountered a self-proclaimed team aiming to become the Galactic King and stealthily infiltrated their ship, rapidly parasitizing the unaware leader. Soon all aboard were controlled by the parasitic Bojack. The memory of his kin being slaughtered by those damned Saiyans fueled Bebby's fury, making him long for revenge and the taste of their flesh and blood. Vegeta surveyed the chaotic ecosystem, puzzled. Is there truly life here? From every angle, it appeared to be a planet filled with monstrous joy. Beyond the myriad of creatures, strange flora thrived. These monsters, engaged in self-destruction, would slice open the stems of the plants, causing them to exude a thick, foul liquid. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Renno and Vegeta shot into the air, witnessing a colossal beast roaring in terror as it fled from an unseen horror. The creature, as large as a basketball court, was supported by 10 legs, its visage filled with fright as it twisted its massive head to glance behind. While Renno marveled, a figure agile as a human leaped onto the creature's back, drawing a pitiful wail from it. With a series of powerful strikes, the man beat the creature into submission until it finally succumbed, after which he tore off a leg and strode away. Renno and Vegeta, who had stood like towers not far away, only moved after Broly's departure. During this, several monsters attempted ambushes, but were obliterated by a single punch from Vegeta. Broly, ahead, turned his head in confusion, sensing he was being followed, yet on this planet, there were only himself and his father, with the rest being the grotesque beasts. Before long, Renno and Vegeta returned to the natural cave they inhabited alongside Broly. The air here was dry, devoid of creeping monsters. It seemed as if the creatures feared something, or perhaps all nearby monsters had been hunted to extinction. Inside the cave lay various jars containing unknown green liquids. Additionally, 2 humans were present. They were a pair of surviving Saiyans, Father Paragus and son Broly. Paragus, now in the twilight of his years, his hair turned gray and his posture slightly hunched, bore a prominent scar over his left eye which had gone blind. He lay on a crude chair watching the busy Broly with a furrowed brow. Would he truly spend the rest of his life on this cursed planet? It was unacceptable. He had yet to avenge King Vegeta, which left him deeply unsatisfied. Renno surveyed the surroundings, confirming it was just the 2 of them before his aura flared violently, drawing Paragus and Broly's attention. As they beheld Renno, who approached with a smile accompanied by the stoic Vegeta with crossed arms, their expressions froze. Upon noticing the tail behind Renno, they exchanged wry smiles. "You were sent by King Vegeta to kill us, weren't you?" Renno shook his head. "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and we inadvertently arrived on this planet." Vegeta glanced at Broly, his expression oddly curious, inadvertently activating his Super Saiyan form. Looking at the bewildered Broly with his rugged hairstyle and muscular physique, it was clear he had been born for battle. Paragus, upon seeing the golden-haired Vegeta, paused. Had he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Perceiving the old Saiyan's thoughts, Renno took the time to clarify for Paragus. As understanding dawned, Paragus was compelled to believe for hair color could be dyed, yet one could not mimic the increase in battle power. After offering Paragus some snacks from Earth, his favor towards Renno increased significantly, though he remained cautiously wary. Sensing the sudden aroma, Broly instinctively salivated, prompting Paragus to gesture for him to come eat. As Broly tore open the plastic bag and tasted the chicken pieces within, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was delicious. Had he not met these 2, he would have never known such delectable food existed. Broly's admiration for Renno and Vegeta soared. However, when Renno looked back at Broly, he noticed the absence of a tail, leading to his confusion. Where had it gone? Not feeling rushed, he shared the remaining food before Vegeta, with a grave demeanor, pulled Renno aside. Renno, that Broly may be the legendary Super Saiyan who appears once every 1,000 years. Hearing this, Renno scratched his head. Aren't we all able to become Super Saiyans? Vegeta shook his head and turned to ensure Paragus and Broly were oblivious to their conversation, explaining to Renno, what I mean is the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. Saiyans with this heritage find it exceedingly difficult to control their power. Moreover, their innate talent and growth potential are extraordinary. Even if, as you say, Broly possesses a base power of 10,000 and you 30,000, the gap can easily be bridged by the difference in bloodlines. Upon hearing this explanation, Renno's expression grew serious. It seemed he would have to carefully test the waters. After all, Vegeta simply felt that although the likelihood of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan was slim, it was worth a try. Paragus led the eager Broly towards Renno and the others. Renno, my young friend, do you know when we will depart? Paragus was already filled with longing for the planet known as Earth. The various delicacies, while irresistible, required him to maintain a composed demeanor in front of Renno, unlike Broly. He glanced disapprovingly at Broly, who was picking at his teeth. Broly, looking at the unidentifiable liquid and monstrous limbs he usually consumed, kicked the food that had accompanied them for so long far away. Comparing it with the food brought by Renno, he was appalled at what he usually ate. Seeing both of them prepared, Renno smiled and said, "Old friend Paragus, my companion, is a warrior and wishes to challenge your son. What do you think?" Paragus was taken aback, then smiled and agreed. Me? Broly pointed at himself in astonishment. In truth, Broly was not mute. He merely preferred silence. After Paragus nodded, Broly offered a confirming expression. Vegeta nodded expressionlessly, hoping that his suspicions were unfounded. As the four of them arrived at a flat area, as soon as Paragus finished speaking, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form and swiftly approached, delivering a punch to Broly's face, sending him flying. Huh! Vegeta soared into the air and launched a ki blast toward Broly's landing spot. Boom! Rubble flew in all directions. Paragus stood dumbfounded. His once invincible son had no chance against a Super Saiyan. If only King Vegeta were here, Broly could easily have taken down 100 of him. Wait a minute, King Vegeta. The more Paragus looked at Vegeta, the more familiar he seemed. Suddenly, he realized that Vegeta was indeed King Vegeta's son. However, with Renno nearby, he refrained from showing too much anxiety. Just when Vegeta thought Broly had lost his fighting capacity and he could breathe a sigh of relief to assist Broly, a massive section of the mountain suddenly collapsed, making Paragus's eyes light up. His son was still alive. Vegeta was also startled. Broly stood 100 meters away, breathing heavily. Broly was not exhausted, he was furious. Taking advantage of Vegeta's moment of distraction, he threw a punch, but Vegeta dodged just in time. As he prepared to attack again, Vegeta landed a punch to Broly's abdomen. Oh! Broly staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. The warrior spirits of both Saiyans ignited within them. Broly roared and charged at Vegeta, but his slower speed led to him being hit repeatedly. To Vegeta's surprise, it seemed that the more he was struck, the stronger Broly became, from being dominated earlier to now being able to exchange blows with him. Before he could think further, Broly executed a powerful charge, causing Vegeta considerable discomfort. Watching the two warriors clash, Paragus wore a somewhat strained smile. Renno, intrigued by the battle, suddenly asked, "By the way, Uncle Paragus, what about Broly's tail?" Paragus did not hide it. On a full moon night, Broly absorbed Blood's waves and transformed into a great ape. I had to cut off his tail. He pointed upward. Above, there was a moon-like satellite orbiting Planet Vegeta. Renno displayed an expression of realization. Suddenly, the residual energy from the battle swept up Renno and Paragus. A ki blast shot toward Paragus. The elderly Paragus nearly succumbed to a panic attack. Renno deftly deflected the energy blast with a casual swipe of his hand. At that moment, a vast area had become their battlefield. After being kicked in the chest by Vegeta, Broly was sent flying, yet he stood still with his eyes closed, as if he were in a trance. Vegeta, puzzled, was about to move closer when Broly suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a swirl of green energy radiating around him. Oh! Broly howled like a demon. His powers surged dramatically, but his pupils lacked any glimmer, as if he had lost all emotion. Faced with Broly's wrathful transformation, he pinned the unprepared Vegeta to the ground, rubbing his face into the dirt. Broly's strength continued to increase until Vegeta activated his Super Saiyan 2 form, which brought a slight improvement. However, it was only a slight reprieve, as the battle wore on. Vegeta found himself on the brink of collapse, while Broly only grew stronger, like a perpetual motion machine, with the green energy waves around him thickening, resembling a tempest of green. Meanwhile, Earth was plunged into chaos as Bojack's version of Baby descended upon it, first locating Gohan's home, known as the Capsule Corp. Because of the differing locations of their descent, he could only sense the energy of mortals completely unaware of the android's presence. Additionally, as Bu needed extended periods of slumber, his energy was extremely unstable, leading Baby to mistakenly believe that Gohan was the strongest warrior on Earth. Gohan, come out. What is this thing? Suddenly, while stealthily preparing to enter Gohan's home to parasitize him, Baby was spotted by Chi-Chi, who was carrying a water basin. At Chi-Chi's loud shout, Baby felt a sharp pain in his ears, and a murderous intent surfaced, causing him to raise his left hand and strike at Chi-Chi fiercely. Reacting to his mother's cry, Gohan immediately sensed something was wrong. His mother, who typically could face wild beasts single-handedly, was someone not afraid of snakes or insects. This meant there was an outsider, perhaps even an enemy. As he emerged to confront Baby, who was attacking his mother, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 just in time to intercept Baby's hand, which was only 3 centimeters from Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi collapsed to the ground, her face displaying sheer terror. Goten rushed out at that moment. Goten, protect Mom. I'll handle this guy. Okay, brother. Goten's expression turned grave as he realized that just after Bu-Earth was facing another extraterrestrial threat. Gohan erupted with rage, his overwhelming energy instantly catching the attention of Master Roshi and Krillin inside the Kame house. Similarly, in the other world, King Kai felt the commotion and prepared to seek out Gohan. Sensing the various energies approaching, Baby smirked, seizing the opportunity. While Gohan was distracted by his rage, he quickly detached from Bojack and lunged at Gohan. With ease, Baby infiltrated Gohan's body through various parts. Feeling the surging power within, Baby anticipated revenge and turned his head to coldly smile at the shocked Chi-Chi and Goten. Before long, Piccolo was the first to arrive, and seeing only Gohan in the vicinity, he grew suspicious. Gohan, what happened? Why the sudden outburst of energy? Piccolo scolded, didn't we have a rule? You can only unleash your energy in the face of enemies. Noticing Gohan's lowered head and lack of response, Piccolo sensed something was amiss. In the next moment, Bojack silently appeared behind Piccolo and locked him tightly. What's happening, Gohan? Piccolo exclaimed, staring in shock at the slowly rising Gohan, who wore a smile. On the planet Wampa, the battle between Vegeta and Broly had reached its zenith. Vegeta gazed at the approaching Broly in the sky, gritting his teeth as he extended his palm, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts directed at Broly. The prince's attack struck Broly with a force that stirred up thick clouds of smoke. But in the moment Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief, Broly suddenly lunged forward, clutching Vegeta's head in his grip. At that instant, a figure intervened, snatching Broly's hand away. What? Broly roared in anger, turning his fury towards Renno. His feet pounded the ground, leaving deep impressions as he charged forward with a thunderous sound. Seeing this, Renno braced himself for battle. Renno, please help my son Broly regain his sanity. Paragus pleaded, his aged eyes reflecting his desperation as he watched Broly descend into madness. Renno nodded affirmatively. Be careful, Renno. Broly is indeed the legendary Saiyan. The injured Vegeta warned. Broly wasted no time, throwing a powerful punch at Renno, who effortlessly caught it with his palm. As Broly's attack was thwarted, he let out another furious roar, feeling an ancient power surge within him. Green energy erupted from his body, enveloping the sky in a blinding green light strong enough to form a tempest of energy. Standing at the center of this energy storm, Broly floated in midair, his green hair glistening vividly, and his physique expanded dramatically, growing from 1.9 meters to 2.4 meters. Renno's eyes widened in confusion. Was Broly's Super Saiyan form characterized by green hair? Before he could ponder further, Broly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Renno on the ground. Boom! The clash of Broly's fists descending from above met Renno's rising fists, resulting in a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the earth, sending shockwaves in all directions. Paragus was nearly swept away by the force, but Vegeta grasped him and soared higher into the air. Feeling Broly's overwhelming strength, Renno activated his Super Saiyan form, hurling Broly away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, which had flowed from their earlier clash, he swiftly transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. I can't believe I was injured by Broly in his Super Saiyan 1 form. Renno's eyes reflected disbelief. At that moment, Broly's pupils vanished, indicating that he had completely lost his reason, transforming into a mindless warrior driven solely by the instinct to fight. Moreover, Renno realized that his base form was equivalent to Goku's Super Saiyan 3, yet he was still overpowered by Broly. With the activation of Super Saiyan 2, Renno reversed the tides of battle, landing blows on Broly that caused blood to spray. Ugh! The Supreme Kai looked on in exasperation at Goku on King Kai's planet. King Kai's planet did not belong to either the afterlife or the living world, but existed in a realm above both. Even the Kais themselves were not permitted to step there due to its uniqueness, allowing both the living and the deceased to visit. Since Goku came to King Kai for counsel daily, King Kai had reluctantly contacted the Supreme Kai, considering Goku's repeated efforts to save Earth from peril. Thus, under the Supreme Kai's directive, Jebet was sent to King Kai's planet. Just as the Supreme Kai finished fishing and intended to check on Earth, he picked up the crystal ball to observe the situation, only to be left astounded. Supreme Kai, what's wrong? Jebet inquired, noticing the Supreme Kai's shock. Goku, seeing the scene unfolding on Earth, was also taken aback. Almost all the inhabitants of Earth stood expressionless in a vast open space, unable to fit and extending far into the distance. It was a hauntingly eerie sight, with Gohan looming prominently at the forefront. What? How did Earth end up like this? Jebet, approaching to assess the situation, was dumbfounded as well. It had only been about 24 hours since he left Earth, and everything had changed so drastically. The old Supreme Kai, however, remained more composed, having seen many extraordinary events in his long life, yet a hint of unease was evident in his demeanor. I must go retrieve Renno and Vegeta, exclaimed the Supreme Kai Asin. Goku, puzzled, asked, huh? Where have Vegeta and Renno gone? It's not something I can explain right now. We should prioritize bringing Mr. Renno back, Asin said, poised to leave, but was halted by the old Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, clearly flustered, retorted, what's wrong, ancestor? I've allowed Earth to come to this, and I feel I've failed Mr. Renno's trust. Alas, as a deceased person, Goku cannot involve himself too much in the affairs of the living. But as an old man who can do nothing, I hope you can protect. The old Supreme Kai spoke gravely. Old Supreme Kai, is there any way for me to come back to life? Before the old Supreme Kai could respond, he suddenly sat down, exclaiming ugh, as he slumped to the ground. Goku rushed to support the old Supreme Kai, watching the halo above him flicker out, not feeling a shred of happiness at the sight. His fists clenched tightly, sorrow etched across his face. Ancestor! Jebet cried out in anguish, kneeling on the ground. The Supreme Kai closed his eyes in grief. Why are you crying? Hurry up and go. Do you want my sacrifice to be in vain? The old Supreme Kai shouted at Asin and Goku. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Goku's expression twisted momentarily before breaking into a smile. Seeing that the old ancestor had merely gained a few more rings around his head, the Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief as he and Goku teleported to Wampa. For the Supreme Kai understood that even if Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, he would still be no match for the mysterious Gohan, whose potential had been unlocked by the old Supreme Kai. Renno observed Broly with his hair standing tall and green, attacking him wildly, demonstrating no technique whatsoever, relying solely on instinct. His fury was palpable, a clear sign of his inability to control his energy. From above, Paragus' murky old eyes were filled with astonishment. This was the potential of his son. Buzz. In an instant, the Supreme Kai appeared beside Vegeta with Goku. The sudden appearance startled the aged Paragus, nearly causing him a heart attack. Even Vegeta was taken aback. Kakarot, you're alive. Seeing the halo above Goku's head fade, Vegeta's face broke into a smile, though it quickly returned to its usual stoic expression. However, Goku couldn't find Renno and looked puzzled. What's wrong, Kakarot? Vegeta asked, crossing his arms, recalling the moment when his pride nearly shattered. Vegeta, Earth is in crisis. Every human and Gohan is under the control of a mysterious enemy. I came looking for Renno. He might have a solution. Vegeta was momentarily stunned. It had only been a short time, and Earth was already facing another formidable foe. Boom. In the distance, mountains crumbled as Broly was sent flying. Renno, transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, collided repeatedly with Broly, who had turned into green lightning. The entire planet was now a battlefield for the two of them. Ow! Broly roared, unleashing the primal strength within him, but this time his power was evidently limited, lacking the endless reserves he had shown before. Paragus swallowed hard, realizing that the final showdown had devolved into chaos. He grew increasingly anxious. Broly can withstand the Great Ape's power, but he cannot control this raging force. He is beyond control now. Sensing Goku's energy, Renno's gaze sharpened as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, swiftly maneuvering around Broly to deliver a devastating strike that knocked him unconscious. Renno stroked his chin, realizing that Broly's growth was not limitless. He had merely reached his potential without unlocking it. In this desolate world, the potential had not been ignited until combat had commenced, allowing the latent power within him to surface. If it could truly be that simple, the entire universe would be at stake. No one would be left to play. In Renno's view, Broly's energy had reached its peak, showing no signs of further increase. Seeing that Broly had almost fully tapped into his potential, Renno decisively ended the battle with a powerful strike. It seems that Broly's energy had been accumulating within him, simply lacking guidance on how to utilize it. The intense battle has directly unleashed Broly's potential, which explains the exponential rise in his power during combat, It is not an infinite strength after all. Ultimately, Renno provided himself with an explanation that, while possibly not entirely accurate, was certainly close enough. Watching Broly, who lay on the ground, now return to his normal form, Renno felt a mix of emotions. The Super Saiyan form he had achieved was equivalent to his Super Saiyan 2, considering that Renno's strength in his normal state was already comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan 3. It was clear that Broly's Super Saiyan form was slightly stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 3. If this were a life-and-death battle with time passing, Broly's growth potential could indeed pose a threat to Goku. Renno carried the unconscious Broly to where Goku and Vegeta were and asked, "Goku, what happened?" Goku, despite feeling a bit restless after Renno's victory, explained the situation on Earth to him. At that moment, he knew he could not afford to act recklessly. If his personality were to lead to the destruction of Earth, it would be more painful than death itself. "Uncle Paragus, place your hand on my shoulder." With one hand holding Broly and the other in his pocket, Renno stood surrounded by Goku and the others. On Earth, Baby felt embarrassed as he glanced towards the direction of Planet Vegeta, where an overwhelming energy could even be sensed by him. He turned to the puppet Tien Shinhan behind him, who had a frostbitten expression, and asked, "Have we gathered all the Dragon Balls?" The puppet Tien wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, replying, "Master, we are almost done. We are just missing one 5-star Dragon Ball." Hurry up." "Yes, Master." With a whoosh, just as Baby was about to turn around, a group descended from the sky, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was this unexpected group doing appearing out of thin air? But when he saw the tail behind Renno, his expression stiffened and a white aura erupted around him. At first glance, it looked just like a normal form, with the only difference being the power level, making it hard to distinguish whether it was a mysterious form or a regular one. Upon landing, Renno gracefully extended his arm to catch the falling Paragus, ensuring the elderly man was safely secured. Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a responsibility for all. Meanwhile, Goku had seated himself directly on Vegeta's face, provoking a roar from the prince. "Kakarot, get off me now." Goku could only stand up, awkwardly scratching his head in embarrassment. When he noticed Renno's tail, his expression turned cold. There were indeed other Saiyans present. "You despicable Saiyans, the planet you protect has now been taken by me. Prepare to face the despair we Zayful people once endured." Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the group ignored him, Baby, possessing Gohan, was momentarily dumbfounded, then instantly erupted in anger, venting his frustrations. A powerful aura surged forth, and many of Goku's former companions under Baby's control charged toward the group. Before Baby could make a threatening remark, his expression froze as he witnessed a fist aimed at his abdomen. Incredulity washing over him, his eyes widened. "Nanny." Meanwhile, Renno, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, felt a chill. How dare they invade Earth? If that was the case, they would have to face his wrath. Looking at the devastated Earth, an unusual fury ignited within Renno. The overwhelming killing intent instantly roused the unconscious Broly. Seeing his son awaken, Paragus hurriedly recounted the events to Broly. Upon hearing his father's account, Broly lowered his head in shame. Once again, he had lost control and disappointed his father. As Renno landed powerful blows upon Baby's body, Baby was forcibly expelled from Gohan. Realizing this, Renno struck even harder. "Oh, oh, oh." Baby had no power to fight back, only able to wail in despair. Each punch was a devastating blow, yet Renno controlled his strength perfectly. Minutes later, Renno lifted the battered Baby, who resembled a lifeless dog. In that moment, Baby, suspended in midair, grinned coldly, quickly transforming into a viscous liquid that enveloped Renno. In that instant, Renno realized he had let his guard down and rapidly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This must be the former Zayful King's unique ability, akin to how Bu can transform living beings into food to enhance his combat power. Seeing that Renno possessed even stronger forms excited Baby. Soon this body would belong to him. He then let out a gleeful cackle. Just as he attempted to advance further, he found himself unable to move. Clearly, Baby had completely forgotten the gap between them at that moment. Baby awkwardly remained clinging to Renno's face. In the next instant, Renno yanked him down, subjecting him to an even more ferocious beating. "Zayful King, you have your reasons for revenge, but I too have my reasons to protect." Renno roared. "Impossible. Why are the Saiyans so strong now?" Before Baby could finish his sentence, he completely lost consciousness. All the Earthlings controlled by Baby's parasitic eggs were swiftly subdued by Vegeta's energy waves, creating deep pits around the battlefield to contain them. Meanwhile, the parasitized Goten and Trunks faced off against their respective fathers, not holding back in their attacks, each intent on defeating their fathers. Goku hesitated to strike, but Vegeta was different. He easily subdued the two possessed children. The remaining Earth warriors who had been parasitized stood no chance against the Kaioshin, and Jebet, not to mention Broly, had yet to join the fray. Soon the battle came to an end. Father. Upon hearing this, Renno turned to see Renno perched atop, Bu waving happily at him, while Razli quickly rushed to Renno's side. Without a word, they embraced each other. Though these younglings could not harm him, he had to consider his daughter, which was why he had been hiding with Bu. Having sensed her husband's energy, she rushed over. After their affectionate reunion, Renno smiled at Bu from afar, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Bu. No need to be polite. After all, you saved my life," Bu replied with a goofy grin. While Baby feigned death, seizing the opportunity to bolt from Gohan's body at lightning speed, he quickly piloted the spaceship that had arrived on Earth to escape. Watching the ship ascend into the atmosphere, Renno and Razli shared a knowing smile and unleashed energy waves simultaneously. The two energy waves merged into one, obliterating Baby into nothingness. Subsequently, with the help of the Dragon Radar, Goku located the final Dragon Ball. By making a wish, the Earth was restored to its original state, and all the parasitic eggs within the humans were removed by the dragon. At Renno's request, the Earth was also reinforced, resulting in greener mountains, clearer waters, and a greater resilience to turmoil. 2 months had passed since the Baby incident came to an end. Trunks had been practically living at the Renno household, almost as if he resided there permanently along with his proud father Vegeta. From time to time, Goku would appear out of nowhere, even interrupting moments of intimacy between Renno and Razli. He would arrive in high spirits, only to leave red-faced and nursing a couple of bumps on his head. Eventually, Renno could no longer tolerate it. He could understand Trunks visiting, but what was with these two grown men constantly showing up at his home? Renno glared at the embarrassed Goku and the resolute Vegeta before him. "Hey, what do you two mean by this? If you have something to say, just say it." Renno yanked Goku's collar in frustration. Renno, didn't Vegeta tell you?" Goku looked at Vegeta in astonishment. They had agreed to come together to learn the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, yet it seemed Vegeta had forgotten to mention the purpose. Kakarot, I thought you had already informed him." Vegeta crossed his arms, feeling awkward. After all, it had been quite some time since they started visiting without any apparent reason. He assumed Renno had rejected their request, so he and his brother had decided to rely on sincerity to win him over. Little did they know Renno had no idea what they were actually here for. Damn Kakarot, how infuriating. "Well, Renno, we want to learn how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Goku took the initiative to speak, sensing Vegeta was too shy to broach the subject. He had expected to be reprimanded by Renno, but to his surprise, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Did you really have to put me through all this torture?" Renno exclaimed. Goku completely ignored Renno's complaint, his mind buzzing with the thought that Renno was finally willing to teach them the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Meanwhile, Vegeta was enveloped in silence. This was the first time the proud Saiyan Prince had requested guidance from someone else. If it weren't for Renno's dazzling Super Saiyan 4 form, he would never have humiliated himself by standing at Renno's doorstep like a mere guardian. It was all Kakarot's fault, truly infuriating. If it weren't for that insufferable Kakarot, he would have probably mastered Super Saiyan 4 by now. Renno took a deep breath and said, "In exchange, you both need to teach me a skill as payment. Do you understand?" "Of course, no problem," Vegeta readily agreed. However, Goku looked troubled. He had always been the one receiving lessons, never the one teaching others. Many of his skills had been learned from Piccolo, who was actually quite a good guy. "What's wrong, Goku?" Renno inquired, noticing Goku's troubled expression. It's nothing, I'm fine." Goku responded, knowing he had no choice but to agree for the sake of learning. He didn't even want to think about the awkwardness that might arise later. Just then, Razli returned home with Rina after shopping for groceries, and upon seeing the shameless duo once again, her expression darkened. "Hey, are you two really not afraid of me beating you up?" Razli warned coldly. "I know we're here to seek knowledge," Goku stammered. Right, Android 18, Vegeta ducked behind Renno. Goku broke out in a cold sweat at Razli's glare. The two brothers had often faced her wrath, especially Goku, who recalled instances when Razli and Renno were peacefully resting, and he had teleported right between them, causing Renno to explode in anger. He had nearly met his end that day. "Fine, come back tomorrow morning." "I need to rest for the night," Renno said flatly. Why?" the impatient Goku exclaimed. "Isn't it because you two are always causing trouble?" Renno shot a frustrated glance at Goku. "All right, fine," Goku conceded. The following morning, even before dawn, there was a knock on Renno's door. Soon enough, Goku and Vegeta saw Bu running toward them, filled with fury. Upon seeing Bu, Vegeta turned pale with fear. Having been awakened by the noise yet again, Bu could no longer contain his anger, and the two brothers found themselves fleeing in panic. Indeed, Renno had established a new home instead of living on the ship, resembling Bulma's house. There was a large open space in front of the house for activities. Hearing the commotion outside, Renno stepped out in his pajamas. He glanced at the three brawling figures, and then at the time, for in the morning. With a burst of energy, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and approached Goku and Vegeta. What followed was a cacophony of chaos. It is well known that Saiyans with tails transform into giant apes upon seeing the full moon, and Super Saiyan 4 harnesses the power of the giant ape to elevate their Super Saiyan strength. However, this requires. Just as Renno was explaining the crucial points of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to Goku and Vegeta, a loud crack interrupted him. Was there a thief? Vegeta, half distracted by jotting down notes, was suddenly interrupted. His expression darkened with an unspoken killing intent. Renno and Goku quickly rushed inside. They found Trunks sprawled awkwardly on the floor, looking utterly embarrassed, as if he had been caught in a compromising position. Hey, which shameless idiot is this? Are you trying to? Vegeta's energy began to gather in his hand, but upon seeing his son, his face turned even darker. Damn it, I'm here to learn, and you come to ruin everything. Vegeta felt as if he might explode from rage. Trunks lowered his head in shame, and then suddenly spoke earnestly. Uncle Renno, I want to date Rena. I don't want to keep sneaking around. Next time I want to come in openly and ask for Rena. He bowed deeply, his expression serious. Upon hearing Trunks, Vegeta's face shifted from black to white in an instant. Renno had already wrapped an arm around Vegeta's shoulder, smiling widely. Vegeta, a clearing in the mountains. As Sun Wukong stated, if Trunks can withstand 50 attacks from Rena, he wins, otherwise Rena wins. Do you understand? Sun Wukong asked. Absolutely, Uncle Wukong, Trunks replied confidently. He truly liked Rena, having fallen for her at first sight. This must be what they call love at first sight. With a simultaneous roar, Rena and Trunks transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. However, as soon as the match began, Rena appeared somewhat nonchalant, while Trunks was too intimidated to strike at the girl he liked. Thus, even Rena's simplest moves left Trunks bewildered. It hardly resembled a battle, it felt more like play. And Renno was no longer calm. This girl was doing it on purpose. Vegeta smirked. Did this mean Renno would become his in-law in the future? What a twist of fate. It was simply explosive. As expected, after 50 exchanges, Trunks emerged victorious. The entire experience felt dreamlike to Trunks, who never anticipated that Renno would be so deliberately playful. Full, now that you've won, why not show some gratitude? Rena playfully winked at Trunks with her beautiful eyes. Trunks' ears turned crimson as he stepped forward and planted a kiss on Rena's rosy lips. Renno watched the two children act so intimately, feeling a bittersweet pang inside, especially since he had consented to it. What kind of situation would it be if he backed out now? Then Trunks grabbed Rena's small hand and approached Renno. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Trunks felt exhilarated. Renno, infuriated, flung his sleeve and stormed off. Wukong teased, congratulations, Vegeta. Your son has managed to woo Renno's precious daughter. Had Vegeta heard such taunts from Sun Wukong in the past, he would have exploded in rage. But now, he chuckled quietly. Thus, Renno began explaining the details and feelings regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta benefited greatly from the discourse, while Wukong, a martial arts enthusiast, remained confused, only catching that transforming into Super Saiyan 4 required a tail. Soon it was time to fulfill promises, and Vegeta directly imparted the ultimate flash technique to Renno. It was undeniable that Renno's talent was extraordinarily remarkable. He mastered it in less than half an hour. However, when it came to Wukong, Wukong nervously said, first like this, then like that, while gesturing awkwardly. Renno, Vegeta, do you even hear the nonsense you're saying? Seeing the fearful glint in Renno's eyes, Wukong became even more anxious, flailing his arms in a chaotic manner. Renno observed Wukong's actions in silence, never having considered that someone might avoid their responsibilities in front of him. As he readied to strike, Wukong hastily exclaimed, Renno, I learned instant transmission on Yardrat. I can take you there. Yardrat. Relieved that Renno did not strike him, Wukong let out a breath. Vegeta couldn't help but smirk at Wukong's awkwardness. All right, once you both successfully transform, I'll have you take me there, Renno said coolly to Wukong. Sure. Upon saying this, Wukong prepared to use instant transmission to depart with Vegeta, but was stopped by Renno. Wukong, you go ahead. I need to discuss something with Vegeta. Renno flashed a grin at Vegeta. This startled the latter, making him shiver. Wukong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished in an instant. Renno, what's the matter? Vegeta stammered. Seeing that he had frightened Vegeta, Renno grinned mischievously. I believe you should focus more on mastering your energy control rather than endlessly increasing your strength. What you need to do is not try to keep pace with Wukong, but strive to surpass him and defeat him. Vegeta was taken aback by this remark. Indeed, he had been too obsessed with the desire for strength, neglecting control in other aspects. Countless nights, he had been jolted awake by the image of Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan due to Krillin back on Namek, then witnessing his future son do the same and ultimately realizing even Wukong's son Gohan had surpassed him. This was a crushing blow for a Saiyan prince whose talent supposedly exceeded that of Wukong and his son. No matter what, he found himself unable to surpass Wukong, which was intolerable for a Saiyan prince, yet he felt utterly powerless. Although he later acknowledged Wukong and Gohan, the bitterness lingered deeply. This pressure weighed on Vegeta like sinking into an abyss, rendering him breathless. With Renno's guidance, the chains binding his heart shattered instantly. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Renno sensed Vegeta's power significantly surge. Yes, it was a transformation stemming from a shift in mindset. Vegeta also felt a change within himself, turning to Renno with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Renno. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. I'll visit you again when I have the chance." Vegeta clasped his fists toward Renno. "Forget it, don't leave. Train here with me." Renno extended his hand, inviting Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Meanwhile, Razlie in the air stared in a daze. Though she would be family in the future, this progress seemed too swift. Observing the base of Vegeta's tail, Renno fell silent. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 required regrowing a tail, but given Vegeta's situation, it was barely a centimeter long. How could they coax it out? After a prolonged contemplation, Renno and Vegeta reached an agreement. Initially, Vegeta intended to refuse, but reconsidered and nodded. Renno grasped the barely there inch of Vegeta's tail, and Vegeta suddenly unleashed all his strength, charging forward. As a result, the tail was indeed pulled out. Feeling the tail swaying behind him, Vegeta experienced a mix of joy and nervousness. "Alright, the strength of each form will depend on your foundational combat abilities. Get ready to embrace my training." Okay. Thus, Vegeta embarked on a new round of training at Renno's home. Time flew by swiftly. Soon the next full moon would arrive. At the same time, Son Wukong was also on King Kai's planet, regrowing his tail with the help of King Kai Asin and the old Kai. Currently, Wukong was waiting in a nearby forest with Vegeta for the arrival of the full moon. Wukong had come here due to concerns about losing control and causing destruction, seeking Renno's intervention. Sensing Vegeta's energy, Wukong paused momentarily, feeling its overwhelming strength, now comparable to his own. Last time Vegeta had surpassed him only through Babbidi's manipulation, so this time. Vegeta met Wukong's gaze, a confident smile forming on his lips. Soon Son Wukong and Vegeta, having regrown their tails, transformed with menacing faces, their bodies swelling until they became colossal golden apes. The continuous roars and the tremendous commotion attracted Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin. Staring at the two giant apes resembling towering mountains, Piccolo was left dumbfounded. Hadn't their tails been severed? How could they possibly regrow? As the transformed Vegeta spotted Renno and his companions, he charged forward swiftly, seizing Renno in his palm. Renno maintained a smile throughout, confident that Vegeta had embraced his teachings and would regain his senses. As expected, upon grasping Renno, Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, "Renno. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could I lose my sanity merely by transforming into a giant ape?" Vegeta roared internally. Indeed, as he regained his rationality, his form gradually shrank, ultimately resembling Super Saiyan 4. His upper body was covered in red fur, revealing a muscular chest, a mane of black hair, and black leather pants on the lower half. He looked remarkably similar to Renno's Super Saiyan 4 form. This left Piccolo dumbstruck. Could it be that all Saiyans in their Super Saiyan 4 form appeared identical? This was Krillin's first question. Vegeta, gazing at his new form, felt his breath quickening. This power was unprecedented, and he couldn't help but smile confidently at Renno. "Congratulations, Vegeta, you've mastered Super Saiyan 4, Renno congratulated him. However, the giant ape Son Wukong was a different challenge altogether. Seeing the giant rushing toward them, Renno rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Just as he prepared to intervene, Vegeta stopped him. Kakarot is mine to deal with." With that, he charged at Son Wukong and threw a punch, instantly distorting Wukong's face as he was sent hurtling backward. Once Son Wukong steadied himself, Vegeta presented him with a photo of Chi-Chi, but unsurprisingly, it was ineffective. Seeing this, Renno flew toward the Capsule Corp, realizing that they needed Chi-Chi to intervene. After all, regaining one's sanity was no easy feat. He himself was awakened by Razlie's tears, and Wukong had his moments of clarity too. In no time, Renno reached Wukong's home, where Goten was still oblivious, watching as his mother was whisked away by a gust of wind. Furious, Goten chased after her, but soon lost his direction. Meanwhile, Renno held Chi-Chi in his arms, surrounded by a protective aura to prevent her from being overwhelmed by the speed. Throughout the journey, Renno shared many stories with Chi-Chi, hoping that a few tears might awaken son Wukong. Chi-Chi, despite her anger toward Renno, was more concerned about Wukong. Although she often opposed his training, her heart ached for him, especially since he frequently ignored her protests to train with King Kai. Even though she often complained when the moment was crucial, she was more anxious than anyone. As if on cue, within a minute, Chi-Chi spotted the towering ape, now resembling a 4-story building. Although it was no longer the same creature she once knew, she could still recognize him at first glance. Seeing her husband in such a state brought tears to Chi-Chi's eyes. Vegeta easily subdued son Wukong, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, just as Renno had indicated. His attack, defense, energy consumption, speed, endurance, and stamina had all seen tremendous improvements. He was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest hexagonal warrior. Yet son Wukong could only roar in frustration, his energy blast striking Vegeta like gentle strokes. This sight stirred deep discomfort within Gohan. He wanted to step forward, but was held back by Uncle Piccolo. Wukong, I won't restrict your training anymore. Please come back, I'm scared that you might leave me again, sob sob. Floating in the air, Chi-Chi began to weep. After Wukong perished alongside Cell, Chi-Chi had endured countless days and nights in despair. If it weren't for Gohan and Goten as her emotional support, who knows what this foolish woman might have done. But now that Wukong was in such a state, Chi-Chi could not remain passive. As the giant ape son Wukong noticed Chi-Chi crying, he paused, scratching his head in confusion. This person looked so familiar, but he just couldn't recall who she was. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became, until he finally roared, clutching his head, as a family photo floated before his eyes, causing his gaze to sharpen. Indeed, this was the handiwork of Renno. In the photo, Wukong had Goten perched on his shoulder with Gohan standing quietly beside him, and Chi-Chi smiling at the camera. Chi-Chi. As Wukong regained his senses, his form began to shrink back to his usual size before everyone's eyes. His black hair and red fur stood out strikingly, and the red markings around his eyes made him look quite handsome. Unlike his usual pattern, he didn't immediately check his new form. Instead, he stared blankly at Chi-Chi, who was weeping profusely. Regret washed over his face. Memories flooded back to him. He had been too young to understand the meaning of marriage when he inadvertently became engaged to Chi-Chi. Little did he know Chi-Chi had held on to this matter all along, and when they finally met at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he hadn't even recognized her. After a fierce battle, he had finally fulfilled Chi-Chi's wishes, which led to Gohan's birth. While Bulma had transformed into a sophisticated lady, Chi-Chi had become a rural housewife, yet she never thought of leaving him. The more he reflected, the guiltier he felt toward Chi-Chi. His eyes grew warm as he embraced Chi-Chi, who was rushing toward him. This sight brought relief to Gohan's heart. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I worried you. Chi-Chi wiped away Wukong's tears and smiled. It's all right as long as you're safe. Witnessing this scene, Renno and Vegeta exchanged glances, arms crossed. Even Krillin quietly turned away to leave along with Piccolo and Gohan. Caught off guard, they were unexpectedly showered with love. What? Was it nice holding Chi-Chi just now? Razlie approached, looking displeased and evidently a bit jealous. Of course not. If I hadn't done that, Wukong would be in trouble. This is all for Wukong, Renno replied, feigning seriousness. He continued elaborating on the severe consequences of his actions, which nearly made Vegeta smirk. If he weren't a Saiyan, he might have actually believed Renno's nonsense. To his surprise, Razlie nodded, seemingly convinced. But whether it was true or not, Renno knew Razlie had a much clearer understanding than he did. Nonetheless, he still pulled Razlie into an embrace. Vegeta was taken aback, glancing between the affectionate Wukong and Chi-Chi, the tender Renno, and Android 18, and the quietly retreating Gohan, and Piccolo grinding his teeth in frustration. Thank you both. Thank you, Renno. Chi-Chi and I will head back now, Wukong and Chi-Chi greeted before taking their leave. Vegeta, what about you? Razlie, nestled in Renno's arms, smiled at Vegeta, though her gaze remained cold. The implication was clear: they had been here long enough, and it was time to go. Vegeta awkwardly chuckled. Renno, I'll take my leave now. Let's meet again sometime. With that, he hurried home, feeling a longing for Bulma after everything that had transpired. Tonight, he would make sure to put in extra effort with his beloved Bulma. Vegeta had just returned home to find his wife still awake, engrossed in the creation of an unidentified machine. He approached her. Hey Vegeta, you actually remembered to come back, Bulma said with a playful pout, wearing her lab coat. What husband spends more time at others' homes, especially when there's an attractive android involved? It was hard for Bulma to keep her composure. You don't know that you. Just as she was about to scold him, Vegeta wrapped his arms around her from behind. Bulma's face flushed instantly. Vegeta, She wanted to say more, but Vegeta silenced her with a kiss. Moments later, he pushed her onto the bed. Just as they were about to take things further, Goten entered the room, sucking on his fingers. Upon seeing the scene before him, his face turned bright red. Vegeta's expression darkened visibly, and he looked ready to erupt. Bulma hurriedly said, "Goten, Trunks and Renno went to the mall. You should go find them." It was clear that since Renna had agreed to date Trunks, she often visited their home, leaving a good impression on Bulma. Before she could finish her sentence, Goten dashed out. Vegeta glanced at Goten's retreating figure and continued his intimate moment with his beloved Bulma, thinking to himself that Goten truly was the son of that reckless Kakarot, just as troublesome. Later that night at Reina's home, she was alone in the bathroom, feeling the cool water cascade over her gaze heavy with contemplation. Why? She felt that her power over time and space had advanced, yet she still could not recapture the sensations she once had. Ever since she had unwittingly connected with her mother's consciousness, Reina had not been able to access that space again. This left her feeling quite lost. She recalled having mentioned her location. Could something have happened to her mother? No, it must be due to some delay. Reina dared not think of the worst. As she stared blankly at the ceiling, Razli entered clad in a bathrobe and barefoot. Upon seeing her, Reina's body jolted and her face flushed. Razli looked like an enchanting fairy at that moment. Noticing Reina's captivated gaze, Razli playfully flicked her short golden hair, a blush rising on her lovely face. Her devilish figure was mesmerizing, drawing the eye irresistibly. Her slender waist resembled that of a water snake, both delicate and smooth. Razli's legs were equally appealing, their graceful lines exuding a beauty that Reina found hard to resist. Although they often shared a bed, Razli's current allure left Reina utterly entranced. In a flash, she pulled her enchanting little fairy closer, and they indulged in a warm bath together. The next morning, Reina opened her eyes to see Razli sprawled across her like an octopus. She smiled tenderly and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Afterward, she turned and left the room. As soon as she stepped outside, Razli opened her eyes. Her expression was somewhat awkward as she looked towards Reina. When she saw Majin Buu sleeping soundly in the cave she had built, Reina hurried over to him. Noticing Reina's approach, Buu rubbed his eyes and waved sleepily. "Good morning, Reina." I'll be out for a few days. Let me know when Razli wakes up. Are you going somewhere fun?" Buu's eyes lit up at the thought of Reina leaving. Reina waved her hand, dismissively indicating she was going to study, which left Buu feeling a bit down. However, when Reina pulled out a giant lollipop, Buu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Reina had plans to have the Supreme Kai send her to Yardrat. As for her wife, she could rest a little longer. Before Reina could press the button on the Supreme Kai's summoning device, she heard footsteps. Startled, she turned to see Razli looking at her with an angry expression. Where do you think you're going?" Razli approached Reina and playfully punched her chest a few times. Reina could only smile wryly. Despite her carefulness, she had still woken Razli. "I'm planning to visit another planet. I've never been there before and I want to ensure your safety, so I'll go alone for a few days." Reina glanced at her wife, feeling somewhat guilty. "I don't care where you go, I'm coming with you," Razli huffed, reaching out to wrap her arms around Reina's waist, clearly intent on not letting go. Seeing his adorable and clingy wife, Reina felt sweetness bloom in his heart, but he also felt a bit of a headache. It wouldn't do to have her follow him everywhere. Reluctantly, he agreed. Razli's reasoning was simple. She wanted to see other planets, having never left Earth. Sure enough, the next moment she released her grip and beamed at Reina. Her playful demeanor left Reina speechless. As Reina pressed the button to summon the Supreme Kai, Ashen and Jebet appeared before her in mere seconds. "Reina, how may I assist you?" Ashen asked, puzzled. Jebet stood nearby with his arms crossed, looking expressionless. "I'm planning to go." Just as she was about to say she was heading to Yardrat, she realized that the Supreme Kai's instant transmission likely didn't require sensing energy to reach any location in the universe. Reina's mind raced as she thought, could the Supreme Kai teach me instant transmission? Upon hearing Reina's request, Ashen shook his head with a smile. "Reina, only the Supreme Kai can learn instant transmission, and it requires divine energy." Reina's eyelids twitched, and no wonder it was so effective. Its requirements were indeed stringent. Best to stick with her plan to go to Yardrat. "All right then, please send me to Yardrat. I want to learn instant transmission there." "Oh, understood." Ashen nodded knowingly. Without any delay, he grabbed both Jebet and Reina and performed instant transmission. The bodyguards couldn't be left behind, even though they could also use instant transmission. In the North Galaxy, on Yardrat, 4 figures suddenly appeared with a swoosh. It was Reina and the others. Razli looked around, curiously excited, as it was her first time leaving Earth for another planet. Reina also surveyed the surroundings and noted the towering skyscrapers, clearly indicative of a technologically advanced planet that rivaled any city back on Earth. The couple marveled at the sights. Jebet, however, was unfazed. "Reina, if you need anything, contact the Supreme Kai. I'll leave you here. All right, Renno replied politely. See you later. See you later. Once Jebbet had left, Razli shrugged and approached Renno. Didn't you think that the technology on other planets isn't any less impressive than Earth's? Renno didn't deny it, but felt something was off. Only then did she notice the yard rat people had appeared out of nowhere, silently watching the two. It felt as if they had materialized out of thin air. Renno immediately went on high alert. It seemed this planet was full of powerful beings. How had Goku managed to learn instant transmission here? Razli also noticed the unusual situation, breaking into a cold sweat. What? When did this happen? At that moment, the leader of the yard rat people approached. He walked towards Renno and Razli, and as he moved, all the yard rat people followed suit, surrounding the couple tightly. Seeing the crowd, but sensing no malice, Renno felt relieved. If they were to attack, how would she learn instant transmission? Could Goku even be considered the type to teach? Renno estimated there were at least 100 individuals surrounding them. In this tense atmosphere, the leader of the yard rat people stood several meters away under Razli's sharp gaze. Noticing that his wife was about to take action, Renno quickly squeezed her waist, signaling her to leave it to him. This made Razli's face flush with embarrassment. Hello, visitors from another world. The leader of the yard rat people greeted them. Greetings, friends from Yard Rat. I'm from Earth, and I heard from a friend that I could learn some skills here. My wife, and I mean no harm, Renno explained, striving to sound gentle. Upon hearing the word Earth, the leader's eyes widened in surprise. Do you know Son Goku? Renno immediately understood. Goku must have learned instant transmission from this leader. She smiled and said, yes, Goku introduced us. We're good friends. Is that so? How is Goku doing these days? The leader seemed genuinely pleased, curious about what Goku was up to. After a lengthy conversation, Renno learned that the Ginyu Force had previously attacked the planet Yadalat, only to be called back midway by Frieza. The inhabitants of Yadalat were grateful to Sun Wukong for his involvement. Observing the densely packed Yadalations, Razli curiously asked, are there many of you Yadalations? Nori paused, somewhat taken aback. Oh, I apologize, but it's actually just me here. He scratched his head awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Yadalations vanished without a trace, leaving only the striking appearance of Renno, which caused Nori to become infatuated. This left both Renno and Razli in stunned silence. Wow, how did you do that? I could sense the energy from everyone just now, Renno remarked, careful not to provoke Nori, feigning surprise. Razli's gaze towards Nori began to shift, sensing something was off. Realizing his own lapse in composure, Nori hurriedly explained, us Yadalations are quite weak in power. Sometimes to ward off intruders, we use peculiar abilities to make them aware that we are not to be trifled with. He then demonstrated his teleportation ability, zipping around Renno in an instant. Next, he manipulated his energy to form a weapon, showcasing all he had learned. Renno felt a cold sweat on his forehead. This ability was indeed formidable. It could easily deter any adversary, and if he misjudged the strength of the Yadalations, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just like what had happened with Renno earlier. Every clone exuded energy. Who wouldn't be bewildered by that? What an amazing ability, Renno remarked, his expression filled with admiration. I call it the proliferation technique, Nori replied. If used in combat, this ability would be immensely effective, creating an illusion so convincing it could frighten an opponent into a frenzy. Imagine facing an evenly matched foe, and just as victory seems certain, they unleash a multitude of clones. One could only wonder what expression would grace the opponent's face. Even a master of Ki would struggle to discern the truth. Renno gazed at Nori with burning curiosity, causing Nori to blush under the intensity of the gaze. Before Renno could ask for instruction, another Yadalation teleported beside them. Another Yadalation capable of teleportation. Could it be that all Yadalations possess this skill? Mr. Renno, the Grand Elder requests your presence, the new Yadalation invited. This took Renno by surprise. Actually, the moment you arrived, I notified my people using a special ability. After understanding the situation, I sent someone to fetch you, Nori said, blinking innocently. With that, Nori took his leave, blowing a kiss to Renno. You, M9. Before Razli could express her anger, Nori had already vanished. Confronted with such provocation, Razli seethed but felt utterly powerless. Please go inside. The Grand Elder is waiting for you. The Yadalation escorting them indicated a brightly lit house. Before leaving, he added Sun Wukong, learned his teleportation from the Grand Elder, The thought of learning various skills filled Renno with immense joy. As Renno and Razli approached the house, two more robust Yadalations made a gesture, inviting them in, presumably the Grand Elder's guards. Renno and Razli entered with a sense of boldness. Inside, they encountered a blue being resembling a slime. Welcome to Yadalat, my friends, the Grand Elder, resembling the blue slime, greeted. Upon learning from Nori about Renno and Razli's friendship with Son Wukong, the Grand Elder displayed palpable excitement. Seeing the tail floating behind Renno further confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, they were Saiyans. He hurried over to Renno, scrutinizing him closely, nodding in satisfaction at last. Renno, observing the elderly Grand Elder's spry movements, couldn't help but wonder if he was an old comrade of Master Roshi. With a smile, Renno said, "Grand Elder, we have come from Earth specifically to learn teleportation, and we hope for your guidance." The Grand Elder looked at Renno thoughtfully. "Your power seems even greater than that of Mr. Wukong." Renno was taken aback. His energy was concealed and his appearance didn't reveal much. Otherwise, Nori wouldn't have been so brazen, merely holding back due to his desire for assistance from Yadalat. It appeared the Grand Elder was quite astute. Noticing Renno's silence, the Grand Elder smiled and explained the technique of teleportation is merely a method of utilizing ki. To master it, one must learn to control their ki, which will naturally lead to the development of various unique techniques. In front of a friend of Son Wukong, the Grand Elder spoke freely, imparting all the knowledge he had. After some time, Renno emerged from the ocean of knowledge, astonished by the myriad applications of ki. He concluded that the key was to learn how to control ki, enabling the creation of wondrous abilities. Seeing Renno's astonishment, the Grand Elder demonstrated techniques of growth, proliferation, and teleportation. Razli exclaimed, "I didn't realize Son Wukong only learned the basics here. These abilities are simply magnificent." The Grand Elder continued, "These techniques are quite simple. By utilizing ki for movement, division, and expansion, one can achieve them." Seeing their astonished expressions, he added, "Any resident of Yadalat can perform these, so as long as one comprehends ki thoroughly, they can learn any technique they wish, even innovate." Renno gasped in astonishment, acknowledging that the Yadalatians had reached a new level of understanding and application of ki. All along, Saiyans and most beings of the universe had only utilized ki for offense and defense. They had never considered the possibility of developing such extraordinary abilities. Renno then patted Razli on the shoulder, and together they bowed to the Grand Elder. "Please guide us in our training." Very well. Training depends on the individual. How much you can learn relies on your comprehension," he replied. Yes, Renno and Razli exchanged a glance, nodding earnestly with smiles. At last they could begin their learning. In the days that followed, Renno and Razli immersed themselves in rigorous training. The Grand Elder arranged a residence for the couple. Whenever they had the chance, they would seek the Grand Elder's counsel regarding the structure of ki. Thus a month passed, during which Renno and Razli focused solely on studying the composition of ki. By the second month, Renno was able to teleport briefly, though the distance remained a challenge. By the third month, Renno had thoroughly mastered and practiced teleportation. With experience, he also learned to grow and proliferate. Upon witnessing Renno's rapid mastery of these three introductory techniques, the Grand Elder was left speechless. It was worth noting that Son Wukong had taken 6 months to learn teleportation alone. In the fourth month, under the Grand Elder's guidance, Renno acquired the technique of ki separation. This ability forcibly separates the power gained through fusion and absorption from the opponent. In battle, it could yield unexpected advantages. In just 4 months, Renno had nearly mastered all the Grand Elder's techniques. Of course, proliferation, growth, and teleportation were skills that nearly all Yadalatians possessed. In contrast, the ki separation technique was known only to a select few Yadalatians. Remarkably, Renno, relying on his exceptional talent, even developed a new technique called ki blade. In the 5th month, one day, the Grand Elder suddenly approached the practicing duo of Renno and Razli. Seeing the Grand Elder's arrival, Renno smiled gently and said, "Grand Elder, may I ask what instructions you have for us?" The Grand Elder's expression revealed hesitation, as if he were faced with a difficult choice. Renno quickly sensed the turmoil in the Grand Elder's eyes and instantly teleported in front of him. "Grand Elder, what troubles you? Is there something difficult at hand?" Renno inquired with concern. Noticing the Grand Elder's continued silence, he pressed on, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, as long as there are difficulties facing the planet Adrat, I will spare no effort within my capabilities." After much contemplation, the Grand Elder sighed. "Renno, your potential is truly remarkable. Over this time, I have come to realize that you are not an evil-hearted Saiyan. Thus, I wish to share with you a legend about the god of the Saiyans, hoping you can grasp the essence of divinity." Renno's pupils constricted in disbelief at the words. Even Razli was taken aback. Was this divine essence akin to that of the Kaioshin? Ignoring Renno's incredulity, the Grand Elder continued slowly. "If you wish to know this secret, please unleash your full energy, so I can ascertain whether you are worthy of receiving it. If you are not, then consider my words as never spoken." Seeing the Grand Elder's serious demeanor, Renno's gaze sharpened, and he no longer concealed his energy. In an instant, Renno's hair transformed into a brilliant gold crackling with electricity, making him resemble a living thunder god. It did not end there. Fearing he might fall short of the Grand Elder's expectations, he continued to amplify his aura, an endless surge of crimson energy erupting from him. A red beam of light shot skyward, alarming the Adrat people nearby, who instantly teleported over to witness Renno enveloped in a storm of crimson energy, leaving them dumbfounded. Was this still the sunny and cheerful Renno they once knew? Nori's face turned pale, overwhelmed by such immense power, something he had never encountered in his life. Recalling the time when Renno first arrived on Adrat and had acted somewhat mischievously, his expression grew even graver. Rasley, noticing Nori's reaction, smirked with disdain, thinking, "What gives you the right to pursue my man when you are so obviously out of your depth?" Ah! Bathed in the energy storm, Renno had entered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation with his fiery red fur visible to all, followed by his thick, unruly black hair. The crimson markings in his eyes conveyed an indescribable aura. The Grand Elder was already in shock, whisked away by other clan members to a safe distance. The ground within 100 meters of Renno collapsed several meters deep under the pressure of his unleashed energy. Who knew what would have happened if someone had been standing above? As Renno's energy dissipated, he looked back at the Grand Elder, who now wore a look of terror, seemingly still reeling from the earlier shock. In the next moment, Renno reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, returning to the appearance of a sunny young man. He instantly teleported to the Grand Elder's side, causing several Adrat people to jump back in fright. Clearly, Renno's transformation had terrified them, primarily due to the overwhelming energy he had exuded. Renno had no interest in calming their fears. He helped the Grand Elder to his feet, saying, "Might I ask if you acknowledge my strength now, Grand Elder?" Oh, of course. The Grand Elder managed a strained smile as he was aided by Renno. Renno was the strongest being the Grand Elder had ever encountered, and who else could be worthy if not him? After a brief rest, the Grand Elder seemed much better. With a dismissive glance at his cowering clansmen, he was certain that Renno would not harm them. Rasley shook her head, thinking it pointless to care about them now that they were leaving. Renno also felt a headache coming on at the cowardice of the Adrat people. Although he was strong, it did not mean he posed a threat. Mr. Renno possesses formidable strength, yet you all shrink away in a corner after witnessing it. The Grand Elder huffed, his face filled with dissatisfaction as he glared at the ungrateful clan. Sure enough, after a round of reprimands, the Adrat people exchanged glances filled with shame. Renno remained indifferent, as the Grand Elder had been the only one teaching him throughout his training. What others thought was irrelevant, especially since they would soon depart. However, Renno had not forgotten the Grand Elder's purpose for coming. "Grand Elder, might you share the legend of the god of the Saiyans?" The Grand Elder beckoned for Renno to come closer, leading him into the mysterious abode where he had previously stayed. Even Rasley was not permitted to enter. "Mr. Renno, do you know who the ancestor of the Saiyans is?" the Grand Elder suddenly asked. Renno pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before shaking his head. The Grand Elder seemed unsurprised and replied slowly, "Nowadays, very few in the universe recognize Amoxi." The Grand Elder sighed deeply before narrating a tale. In ancient times, the Saiyans were primarily known for their brutality and evil, often conquering other planets and committing unspeakable atrocities under the guise of their primal transformations. As a result, they earned many enemies. However, exceptions exist in all things. One day, a unique Saiyan was born. This Saiyan not only thought differently from his kin, but even resisted the urge to destroy life-bearing planets, standing in stark contrast to the violent Saiyans. Thus, he was ostracized and isolated by his own people. This Saiyan was named Amoxi, blessed with remarkable talent and intelligence from an early age. One day, Amoxi gathered 5 like-minded Saiyans who shared his sense of justice, and soon the 6 formed a faction. This stirred considerable commotion. Ultimately, the news reached the ears of the Saiyan King. Realizing that neglecting this group could threaten his own power, the Saiyan King, wary of their talents, summoned the full might of the clan to hunt down the 6. Though the 6 warriors were powerful, they could not withstand the force of an entire race. As A.M. After Yamoshi became the first ancestor to comprehend the ultimate freedom technique, he began his journey across the universe. It was not until he encountered the most formidable opponent of his life, the High Priest, that a battle unfolded between the two in the 17th universe. At that time, there were a total of 18 universes, not the 12 that exist today. Despite the High Priest's immense power, Yamoshi's state was exceedingly peculiar. It was as if he did not need to think at all, his body instinctively dodging attacks. Even the High Priest could only manage to hold his ground against Yamoshi in a somewhat even contest. Eventually, it was the Omni King who intervened personally to eliminate this greatest threat to the universe. Even the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th universes which were privy to some insider knowledge were not spared from the Omni King's purging. This ultimately resulted in the existence of only 12 universes today. At that time, even the Omni King was astounded by Yamoshi's bizarre form. In the end, it was the High Priest who, through his combat experience against Yamoshi, came to understand the second being to possess the ultimate freedom technique. As the tale reached this point, the Elder no longer continued, for the story had nearly reached its conclusion. At this moment, Renner was left speechless in shock. He pondered the notion that his world was divided into 12 universes, questioning which universe he belonged to and what roles the Omni King and High Priest played. He tucked away his chaotic thoughts, hoping the Elder could provide him with some clarity. Unfortunately, the Elder shook his head and replied, "I too am not well acquainted with these specifics, as they are stories passed down through generations." After a brief pause, he added, "Mr. Renner, I have shared with you the legend of the god of science. The truth of its authenticity is for you to discern." Having gathered his thoughts, Renner stepped outside with the Elder. As a Saiyan, Renner had that essence ingrained in his very being. When danger approached, he was prepared to confront it head-on without fear. When Renner finally emerged, Lazuli's tense demeanor eased, returning to her usual icy expression, though a gentle smile graced her face whenever she looked at Renner. The Elder chuckled teasingly, "Mr. Renner is indeed fortunate to have such a lovely wife. Aside from you, she remains aloof towards everyone else." Upon hearing this, Renner smirked, knowing very well how open his wife could be at home. When their daughter was younger, it was manageable, but as she grew closer with Trunks, Lazuli became more relaxed, often flaunting various outfits around the house. At times, she would even don revealing bikinis. This was fine at home, but if she dared to dress like that outside, it would surely leave a profound impression. However, one must admit Lazuli, having been perpetually fixed at the age of 18 since becoming an android, looked remarkably vibrant. After bidding farewell to the Elder, Renner summoned the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Asen, who was absorbing knowledge from the old Supreme Kai on Supreme Kai's planet, suddenly felt Renner's call and explained the situation to the old Supreme Kai. Once granted permission, he brought along the bored Jebet to Yardrat. The moment Asen laid eyes on Renner, he was utterly dumbfounded, and Jebet widened his eyes in surprise. Before them stood Renner, towering at an impressive 5 meters, wearing a serious expression. With energy waves gathering in his hands, Renner noticed the fright on Asen and Jebet's faces. He flashed a grin, dissipated the energy, and removed the gigantic form he had learned from the Elder. Seeing this, both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. That scene had truly startled them. Suddenly opening one's eyes to a 5-meter giant staring at you would cause anyone to feel tense. The answer is not necessarily, but it would certainly be shocking. Renner chuckled. "How does it feel, Supreme Kai?" Asen, still somewhat shaken, patted his chest and said, "Mr. Renner, please don't joke like that next time, as scaring someone can indeed be deadly." Renner replied earnestly, "But you are a god, Supreme Kai Asen. Is this even human speech? How presumptuous." Lazuli furrowed her brow as she glanced at the guilty-looking Renno. However, before she could ask, Renno had already cozied up to the old Kaioshin, playfully linking arms with him. "Wow, senior, you enjoy this too?" Renno whispered, pointing to the little notebook in the old Kaioshin's arms, his tone almost conspiratorial. It seemed he was wary of his wife overhearing their conversation. The old Kaioshin, upon hearing this, showed a spark of interest on his face, and naturally, with a shared topic, the conversation flowed more freely. Watching the two of them whispering to each other, one would think they were a grandfather and grandson duo. Meanwhile, Lazuli stood by, arms crossed, silently observing their antics. But that was just Renno for you. If it were Sun Wukong instead, Shishi would have gone into a frenzy, likely breaking several ribs in her rage. Eventually, the old Kaioshin began to explain the hierarchy of deities. The Omni King was the strongest being in the entire universe, possessing the power to erase anything. Next was the Grand Minister, the father of all angels. Although he served merely as the caretaker of the Omni King, it was said that his strength ranked among the top 5 in the universe. Following that were the angels, who primarily served as attendants to the gods of destruction. One might assume that being a servant meant they were weak, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Despite being servants, they were also the teachers of the gods of destruction, imparting their skills and knowledge. Next in line were the gods of destruction, whose primary duty was to annihilate certain planets, and their formidable strength was unquestionable. They wielded a unique destructive energy capable of erasing anything it touched, including souls, thereby causing complete disappearance from the world. Once a soul was obliterated, it could not even be found in the afterlife. Thus, one could argue that aside from the angels, the gods of destruction were the mightiest entities in the universe. On par with the gods of destruction were the Kaioshins, responsible for creating planets. Beneath them were the Grand Kai and the four Kaioshin, each overseeing the safety of their respective quadrants in the universe, while the Grand Kai managed the entire cosmos. After listening to the old Kaioshin's narrative, Renno gained a clearer understanding of the intricate relationships among the deities in the universe. He also learned that he resided in the seventh universe. The questions that had long plagued him were finally answered, allowing him to exhale in relief. This realization opened his eyes to the vastness of this universe. As for whether the gods of destruction existing as equals to the Kaioshin possessed strength comparable to them, that piqued Renno's interest. On Earth, on an unnamed island, Trunks, Renno, and Son Goten were diligently searching for the Dragon Balls using a radar. Son Goten cast a disgruntled look at the couple holding hands in front of him. Honestly, you two should just find the Dragon Balls yourselves. Are you here just to flaunt your relationship in front of this single dog? Trunks, however, paid no mind to Goten's visible irritation. Eventually, the trio discovered the last Dragon Ball within a cave. Excitement bubbled among them as it was their first time summoning the dragon themselves, completely oblivious to the fact that the 7 Dragon Balls had transformed from their original state into a sinister black hue exuding an ominous aura. While contemplating what wished to make Renno suddenly noticed the Dragon Ball's unsettling change and panicked. Trunks. The dragon. Come forth, dragon. Trunks declared boldly, mistakenly believing that his girlfriend had already made her wish. This left Renno momentarily stunned. The next moment, the dragon did not appear as expected. Just as Renno was about to breathe a sigh of relief and stop Trunks, he undeterred called out again, "Come forth, dragon." Renno thought, this is bad. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky and a grotesque black dragon unlike any other emerged. A wave of malevolent energy enveloped the earth. At Bowsy Mountain, Son Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, alarmed. Such powerful dark energy. At the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, sensed the sinister energy and broke out in a cold sweat. Simultaneously, all Earth defenders rushed toward the source of the ominous presence. In less than a minute, Son Wukong and Vegeta arrived at the scene. Trunks. Renno, are you alright? Vegeta rushed over to Trunks, and Renno, his concern evident. The ominous aura they had sensed earlier made him fear for the safety of his son and future daughter-in-law. Son Wukong asked Goten, what happened? With a hint of distress, Goten replied, Father, the Dragon Balls suddenly turned black, then a massive black dragon appeared and devoured the other 7 Dragon Balls, scattering them across the world as 7 beams of light. He recounted the entire sequence of events to his father. Upon hearing this, both Son Wukong and Vegeta fell silent. The transformation of the Dragon Balls into black was certainly not a good omen. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Renno and the old Kai had also sensed the malevolent energy surrounding Earth. Asen too felt a palpable fear in response to this dark force. Even Jebet showed signs of being affected. Only Renno and Razli remained unperturbed. What shocked Renno was that the old Kai was seemingly untouched by the chaos. It appeared that the old Kai possessed some extraordinary resilience. Ignoring the 2 distractions, the old Kai focused intently on a crystal ball, witnessing the recent calamities on Earth unfold before his eyes. His rage rendered him speechless, his body trembling. He had warned them before that Dragon Balls should not be used lightly, for each invocation brought chaos to nature. If death could be erased infinitely, then all beings in the universe might as well be granted eternal life. What need would there be for order? This was retribution. The very creation of the Dragon Balls had been a grave mistake. Before he could send a message to Earth, he heard King Kai addressing Son Wukong and the others about the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's pause, he interjected, "You fools, do you know what you've done? This is the consequence of abusing the Dragon Balls." The old Kai's booming voice resonated through the crystal ball and reached the ears of Son Wukong and the others. Instantly, everyone felt a ringing in their ears, clutching their heads in agony. The sudden onset of tinnitus overwhelmed them. Even King Kai, who was telepathically connected to Earth, felt a throbbing in his head. At that moment, all the defenders of Earth had gathered, including Bulma, who had come to see the commotion. Everyone felt as if their eardrums were about to burst. Wah! What is happening? Bulma was the first to react. Hearing Bulma's words only intensified the old Kai's fury. Especially you, Bulma. For your selfish interests, you even created a dragon radar. You are the root cause of this disaster. Had the situation not been so dire, the old Kai would have relished the opportunity to give this group a stern lesson on Earth. Unfortunately, Earth was now isolated from the outside world. Jebet had tried numerous times, but could not teleport back. No one on Earth could escape. Bulma, feeling increasingly wrong, deflected blame. It's all the gods' fault. If they hadn't created the Dragon Balls, none of this would have happened. And it's also Goku's fault. Back in the day, I was a beautiful girl. You insisted on dragging me around to find the Dragon Balls. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to Bulma. Vegeta was taken aback, glancing between the flustered Bulma and the guilty-looking Son Wukong, visibly on the brink of exploding. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Bulma awkwardly chuckled and launched into an explanation, eventually calming Vegeta down. Meanwhile, Son Wukong was left bewildered, wondering how he had become the target of blame. As tensions rose, the old Kai began to explain the nature of the Dragon Balls. Each time the Dragon Balls are used, their positive energy diminishes, and conversely negative energy increases. With each increment of negative energy, the malevolent force within the Dragon Balls grows stronger. To eliminate this negative energy, the Dragon Balls must remain and used for hundreds of years, yet you have used them countless times in just a few decades. This led to the Dragon Balls being unable to withstand the negative energy, resulting in the birth of that evil dragon. After his explanation, everyone was left dumbfounded. What must we do to restore the Dragon Balls to their original state? Son Wukong asked, directly targeting the crux of the matter. Naturally, you must defeat all the evil dragons. Otherwise, the earth will be consumed by the ever-expanding dark energy. If you do not act swiftly to vanquish the evil dragons, Earth will cease to exist. The old Kai said, filled with exasperation. This sent Son Wukong into a frenzy, urging him to leave at once. Vegeta advised that only he and Kakarot needed to go, promptly dispersing the others. After all, that dark energy was far beyond the capabilities of the rest. Through the old Kai's crystal ball, Rena's voice reached her father. Rena, your parents are away this time, and everything will depend on you. I sensed that Wukong and Vegeta might lose. Since he could not return, coupled with the overwhelming dark energy, it was clear that even if Son Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, they might still struggle. The old Kai's telepathic connection allowed everyone gathered at Bulma's house to hear every word clearly. Upon hearing her father's voice, Rena became visibly excited. Father, how can you come back? Yes, Rena, how can we? Piccolo gritted his teeth, frustration evident on his face. Ever since Son Wukong awakened his Super Saiyan form, the gap between them had only widened. Even Gohan, whom he had raised. A sense of confusion flickered in Piccolo's eyes. After a long silence, without any further communication from Rena, it became clear to everyone that Earth's safety relied solely on Son Wukong and Vegeta. Bulma watched the retreating figures of the two men, her gaze shifting to the dragon radar in her hand, and fell into silence. These two were just as impulsive as ever, especially Son Goku. He could forget everything when he was in a hurry. Vegeta was no different, always a bit reckless. Meanwhile, Piccolo stared at the dragon radar in Bulma's hand, taken aback. Even if the Dragon Balls had turned evil, they were still Dragon Balls. Without a word, he snatched up the dragon radar and rushed forward. He could only hope that these two fools wouldn't fall victim to a sneak attack. In the sky, Son Goku, still searching for the evil Dragon Balls, suddenly paused, realizing he had forgotten to take a Dragon Ball with him. Moreover, Vegeta had just split off from him, claiming that this would be more efficient. After some thought, Goku agreed, while on the other side Vegeta also paused, pondering how to find the Dragon Balls in such a vast world. Just as Goku was in distress, Piccolo rushed over, waving his hand urgently at him. Oh, Piccolo. Piccolo didn't have time to deal with Goku's foolishness. He threw the dragon radar through the air to Goku. As Goku caught the dragon radar, his eyes lit up. This would make things much easier, eliminating the need to search the entire planet. Piccolo gave Goku a thumbs-up gesture and headed back to Bulma's house, as it was currently the safest place on Earth. He didn't believe he could defeat the evil dragon, after all the malevolent energy surrounding the Earth had intensified. This chilling force was terrifying just to think about. With the help of the dragon radar, Goku became the first to locate the evil 4-star dragon. The evil 4-star dragon looked at Son Goku and smiled, saying, Goku, we meet again. Goku smiled back, saying, oh, I didn't expect you to be the first one I found. A nostalgic expression crossed his face. After all, this was a gift left to him by his grandfather, holding profound significance for him. Despite having turned evil, the 4-star dragon still bore a semblance of justice, having once been closely associated with Goku. Then the evil 4-star dragon proclaimed that they could have the Dragon Balls, but first they needed to have a good fight. Without further ado, the 4-star dragon launched the first attack, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Goku. A punch came flying, causing Goku's expression to change dramatically. Recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With a burst of dazzling light, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. Goku was knocked back 5 steps by the tremendous force of the evil 4-star dragon, crashing into a building, while the 4-star dragon staggered back 7 steps, wearing an excited expression. The disparity in strength was evident. However, faced with Goku's relentless pursuit, the evil 4-star dragon calmly unleashed a wave of heat with a flick of its fingers. The temperature akin to that on the sun's surface washed over Goku, making him feel as if he might melt away. He hurriedly retreated from the attack's range. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Goku gazed at the evil 4-star dragon, his eyes ignited with the spirit of combat. The warrior genes ingrained in every Saiyan surged to life. In turn, the evil 4-star dragon looked at Goku with immense satisfaction, its own battle eagerness intensifying. As Goku and the evil 4-star dragon engaged in close combat, once more Goku found himself steadily on the defensive against the foe, radiating solar temperatures. Reluctantly, he resorted to ranged attacks. Goku was grateful that he had learned Super Saiyan 4 from Renno. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to match the evil 4-star dragon in battle, but even surviving with his Super Saiyan 3 form would have been an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, considering how long they had fought, if he were in Super Saiyan 3, his energy would have long since been depleted. After an entire battle, neither Goku nor the evil 4-star dragon pulled any punches, both panting heavily. Yet before Goku could react, a blue beam struck him from afar. In an instant, Goku was transformed into an ice sculpture. The evil 4-star dragon looked up at the figure in the sky, its pupils contracting. "B brother, why are you here?" The evil 3-star dragon smiled as it approached the frozen Goku, examining him closely. The 4-star dragon narrowed its eyes. It despised those who took advantage of others' misfortunes. Something was definitely afoot. Compared to the situation on Wukong's side, Vegeta was clearly not to be underestimated. Unlike Son Wukong, who relentlessly pursued any strong evil aura, Vegeta had his own strategic approach. After a grueling battle, he managed to defeat the evil 2-star dragon, the evil 5-star dragon, and the evil 6-star dragon, all of whom possessed skills that were flashy and unpredictable, catching him off guard time and again. Just as Vegeta was preparing to search for the next evil Dragon Ball, he was suddenly struck by an energy wave, sending him crashing into the ruins of the city. Smoke billowed around him. Fortunately, the Super Saiyan 4 form had an incredibly low energy expenditure, allowing him to maintain this state without reverting. Thus, the damage from the energy wave was limited, preventing him from suffering serious injuries. In the distance, a white figure emerged, releasing a terrifying aura of evil. The figure's left hand transformed into a claw, lunging directly for Vegeta's throat. Struggling to rise, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as he spotted the evil 1-star dragon clad in what appeared to be white armor charging toward him. With his rich combat experience, Vegeta swiftly ascended into the air and unleashed his ultimate flash toward the evil 1-star dragon. A brilliant white light enveloped the entire area. Just when Vegeta sighed in relief, believing the battle was over, the evil 1-star dragon staggered out of the smoke, clearly injured, with a significant portion of its chin whiskers blown away. "I never expected a wounded Saiyan monkey could possess such power," it sneered. "Too bad my strength far surpasses that of all the evil dragons, otherwise I might have actually been killed." As soon as the words left its mouth, the evil 1-star dragon's gaze sharpened, and it charged at Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, flaring his power and rushing to meet the evil 1-star dragon head-on. The dragon attempted an elbow strike, but Vegeta narrowly dodged by shifting his body, then countered with a powerful knee strike to the dragon's abdomen. The evil 1-star dragon howled in pain, but Vegeta showed no mercy. A fierce gust of wind surged toward the evil 1-star dragon. Seeing this, the evil 1-star dragon smirked, pivoting to expose the spines on its back toward the now stopping Vegeta. With a sudden thud, Vegeta was pierced by the retractable spines, collapsing to the ground in agony. He lost his Super Saiyan 4 form, completely unprepared for the dragon's deceptive attack. "Ha ha ha, I've won. Now prepare to die." The evil 1-star dragon cackled, gathering energy in its hand, ready to unleash it on the despairing Vegeta. In the next moment, a fist as thick as a tree trunk smashed into the evil 1-star dragon's face. Broly had arrived just in time, delivering a full-powered punch that sent the evil 1-star dragon flying several meters away. As the evil 1-star dragon regained its footing, it marveled at Broly's strength, though it sensed that this newcomer was not as powerful as the earlier Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Since Renno had brought Broly and Paragus back from Planet Vegeta to Earth, the two had been living here. However, Paragus, concerned that Broly might lose control and harm the planet, chose to live in seclusion in the mountains, only venturing out occasionally. The culinary delights and advanced technology of Earth provided Broly, who had never experienced such things before, with a sense of home. Yet now that the evil dragons threatened to destroy his newfound sanctuary, he charged directly toward the nearest evil dragon. It was impossible not to find them, given the immense evil aura they emanated. Consequently, Broly encountered the fortunate evil 7-star dragon, and after an intense battle defeated it before rushing to Vegeta's aid. The evil one-star dragon narrowed its eyes and retaliated by punching Broly squarely in the face. This self-proclaimed superior dragon looked down on all other evil dragons and anyone else believing itself to be unmatched. However, the strike only infuriated Broly. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a green aura enveloped him, even changing his hair to green as his body swelled in size. Ah! Broly roared, ascending into both Super Saiyan and Wrath forms. Confronted by Broly in this dual state, the evil one-star dragon stood momentarily stunned by the sheer ferocity of his expression. Broly's arms tensed as he prepared, seizing the opportunity, while the evil one-star dragon was momentarily distracted. He unleashed a devastating flurry of punches, causing the dragon to spit out bile. The evil one-star dragon, incensed, engaged in a brutal fistfight with Broly, both fighters trading blows without mercy. To the dragon's astonishment, it realized that Broly's strength was continually rising throughout the battle. Though the increase was subtle, Broly's terrifying combat talent was undeniable. As Broly descended further into madness, the malevolent one-star dragon felt his battle spirit surge. At this moment, Broly's strength was slightly diminished compared to that of Vegeta just moments ago. In the eyes of the evil one-star dragon, everything was still within his control. However, his gaze shifted towards the versatile capsules on Vegeta, sensing the presence of the other 3 evil Dragon Balls nearby. The remaining 2 evil dragons seemed to be together, while 1 Dragon Ball appeared to be held by an old man. As the battle wore on, Broly's rationality was nearly consumed, leaving him to rely solely on instinct, a mere battle machine. Once again, he sent Broly flying with a powerful strike, and in an instant the evil one-star dragon vanished from sight. Vegeta was taken aback, quickly preparing to flee, only to be blocked by the sudden appearance of the evil one-star dragon. With a single punch aimed at Vegeta, there was no time for him to react, and he fell into unconsciousness. The versatile capsule that contained the Dragon Balls rolled to the ground. Greedily eyeing the capsule filled with 3 Dragon Balls, the evil one-star dragon opened it and gulped down the 3 Dragon Balls whole. As he felt a significant increase in power, the evil one-star dragon was about to finish off Broly. Ah! Broly's face twisted in rage, his aura boiling with fury. This made the evil one-star dragon raise an eyebrow. In the next moment, a green beam of light shot up into the sky, an overwhelming energy emanating from Broly. Enveloped in an unmatched momentum, it even instilled a sense of retreat in the evil one-star dragon. For at that moment, Broly had crossed into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. With a substantial boost in power combined with the bloodline enhancement of a Super Saiyan, he was far beyond the initial 100 power increase typical of Super Saiyan 2. Though Broly's hair was green, he remained in Super Saiyan form. It was simply that Broly's green-haired Super Saiyan form was the most authentic. The yellow-haired Super Saiyan form had diluted the bloodline power through countless iterations, leading to its transformation into yellow. Thus, Broly could be considered a true Super Saiyan in every sense. This ascending green beam of light dispersed much of the malevolent energy surrounding Earth. Seeing Broly in this state, the evil one-star dragon was utterly dumbfounded. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Ah! Broly roared again, chasing after the evil one-star dragon with a fierce intensity. The evil one-star dragon glanced back at Broly, his eyes filled with terror. He could not shake off this monstrous being. Why had he provoked such a formidable foe, knowing it would bring him suffering and no reward? His hopes of consuming the other evil Dragon Balls to achieve his complete form were dashed. In that moment, the evil one-star dragon realized the depth of his regret. He could only keep running, but gradually he noticed the colossal figure behind him seemed to possess an endless reserve of stamina. Meanwhile, his own strength was rapidly depleting. On the other side, Son Goku faced the evil 3-star dragon. "Brother, this monkey is yours to eliminate," the evil 3-star dragon declared. Upon hearing this, the evil 4-star dragon smiled, slightly sauntering towards the frozen Son Goku. Meanwhile, the evil 3-star dragon stood by with arms crossed. In the next instant, the evil 4-star dragon delivered a punch enveloped in intense heat against the block of ice encasing Goku. Instantaneously, the ice melted away under the high temperature. The evil 3-star dragon stared wide-eyed at the 4-star dragon, astonished. What a massive dragon, yet still in a rebellious phase. Once freed from his icy prison, Son Goku radiated steam. The moment he thawed, he transformed entirely. A murderous intent locked onto the evil 3-star dragon, prompting the already timid creature to flee. However, Son Goku was in his Super Saiyan 4 form, and in the blink of an eye he caught up to the evil 3-star dragon. Before the evil 3-star dragon could plead for mercy, Son Goku landed a powerful punch to its abdomen, the force bending it like a shrimp. Then with a Kamehameha wave, he successfully obliterated the evil 3-star dragon. The evil 4-star dragon barely had time to react, clearly realizing that Son Goku was genuinely enraged this time. Not a word of plea for his brother escaped his lips before the dragon was entirely vanquished. As if the anger had dissipated, Son Goku returned to his earlier cheerful demeanor. He casually picked up the fallen 3-star Dragon Ball, and with the evil 3-star dragon's demise, the dark energy attached to the Dragon Ball was cleansed. The evil 4-star dragon found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was Son Goku's grandfather who had gifted the 4-star Dragon Ball to him. The 4-star Dragon Ball held a different kind of sentimentality for Son Goku. Seeing the evil 4-star dragon still in a daze, Goku urged, "Hey 4-star dragon, can you hand over the Dragon Ball now?" Goku was relatively polite towards the 4-star dragon. The evil 4-star dragon was both Goku's adversary and a genuine old friend. Even though it had turned evil, it still admired fairness deep down. In the face of such a grand figure, no one could refrain from giving a nod of approval. At last, Goku successfully obtained the restored 4-star Dragon Ball. Sighing, he thought to himself, having only retrieved 2 Dragon Balls, he wondered how Vegeta was faring. When Son Goku took out the Dragon Ball radar once more, he lost his composure. 2 overwhelming energies were rushing towards him. Oh! In the sky, Broly was locked in battle with the evil 1-star dragon, the cataclysmic shockwaves of their clash radiating in every direction. Realizing he could not escape, the evil 1-star dragon chose to fight Broly with reckless abandon. Yet the odds were still heavily against him. Broly was 7, while the evil 1-star dragon was 3. How could the evil 1-star dragon withstand the onslaught of a Broly who resembled a world-destroying demon? The spikes on his back were nearly stripped bare by this madman. Even his 2 horns had been partially broken off. Not that it mattered much. However, when he spotted Son Goku approaching, his eyes lit up, for 2 Dragon Balls were in Goku's possession. Before he could even ask for the Dragon Balls, he was struck by Broly's verbal barrage, leaving the evil 1-star dragon no chance to rise again. When he saw Son Goku, he recalled how to start the deception, but before he could say anything, he was obliterated. Only the 1-star Dragon Ball, now devoid of its evil power, remained. Seeing Broly in his current state, Son Goku felt a chill run down his spine. In his Super Saiyan form, Broly's strength surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan 3, yet was less than that of a Super Saiyan 4. Now, having reached Super Saiyan 2, it was hard to fathom just how formidable he had become, and Son Goku did not dare provoke him recklessly. With no opponent left, Broly reverted to his normal form, utterly exhausted after the fierce battle, collapsing into a deep sleep. Having lost his rationality was akin to being under the influence of a stimulant. Once the effects waned, side effects would inevitably follow. Just like Broly now. Goku ignored Broly and quickly turned his gaze toward Vegeta. He had secured the 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star Dragon Balls. The remaining 7-star Dragon Ball was of lesser importance now, as Vegeta's energy signature was quite weak. On his way, Son Goku encountered Paragus, who was hiding. To Goku's astonishment, the last Dragon Ball was in Paragus' hands. It turned out that after Broly had defeated the evil 7-star dragon, he had left the Dragon Ball with his father. Son Goku exclaimed, "Why were you worried the evil 1-star dragon would come looking for you?" Thankfully, it had been eliminated, or the consequences would have been dire. Due to the elusive nature of Vegeta's energy, Son Wukong found it impossible to pinpoint his location. He could only rely on a rough estimate and press on with determination. Eventually, he discovered the unconscious Vegeta amidst the ruins, clearly having endured a fierce battle. However, the situation was not entirely dire. Son Wukong sensed Vegeta's formidable physical condition gradually regaining strength. It would only be a matter of time before he awakened. Without hesitation, Son Wukong locked onto Krillin's energy and teleported. At the Capsule Corporation, Son Wukong materialized right before Krillin. The sight of Vegeta's battered state shocked everyone present. They had only felt the ongoing battle outside, never expecting it to be so devastating. Bulma turned pale, hurriedly checking on Vegeta's condition. After a flurry of activity, she finally sighed in relief when Vegeta's condition improved. But the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a dazzling light, then took off on their own. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly chased after them. To their astonishment, the Shinran appeared without being summoned. At that moment, Jebet, along with the couple Renaer and Lazuli, as well as Asin and the old Kaioshin, arrived on the scene. Lazuli felt an immense sense of relief seeing her parents return and rushed over to complain, but Renaer paid little attention to his daughter. Instead, he gazed at Shinran. As the timing seemed right, Shinran's ethereal voice resonated. "Everyone, this is the consequence of abusing the Dragon Balls. Your over-reliance on their power means that they will not appear again." Son Wukong seemed to grasp the situation. "Lord Shinran, may I request one final wish?" Shinran looked into Son Wukong's clear eyes and nodded. "Lord Shinran, the people of Earth are innocent. Please revive those who perished at the hands of the evil dragon and restore Earth to its state before the evil dragon's appearance. Sun Wukong made his last appeal. Shenron nodded, a flicker of light in his eyes. All those who were meant to perish were revived, and even the cities returned to their former glory. However, all memories of the people on Earth were intentionally frozen at the moment before the evil dragon appeared. Similarly, at the moment the wish was granted, Shenron vanished completely, taking not just himself, but the memories of an entire generation with him. Months after the evil dragon incident, the three Saiyan youths practiced as usual, focusing solely on martial arts. Renno faced off against both opponents without losing ground. Vegeta relentlessly drove his knee toward Renno, followed by a series of side kicks. Renno effortlessly blocked Vegeta's knee with one hand while using the other to fend off Sun Wukong's onslaught. In the next moment, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. Vegeta crouched low and executed a sweeping kick, prompting Renno to instinctively leap to evade, while Sun Wukong charged a powerful punch that successfully struck Renno. Pleased with their synchronized teamwork, Renno smiled. However, when Wukong's fist collided with Renno's chest, it sent a jolt up Wukong's arm. He waved his hand, signaling that he was done for now. Continuing would only lead to getting beaten. Wow, Renno, your strength has become extraordinary. Even in your base form, you don't seem to suffer any substantial damage now. Sun Wukong expressed his envy. Renno replied, Wukong, remember, you're not the only one making progress. Everyone has room to improve. Wukong acknowledged this, realizing it was getting late, and returned to his home on Baozi Mountain. After all, Renno's base form was already close to Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 level. If this continued, he might find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Indeed, Sun Wukong often visited Renno for training and became increasingly familiar with the Super Saiyan 4 form. Yet in his base state, he was no match for Renno. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 3 could he hope to win. Unlike the unpredictable Broly, Renno knew his limits. A clash with Broly could easily lead to being torn apart. This was evident as Broly's current base state was above Super Saiyan 3, and his Super Saiyan 2 form could surpass Wukong's Super Saiyan 4. When asked how he knew Wukong had dragged Vegeta along to experiment, when curiosity struck. Seeing the current tussle was over, Vegeta also declared he was done. Perhaps spurred by the recent events, Renno and Trunks began their own training. At this moment, they were honing their skills under Lazuli's guidance. Originally, Son Goten wanted to join, but was scolded by Shishi and sent back home to study. In fact, Shishi even wanted Trunks to accompany Son Goten in his studies, prompting Trunks to grimace and hurry away. He certainly did not want to become a burden. After all, experiencing that feeling of helplessness during the evil dragon invasion was something Trunks did not wish to endure again. Moreover, Aunt Shishi had no right to dictate his actions. In the dead of night, Renno sat atop a mountain gazing at the distant starry sky, a look of longing crossing his face. Lazuli sat beside him. Words were unnecessary. Lazuli leaned against Renno's shoulder, savoring the cool night breeze. After a long moment of contemplation, Renno finally spoke. Dear, I wish to venture into the universe to seek my mother. Lazuli was taken aback by her husband's sudden declaration. Mother? All right, she had yet to meet her mother-in-law. Sure. When do you plan to set off? Without hesitation, Lazuli responded, eager for an opportunity to travel through space, having never had the chance before. After all, Renno could be left in Trunks' care, so there was no need for concern. Renno smiled slightly. It was time to attempt the transformation ceremony of the Super Saiyan God that the elder of Planet Yardrat had mentioned. The next day, he gathered Son Wukong, Renno, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks in Bulma's backyard to hold the ceremony. Originally, Renno intended to invite Son Goten, but found him being reprimanded by a teacher that Shishi had hired. Goodness, Chi-Chi, you really have outdone yourself. Your eldest son, Son Gohan, has already been turned into a slacker, and now your second son, Goten, is nearly there too. Thus, he could only summon these 5. When Son Wukong heard the procedure explained by Renno, he was taken aback. Could Saiyans really possess divine energy? But soon his expression relaxed. They would find out by trying. Of course, the ceremony wouldn't be complete without Piccolo to watch along with Krillin and others. As Piccolo saw that Vegeta was going to participate in the ceremony, he looked bewildered and asked, can Vegeta be considered a good Saiyan? This prompted a fierce glower from Vegeta, who retorted angrily, I'll kill you in a moment. Piccolo, unfazed, noted that Vegeta seemed agitated. Vegeta huffed and ignored Piccolo thereafter. Once the uproar died down, the 6 of them joined hands, forming a circle. They began to channel their energy into Renno. In an instant, a yellow energy enveloped the 6, and they all transformed into Super Saiyans. With the flow of yellow energy, Renno's aura coalesced into a magnificent golden sea of clouds. The area around them was bathed in a golden hue. In the next moment, Renno was lifted into the air by the energy, and as everyone looked on in amazement, the golden clouds in the sky turned red. Moments later, a massive column of red energy surged forth, engulfing Renno's body completely. As all eyes turned towards him, Renno, enveloped in a crimson energy pillar, reappeared. He had transformed into a being of pure red energy, appearing otherworldly and dreamlike. Moments later, Renno, with his flowing red hair, stood before the crowd, his pupils glowing red, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Success. I did it. Vegeta, witnessing Renno's current form, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Though Renno stood right there, his presence was imperceptible, yet an overwhelming pressure enveloped them all. This left everyone in shock, especially the god of the Kaishin, who felt the sheer strength of Renno's divine aura more acutely, being a deity himself. He sensed that Renno was no novice with divine energy. Rather, he resembled a god with an established divine authority, rendering him speechless. Naturally, Renno's inherent power was tremendous, and his strength was as boundless as a bottomless pit. This solid foundation made it infinitely easier for him to master divine energy again. Meanwhile, Razlie wore a frown. As a wife, she should be proud that her husband had acquired such immense power, yet she felt left behind, unable to match Renno's combat prowess. Even Vegeta, who once seemed easy to handle, and Goku both grasped the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Though she often trained under her husband's guidance, she could now only hold her own against Gohan, who had acquired a mysterious form. However, that barely compared to Goku and Vegeta's current capabilities. Initially, Razlie had sought the path of ultimate power. In the original story, she encountered the noseless alien Krillin, and after many adventures they became a couple. Ultimately, Razlie gave birth to their daughter Marin, and willingly chose to abandon her pursuit of power to embrace family life. Back on track. In her heart, she could only silently feel proud of her husband's newfound strength. Her man had become powerful, bringing her face a sense of pride. She had once pursued strength herself. Yet now, as Renno's wife, their shared passion for training greatly fulfilled her desires. Though their first meeting had taken place under rather awkward circumstances, suddenly she was jolted back to reality by a loud voice. Renno, how do you feel right now? The battle enthusiast Gohan, excited by this unfamiliar form, shouted with exuberance. Vegeta also looked at Renno with eager anticipation, wanting to know the answer. Renno beamed with a smile, his left hand clenched slightly as he threw a punch into the air towards Goku. In the next instant, a gale of energy conjured from divine power rushed toward Goku. Before Goku could react, a tiny wound appeared on his cheek, causing cold sweat to trickle down. He hadn't even realized he had been injured. Wiping the blood from his face, he clasped his hands together in prayer, saying, Renno, please, I really want to know how strong you are with divine energy. At that moment, Goku felt his entire body trembling. It wasn't fear, rather it was exhilaration, a thrilling anticipation of challenging a formidable opponent. His Saiyan blood surged with excitement. After a moment, he added, I think Vegeta wants to give it a try too. That infuriating Kakarot had seen through his thoughts. Of course, Vegeta would not pass up this opportunity, his face filled with anticipation. After all, in terms of authority, Renno was already considered a god. Being a deity was not merely about holding a title. Renno, faced with the eager duo, found it hard to refuse his own excitement building. Soon the three were teleported by Shin to a planet with a harsh ecosystem. The temperature on this planet was frigid, with 8/10 of its terrain covered in ice and snow. As soon as they landed, Vegeta and Goku could no longer suppress their combative instincts. They instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, their expressions turning serious. Meanwhile, Renno, with his red hair, calmly observed his two friends. Goku shouted, unleashing a tremendous energy as he charged at Renno. With all his might, he threw a punch, but Renno sidestepped the attack effortlessly. Then with a swift elbow strike, he hit Goku in the lower back. Goku cried out in pain, only to turn around and resume the fight with Renno. Vegeta, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a tremendous energy blast directed straight at Renno, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. He aimed for a close-range attack. Renno's eyelid twitched, and just as he prepared to evade, Goku intercepted him with a powerful grapple. At the last moment, just before Vegeta's attack could connect, Goku hurriedly stepped back. Renno looked bewildered. Had these two taken performance enhancers today? Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Instantly, dust and debris filled the air. Goku and Vegeta, eyes filled with concern, stared at the smoke-filled area. In the next moment, both felt a sharp pain in their stomachs, their bodies curling up in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the hands pressing into their abdomens. Boom! Boom! The two were then thrust into the mountainside, gasping heavily, their expressions grave. Even if Renno hadn't fully reached the realm of divinity, and despite Goku and Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 4, they paled in comparison to Renno's immense power. Renno blinked and appeared a short distance behind them, silently contemplating. Their growth was indeed rapid. They could now withstand nearly 90% of his full power. They hadn't even lost their fighting spirit. Moreover, he was still in his Super Saiyan God state. A staggering 5,000-fold increase, 1,000 times more potent than Super Saiyan 4. It seemed that in their usual battles with him, they had been withholding their true power, preparing to surprise him. Truly impressive, the two of them. Had it not been for their Super Saiyan 3 forms, they likely would have been outmatched. Renno couldn't help but reassess their strength. Vegeta was the first to sense the overwhelming pressure behind him. Instantly, he gathered energy for a ki blast. With a swift motion, he sent the ki blast hurtling towards Renno. Renno effortlessly swatted it aside. Seizing the moment, Goku teleported beside Renno. Tenfold Kamehameha. Goku shouted, panting heavily. It was clear this technique was extremely taxing. The tenfold Kamehameha was a culmination of Goku's training, maximizing his energy output through the original Kamehameha technique. Renno stared wide-eyed at this close-range, ultimate move. Boom! An explosion erupted. The terrifying shockwave caused the planet to tremble. On King Kai's planet, the spectators viewing through the Elder Kai's crystal ball felt a surge of anxiety for Renno. Rasley was especially tense, dripping with sweat. The battle was so exhilarating that everyone gathered to watch as some, unable to find a spot, anxiously stomped their feet outside. However, since the crystal ball wasn't a television, only those close could see the action more clearly. Everyone jostled for a better position. This led to the original owner of the crystal ball, the Elder Kai, cursing loudly. "You bunch of impudent younglings. I was watching a fight, and now I've been shoved out." At this moment, both Son Wukong and Vegeta had expended over 60% of their energy. After all, this was not a life-or-death battle, and there was no need to go all out. They couldn't help but glance towards the direction of the explosion once more, thinking to themselves, surely this will defeat Renno. The answer was no. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure stood unwavering at the original spot. Renno's shirt was completely torn, revealing a powerful physique with muscles that exuded strength and fluidity. This sight caused Bulma, who was watching the battle through a crystal ball on King Kai's planet, to be slightly taken aback. This was Renno imbued with divine energy. Perhaps she should borrow him from Android 18 for research someday. Noticing the gleam in Bulma's eyes, Lazuli's expression darkened. This woman had ulterior motives. At that moment, Renno took a deep breath and let out a wild roar. His energy surged rapidly. The overwhelming force cracked the ground beneath him. Even the surrounding mountains were either carved flat by the sharp energy emanating from Renno or completely collapsed. Then they vanished entirely. Here it comes. Son Wukong assumed a battle stance, and Vegeta prepared himself to counter. Swish! Before the two could react, they felt their heads grasped by a figure moving at an incredible speed. Renno, with one hand on each of their heads, soared through the air with reckless abandon. There was no opportunity for them to respond. Seizing the moment, Renno slammed their bodies against a rock wall. Son Wukong and Vegeta's heads were embedded in the rock, their terrifying physical strength creating a massive hole in the mountainside. They struggled to break free, but Renno's grip felt as if it had a locking mechanism, making it impossible to escape. They could only endure as Renno propelled them wildly through the rock layers. When the three burst forth from the rock, an exaggerated circular hole had been created in the middle of the mountain. However, it soon exploded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their heavy breaths indicated that time was running short. Next, Renno seized their ankles and began to spin them wildly like a high-speed top. Son Wukong felt as though his brain had turned to mush, forgetting even how to think. Just when Renno believed victory was assured, he suddenly noticed that Vegeta had gathered energy for an ultimate flash. In an instant, Renno's pupils constricted sharply. Ultimate flash? In a climactic moment, Vegeta, fueled by sheer will, unleashed the ultimate flash once more. This forced Renno to release his grip, no longer swinging the two like dual nunchaku. He narrowly avoided that devastating attack. Yet behind him, a mushroom cloud slowly began to rise. Cold sweat trickled down Renno's forehead. Although he wouldn't die from the impact, it would certainly be a painful experience. No one would want to endure that sensation. Seeing Vegeta's resolve, even those on King Kai's planet were astonished. Faced with the grip on his ankles and being swung around, Vegeta was still able to execute his technique. Was he really this strong now? The scene shifted back to the battlefield with the three fighters. Son Wukong seemed to have reached his limit, transitioning from his Super Saiyan 4 form back to his normal state, exhaustion rendering him unconscious. Vegeta too reverted to his base form due to energy depletion, but remained standing. Renno, in contrast, wore a look of shock. His talent and efforts were evident to all, yet he had nearly lost against two Saiyans whose power was lower than his own. Now he had mastered divine energy, and still almost faced defeat. Though he had held back somewhat, the explosive power of these two had surprised even him. Vegeta, is this the surprise you've brought me? Renno gasped, still in his Super Saiyan God form, not having returned to his base state. Vegeta's eyes held a hint of disappointment as he nodded heavily without uttering a word. Was this not enough to force Renno to unleash his full potential? Boom. In the next moment, the ground began to crumble and the mountains started to shatter. This planet was on the brink of destruction. Renno hurriedly dashed to the two, lifting the unconscious Son Wukong and placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Instant transmission. With a whoosh, King Kai's planet. The trio appeared beside Piccolo. Shishi quickly supported the unconscious Son Wukong, her face filled with concern. Bulma also helped the swaying Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta lying in Bulma's arms, he smiled weakly. Bulma, did you see? I proved I'm stronger than Kakarot. There are others you can trust, not just Kakarot. Ooh, I can be one too. Bulma stiffened at his words. It seemed she recalled certain memories, her face filling with regret. Yes, although she married Vegeta, it appeared that in her heart the most important one was still Son Wukong. It seemed her decision to marry Vegeta was influenced by Son Wukong's marriage to Shishi. But now, thinking of how Vegeta sought validation by proving himself, she felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Recalling the past, Bulma felt tears welling in her eyes. Especially during the battle against the androids when Renno had yet to appear. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong were injured, and she had instinctively cared for Son Wukong first. How much that must have hurt Vegeta at the time. Then she wondered if she had chosen the wrong partner in marrying Vegeta. With these thoughts, Bulma's heart grew heavier. Cough, cough. Vegeta, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep sleep. Though she knew he was just tired, Bulma stared blankly at the weak Vegeta in her arms for a long while. Meanwhile, Renno's eyes reflected surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a shocking revelation. As everyone looked at the vibrant Renno, then at the two unconscious figures of Son Wukong and the just-fallen Vegeta, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. From the battle, it was clear that Renno had the upper hand. They had assumed that after enduring the full strength of Son Wukong and Vegeta, even Renno would falter, but he merely sustained injuries. He then pushed Son Wukong and Vegeta into a dire predicament. Had Vegeta not unleashed his final ultimate flash, the outcome would have been truly uncertain. Of course, everyone believed that Vegeta's ultimate flash would hit Renno and secure victory, at the very least resulting in a draw. However, this was merely a fantasy. Did they not see that Renno had not even retracted his state? As they beheld Renno standing unharmed after the battle, everyone fell silent. Is this the power of divine energy? But why is the Kaishin ashen? Even Renno could not deny that without awakening his Super Saiyan God state, he might indeed have faced defeat. After all, possessing divine energy was not merely a transformation, it was a profound enhancement. Noticing the crowd's gaze upon him, Ashen's expression stiffened, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over him as he felt a fiery heat spreading across his face. This is so incredibly awkward. Seeing Ashen nearly collapse from the pressure, the crowd refrained from provoking him further. This was a relief for Ashen. When Renno reverted to his ordinary form, he was equally astonished to discover that the divine energy within him still lingered. It had not vanished with the exit from his divine state. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in his attack speed, defense, stamina, energy consumption, and overall endurance, all thanks to the awakening of divine energy. This was something Renno had never anticipated. While battling Son Wukong and Vegeta, he had certainly felt this change, initially attributing it to the amplification of the Super Saiyan God state. However, he was surprised to find that even after exiting that state, he still possessed divine energy, and not only that, but his strength had grown even more formidable. Renno gazed at his hands in confusion, silently feeling the transformation within his body. Lazuli held Renno's hand tightly, offering comfort. Renno smiled gently, then softly stroked Lazuli's hair, signaling that he was fine. The old Kaishin seemed to perceive Renno's bewilderment and calmly remarked, the energy of the Super Saiyan God does not dissipate upon exiting the state. Rather, it has fully integrated with your body, becoming a part of you. Upon hearing this, Renno focused intently on the energy flowing within him. He could feel the aura of the divine still burning brightly within him like a raging flame. Then as he shifted to other forms, he felt his divine energy intensifying alongside the rising aura. However, the others present were not so fortunate. They were all overwhelmed by the forceful energy, groaning in distress. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Renno distinctly felt that this form infused with divine energy was only slightly inferior to that of Super Saiyan God. Finally, the expression on Renno's face was utterly captivating. All right, you should rest now. Lazuli rose and instantly enveloped Renno in her embrace. Before he could react, his face found itself nestled against Lazuli's bosom. Faced with such an unexpected softness, Renno chose to indulge in the moment. Seeing her husband exhibit such childlike behavior, Lazuli's eyes sparkled with enduring affection. This scene left the single onlookers, including Krillin, utterly astonished. They thought, if only I were lying there instead. Even the expressions of the others varied. Most notably, Shishi had never shared a kiss with Sun Wukong. At most, they had exchanged hugs. Sun Wukong was undeniably oblivious, and even their sons Sun Gohan and Sun Goten were unaware of such matters. If they found out that their parents had never even kissed, they might start to question if Sun Wukong was truly their father. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin was nearly drooling. Were it not for Ashin and Jebet blocking him, he would have likely been struck down by Lazuli. Eventually, Jebet attended to Sun Wukong and Vegeta's injuries. However, only Sun Wukong had awakened, while Vegeta remained unconscious. Hey, everyone is here, Sun Wukong said, looking a bit dazed. Of course. With that level of attack, it would be hard not to worry, Tien Shinhan replied nonchalantly. Haha, I'm sorry for causing everyone so much trouble, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Then he turned to Renno and exclaimed, Wow, Renno, that new form of yours is truly powerful. I need to have Vegeta and the others help me with the transformation ceremony too. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with eagerness, filled with longing for the might of the Super Saiyan God state, which made him want to start immediately. But when he noticed Vegeta still lying on the ground, his eyes closed, he decided to wait for him to wake up. Renno couldn't help but feel exasperated. Typical Sun Wukong, his mind was solely focused on battle. Before long, everyone began to disperse. However, not long after Sun Wukong returned home, Renno and Lazuli teleported to his location. Seeing his friends arrive, Sun Wukong looked puzzled and asked, Oh, Mr. Renno, what brings you here? Renno replied, Wukong, I want to know the location of the new Namek. Previously, Wukong often visited Renno to train and would occasionally share stories about his time on Namek. It was then that Renno learned there was another dragon on Namek aside from the one on Earth. Oh, that might be a bit tricky. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. Upon seeing Renno's serious expression, Sun Wukong hurriedly explained, Only the Namekians know the location of the new Namek. No one else would know. Hearing this, Renno realized he had to seek out the Supreme Kai. Renno and Lazuli appeared at the Supreme Kai's temple in an instant. Upon hearing the commotion, the Supreme Kai rushed over and asked, Mr. Renno, what brings you here? Renno nodded and said, Supreme Kai, I want to know the location of the new Namek. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai hesitated, seemingly unwilling. He did not want his people's new home to be targeted by enemies once more. Noticing the Supreme Kai's unwillingness, Renno felt a surge of anger. I know that only the Namekians know the location of the new Namek. What's the matter? I've helped Earth through so many crises now, I urgently need the dragon's wish, and you're not willing to assist. Renno's intense gaze made the Supreme Kai break into a cold sweat. After a brief hesitation, he finally divulged the location to Renno. Once Renno obtained the information, he prepared to leave, grunting as he did so. Lazuli remained silent, throughout her expression cold. This left the Supreme Kai feeling helpless. Upon returning home, Renno immediately began packing, knowing that the sooner they left, the better. However, he was surprised to find Renno at home. When she heard her parents were going on a cosmic trip, she eagerly raised her hand to join. In the end, her request was ruthlessly denied. No matter how she pleaded, it was futile. Even her attempts to act cute were in vain. Renno grinned. There was no way he and her mother could enjoy a sweet getaway with anyone else. She'd have to stay put on Earth. He didn't even inform the Earth warriors, just activated the spaceship, input the coordinates for the new Namek, and set it to autopilot mode. This way, he could enjoy a delightful interstellar journey with his wife. Seeing the spaceship departing Earth, Sun Wukong instantly teleported aboard. Renno. Lazuli. Wow. Renno, Android 18, where are you two going? You didn't even say goodbye before leaving Earth. Sun Wukong continued to inquire, unconcerned. Under the persistent pleas of Sun Wukong, Reynolds sighed and reluctantly decided to keep him aboard. After all, bringing along this young fellow would make explanations much simpler. On the other hand, Razali looked sullen, having finally managed to prevent her children from boarding the ship, only to have this unexpected addition. As for whether Chi-Chi was aware of the situation, Reynolds did not care. He figured Sun Wukong could handle it on his own when the time came. On board the spaceship, Sun Wukong headed straight to the gravity chamber to train, moving with an ease that spoke of familiarity. Reynolds paused for a moment, then decided to ignore the martial enthusiast entirely. Inside the spaceship, Reynolds gazed at the cosmic scenery outside, countless galaxies flashing by the boundless starry sky, evoking a sense of wonder within him. This was apart from using instant transmission to reach other planets, his first real encounter with the universe. Even Razali appeared entranced, much like a country dweller who had just entered a city. The journey to New Namek was expected to take 3 weeks. Reynolds had no intention of wasting time. He planned to either train in the gravity chamber or deepen his emotional connection with Razali. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Reynolds arrived at the spaceship's cockpit, watching as a green planet appeared on the display screen. "Dear Master, the spaceship has arrived at the destination Namek," the spaceship's intelligence system announced. With that, Reynolds began the landing process. Before long, the spaceship broke through Namek's atmosphere and landed smoothly. Reynolds opened the hatch and leaped out, standing once again on familiar ground. Behind him, Razali and Sun Wukong followed suit. After more than half a month, as they stepped back onto the surface, the three inhaled the air of Namek with greedy breaths. Moments later, a powerful presence rushed toward them. Reynolds stored the spaceship in a universal capsule and calmly looked up at the green figure in the sky. Spotting a Namekian who closely resembled Piccolo, Reynolds recognized him as a combat-type Namekian. These Namekians were known for their formidable combat strength, primarily tasked with protecting the planet's safety, especially that of the Grand Elder. They represented the pinnacle of power on this planet. Before Reynolds could speak, the green figure rushed towards Sun Wukong. The Namekian seemed somewhat excited, exclaiming, "You are the legendary Mr. Sun Wukong, aren't you?" "Ah, you know me," Sun Wukong replied in surprise. "Yes, we met during your battle with Frisia on Namek. Even after all this time, I can still recognize our savior at a glance," the Namekian said, visibly thrilled. "Haha, I didn't expect to meet a surviving Namekian from that epic battle." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Who are these two?" The Namekian finally noticed the two companions standing beside Sun Wukong. One of them had a tail and appeared somewhat worn, while the other was a woman with an icy glare that suggested she was not to be trifled with. The sight of Razali sent a shiver down his spine. Noticing the two had finished exchanging pleasantries, Reynolds spoke slowly. "I am a friend of Wukong. We have come to Namek to summon the Namekian dragon and make a wish." He continued, "This is my wife, Razali." The Namekian nodded, understanding that a friend of Mr. Wukong could not possibly be a villain. Sun Wukong smiled and asked, "What is your name?" The Namekian responded, "You can call me Dean." "Mr. Wukong is our benefactor, and naturally his companions are also considered benefactors of Namek," Dean added. Hearing this, Reynolds felt a surge of excitement. It was undeniable that with Sun Wukong around, many troubles had been averted. They were about to uncover the whereabouts of his mother, and how could he not be exhilarated? Reynolds took a deep breath and said, "Then please lead the way, Mr. Dean." Dean nodded and took to the air. Reynolds and Razali exchanged glances before following closely behind Sun Wukong and Dean. Before long, Sun Wukong spotted a familiar figure, the Grand Elder. He recognized him as one of the 7 ordinary elders from before. After Frisia's attack on Namek, the previous Grand Elder had perished. Before his passing, he had named Muley to succeed him, granting Muley some of the former Grand Elder's powers. The Grand Elder Muley appeared very kind with bright eyes that radiated wisdom. "Hello, Grand Elder Muley," Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Wukong," Grand Elder Muley replied gently. He continued, "I am already aware of your friend's intentions. I have informed the other elders to bring the Dragon Balls." "Haha, thank you so much," Sun Wukong said sincerely, bringing his hands together in gratitude. He nudged Reynolds with his elbow and added, "Reynolds, you owe me a favor now." Reynolds laughed heartily, of course. While waiting for the Dragon Balls to arrive, Sun Wukong comfortably chatted with Grand Elder Muley, even sharing the crises faced on Earth. This revelation caused Grand Elder Muley to break into a cold sweat. He realized that even a single powerful enemy could bring disaster to their planet. His gaze towards Reynolds turned, filled with respect. In contrast to the ongoing turmoil on Earth, Namek had maintained a state of peace cloaked in humility for years. Meanwhile, Reynolds felt like an outsider listening to the two engage in casual conversation. After a while, several powerful presences approached. It was a group of young Namekians delivering the Dragon Balls. As Reynolds watched the orange Namekian Dragon Balls piled on the grass, he turned to Grand Elder Muley and asked, "Is it ready, Grand Elder?" Since summoning the Namekian dragon required the Namekian language and Reynolds was not proficient in it, Grand Elder Muley stepped forward to serve as the translator. Grand Elder Muley nodded, moving slowly to stand before the Namekian Dragon Balls, and declared, "Come forth, Purunga. Grant us our wishes." Reynolds wondered why Grand Elder Muley shouted, "Did Purunga have hearing issues?" As soon as the Grand Elder's voice fell, the 7 dragon balls erupted with golden light. The sky was soon cloaked in dark clouds with countless bolts of lightning flashing within. Quickly, a massive dragon appeared high above. Seeing the Namekian dragon for the first time, Reynolds was astonished. Compared to Earth's dragon, this one was several times larger. It resembled a 100-meter-long mutated lizard exuding an air of majesty. The Namekian dragon's eyes glowed red, and its ethereal voice echoed in the ears of all present. "Speak your wishes, I can grant 3. Razali was taken aback by the imposing presence of the dragon, which seemed even more formidable than Earth's. Though Earth's dragon was no longer present. "Mr. Reynolds, please state your wish," Grand Elder Muley urged. "I wish to know the whereabouts of a female Saiyan named Jimmy who was on planet Vegeta when Frieza destroyed it," Reynolds finally asked after waiting so long. He held his breath, anticipating Purunga's response. Grand Elder conveyed Reynolds' words to Purunga in the Namekian language. Purunga's red eyes flickered momentarily before responding, "She is not in this universe." What? Purunga's response took everyone by surprise. Renno felt a sudden buzz in his mind. Not in this universe. What does that mean? Has she gone to another universe? The old Kai had mentioned that apart from the 7th universe, there are still 11 others in existence. Then where is she now? Renno asked Purunga, his body radiating a tense energy due to the overwhelming confusion. In an instant, the terrifying aura caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically, especially the Namekians, whose average battle power barely reached 100,000. Faced with Renno's unsettling energy, they were all horrified. Even Sun Wukong was taken aback, who evidently Renno had held back last time. Since Sun Wukong had been knocked out early, he was unaware of the outcome of the battle between Vegeta and Renno. But when he turned to Vegeta for answers, he saw a smug expression on Vegeta's face. His nostrils flared in triumph. In that moment, Vegeta had truly surpassed Sun Wukong. Only Razali, concerned, grasped Renno's hand, which helped him regain his composure. Moments later, Purunga spoke again. "The 6th universe. Then please transport me there." Before Renno could finish his sentence, Elder Muley interrupted him. With a reassuring tone, he said, "Mr. Renno, you still have 2 wishes to choose from." Elder Muley's thoughtful explanation helped Renno understand the situation. Realization dawned on him, and he began to ponder. Finally, a brilliant idea struck him. He thought of Boo's formidable regenerative abilities. Such power was indeed monstrous. As long as even a single cell remained, he could fully recover, far superior to the Namekians, whose bodies could regenerate as long as their heads were intact. In fact, it even surpassed Cell, who could regenerate as long as his core was unharmed despite being blasted to pieces. After all, Cell had a weakness tied to his core. As for Boo's weakness, it seemed that only by depleting Boo's energy to the point where he could no longer recover from his injuries could one truly defeat him. Without hesitation, Renno chose to acquire abilities akin to Boo's. When Elder Muley communicated the wish to the Eternal Dragon again, the Namekian dragon's eyes flashed red once more, and Renno's wish was granted. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Renno sensed no change in his body. He looked at the dragon with confusion. The dragon quickly explained, "You now possess a physique with extraordinary regenerative and recovery abilities." It continued, "Boo's physique is unique to his race, and thus unsuitable for you. Therefore, you received a capability similar to that of Majin Boo's regeneration, albeit slightly inferior to his original form." Once the explanation was complete, the dragon floated quietly in the clouds, awaiting the 3rd wish. Renno, testing his newfound ability, made a small cut on his arm, and sure enough, it healed instantly. However, he noticed a slight depletion of energy within him. Indeed, recovering from injuries came at a cost. This cost was energy. Each time he was wounded, a fraction of his energy vanished, and the greater the injury, the more energy was consumed. Once his energy was exhausted, and he could no longer heal his body, that would signify a true death. For at that point, there would be no surplus energy left to restore his shattered form. Feeling no discomfort in his body, Renno was no longer afraid of encountering powerful foes. Because at his level none could stand against him, he was only curious about the strength of the god of destruction and angels mentioned by the old Kai. With that thought, Renno's excitement surged, a smile creeping across his face as his mindset shifted. This confidence stemmed from his extraordinary regenerative and recovery powers. Seeing Renno's expression, Elder Muley swallowed hard. Renno's smile seemed a bit sinister. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the silent space as a hand slapped the back of Renno's head. Everyone turned to the source of the sound, finding Razali displeased, having just smacked Renno. Renno wore a look of innocent grievance. "Don't get too carried away." Razali glared at Renno. In an instant, Renno seemed nonchalant again, resuming his contemplation of what wish to make. After much thought, he turned to Wukong and Razali, asking, Do you two have any wishes? Sun Wukong scratched his chin, indicating he had none. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai gritted his teeth, frustrated that Wukong seemed to have forgotten him. Because of the halo above him, he always felt humiliated in front of the other Kais, and was often the subject of their teasing. Tears of indignation welled up in his eyes. Razlie also pondered for a long time before shaking her head. After a moment of thought, Renno's eyes sparkled as he said, "Dragon, please enhance the artificial components and body of the person in front of me." When Renno voiced his final wish, even Razlie was momentarily stunned. Soon Barunja's eyes flashed red again. Then it resumed its waiting position, clearly adhering to the rules of the wish-granting dragon. Razlie felt a sting in her eyes, as she had never considered enhancing her own components, yet her husband chose that as his wish. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms tightly around Renno's waist, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, Renno couldn't help but grin widely. Renno chose this wish because, unlike Android 18, who was merely enhanced for combat, with an infinite energy supply, he understood that as a modified android, she retained her human form. This meant she gained immense power without losing her original human capabilities. Thus, the androids possessed incredible energy and potential for further growth through training. Moreover, they could continue to enhance their modified components primarily because Dr. Gero had lacked sufficient parts to maximize their abilities. Otherwise, after one more enhancement, they could have become invincible. After planting a kiss on her husband, Razlie gave him a playful expression as if rewarding him for the night. This left Renno momentarily speechless. Though he considered himself quite adept, facing Razlie's insatiable demand for energy was overwhelming. Especially since every time Razlie sought him out, it usually lasted several hours, often exceeding 10. Renno vividly recalled the look of partial satisfaction on Razlie's face. Not to mention, with Razlie now enhanced, she would likely become even more enduring. Observing her exaggerated expression, Razlie smirked, thinking she would deal with him tonight. Lazuli covered her mouth in astonishment as she sensed the changes in her body. The power surging within her was now comparable to that of her husband before he awakened his divine abilities. She felt undeniably stronger in every aspect. Wukong, return to Earth. Lazuli and I are preparing to head to the 6th universe, Renno said to Sun Wukong after making his wish. The North Kai said, "I'm already quite strong here in the 7th universe, so please Renno, take me with you." Sun Wukong earnestly pleaded. Hearing of other universes for the first time, as a martial arts enthusiast, he was eager to explore. Before Renno could decline, Lazuli nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong was thrilled that Android 18 had accepted his request. If not for Renno's presence, he might have excitedly embraced Lazuli. However, before he could bask in his joy, Lazuli added, "You need to defeat me before I can grant your request." "Well, that's what you said. No backing out." Sun Wukong responded with a hint of delight. Lazuli smiled slightly. "Of course. Great Elder. Please ask your people to stand back," Sun Wukong instructed Elder Muley, his gaze sharpening. As a qualified warrior, Sun Wukong treated all opponents equally, refusing to show favoritism based on their identity. Once the area was cleared, even the Namekian dragon Purunga watched the match with keen interest. Renno smirked. Purunga certainly had a big heart. He then shifted his focus to the two combatants. Just as Sun Wukong prepared himself, Lazuli appeared in front of him in an instant and struck with a powerful punch. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. How fast? He barely had time to dodge before being sent flying by her blow. He crashed into the mountainside and came to a stop, only to be buried beneath the rubble dislodged by his impact. Elder Muley and several Namekians watched in shock as the savior of Namek was so easily defeated, their expressions filled with disbelief. Dean's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lazuli remained focused and composed, her demeanor serious. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling yellow light burst forth from the cracks in the rocks. Boom! Sun Wukong charged out from the pile of debris, gathering his Kamehameha energy. Now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, it was clear that Lazuli's strength had truly astonished him. Yet true to his nature, Sun Wukong sought to test his opponent regardless of their power. As he faced the charged-up Sun Wukong, Lazuli calmly met his energy with her own, their attacks colliding with a resounding impact. When their waves clashed, Lazuli's energy beam even managed to overpower Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Realizing he couldn't defeat Android 18 in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Sun Wukong unleashed a mighty roar as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from him, shifting the tide of their confrontation. With one hand free, Lazuli unleashed countless energy blasts that struck Sun Wukong, who could do nothing to avoid them. The sky filled with smoke from the ensuing explosion. Both are incredibly strong. Elder Muley wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Sun Wukong seemed to have mastered an even more powerful form with his tail regrown, truly a testament to the Saiyan race. Sun Wukong stood tensely amidst the smoke, trying to locate Android 18. The absence of her energy signature made it impossible for him to pinpoint her position. Only when androids released energy could there be a brief moment of detectable aura, but Android 18 was clever enough to avoid this flaw. Suddenly the smoke beside him parted as Lazuli landed a kick. In desperation, Sun Wukong raised his arms to block her strike. He felt the weight of Android 18's leg pressing down, making it impossible to withdraw his arms without suffering further blows. Taking advantage of this moment, she relentlessly unleashed energy blasts toward him. Feeling the pain coursing through him, Sun Wukong was astonished. The android had become significantly more formidable after her upgrades. In a last-ditch effort, he forced his arms free. Once her goal was achieved, Android 18's rapid kicks created afterimages, striking Sun Wukong once more. Ow. Faced with the powerful Android 18, Sun Wukong did not disappoint Renno. Instead, he fully ignited his fighting spirit. As the battle intensified, he and Android 18 engaged in a fierce skirmish. Now relying on her infinite energy, Android 18 maintained a tug-of-war with Sun Wukong. Whenever he closed the gap, she would counter with her martial arts and retreat to unleash energy blasts. What could he do? Before the enhancement, Sun Wukong could easily disregard the blasts she fired. Now each hit felt as though he were being struck by heavy stones. Gradually, he sensed his stamina depleting, yet he had no way to counter it. As his speed began to falter, Sun Wukong ultimately could not keep up with Android 18's pace, leading to a regrettable defeat. Cough, cough. Wukong, are you alright? Renno asked with concern as Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. Sun Wukong was covered in wounds, though not fatal. The injuries were significant. Haha, I'm fine, Renno. A loss is a loss, Sun Wukong replied, panting heavily while clutching his chest. After battling Sun Wukong, Lazuli fully grasped the extent of her newfound strength. She was likely a bit stronger than Sun Wukong at present, but if Vegeta joined the fray, she had no chance of victory. Yet she was astonished to realize that she had indeed enhanced her power. Previously, she had only been comparable to Gohan's mysterious form, with a strength augmented around 560 times. Now she could defeat someone with a 4,000-fold enhancement, a Super Saiyan 4. Mr. Wukong, I never expected you to be this strong now, Elder Muley murmured from afar. Renno, but I really want to go. Sun Wukong pleaded once more. Before he could continue, Renno exchanged a knowing glance with Porunga. Porunga immediately understood and gave a thumbs up. With a flash of red light in his eyes, he teleported Renno, Lazuli, and Sun Wukong to the planet Salad in the 6th universe, where Renno's mother Jimmy resided. After completing this, Porunga transformed into 7 Dragon Balls that rolled onto the ground. In the 6th universe on the planet Salad, the 3 were instantly transported. Surveying the new landscape, Renno realized this was likely the planet where his mother currently resided in the 6th universe. Sun Wukong looked around in confusion as Renno couldn't help but tap him lightly on the head. That hurts. We're now in the 6th universe. Renno exclaimed, looking at Sun Wukong as if he were a curious creature. Ha, Renno, I knew you cared about me the most. Sun Wukong said, enveloping Renno in a bear hug. Just as he was about to express more heartfelt sentiments, he caught sight of Android 18's deadly glare. Sun Wukong, hey, you aren't locals, are you? This is a robbery. A female voice threatened from nearby. The 3 turned to see where the voice had come from. Renno and his companions turned to see a girl approaching, her black spiky hair standing on end, clad in loose purple pants and wrapped in a pink bandeau. She looked feisty and undoubtedly was not someone to be trifled with. Yet she was undeniably attractive. Califula, who had been training nearby, spotted the 3 individuals who appeared to be outsiders and assumed they were lost aliens. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could extort some money from them. However, the trio ignored her completely, which irked her. I'm talking to you 3. Hand over anything valuable you have. Califula shouted impatiently. Renno paid no heed to her outburst, and instead curiously asked, are you a Saiyan too? He sensed a Saiyan bloodline flowing within her. Califula narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Renno closely. His unruly thick hair shot straight up, and he wore a black and gray training suit. His physique was well-proportioned, not overly muscular, yet certainly not lacking in strength. But what caught her attention most was his fluffy tail, which looked immensely inviting to touch. Nodding to herself, she thought, he fits the image of the perfect man from my dreams. He shall be mine. Califula, are you one as well? She asked, sensing the Saiyan essence in his being. Renno and Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that the 2 were somewhat cooperative, a smirk crept onto Califula's lips. Though I'm not sure why you have tails as fellow Scions, how about we have a sparring match? She pointed at Renno with a grin. If you win, I'll grant you any one request. But if I win, you'll become my man, and I'll protect you from now on. Renno felt a jolt at her words. Lazuli's expression turned dangerous upon hearing this. Hey Renno, I want to go first. Son Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm at Califula's challenge. But before he could leap forward, Renno lifted him effortlessly. Turning to Lazuli, he gave her a confident and reassuring glance. Seeing that Renno underestimated her, Califula reveled in her advantage. After all, she was known as the fiercest Scion on Shalata Star, well known and feared by all. But these outsiders would surely see her as merely a woman and underestimate her. Her combative spirit ignited. Once someone got entangled with her, they were bound to suffer. At that moment, Renno and Califula locked eyes, both sizing each other up. Renno could clearly sense that her energy was weak, but being in a different universe, he couldn't discount the possibility of her using some method to conceal it. Califula was equally surprised, as she hadn't expected the seemingly low-energy Renno to be so tactically astute. Indeed, it was precisely because she sensed weakness in Renno's group that she dared to challenge him. With a sudden burst of energy, Califula charged at Renno, unleashing a fierce punch that he met with one of his own. The shockwave from the collision radiated outward. Not bad. Califula praised, impressed by the man she had set her sights on. Bang! 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 Their figures darted back and forth, trading blows that made Son Wukong itch with excitement. Renno was astonished by the strength of this tailless Scion. Could it be that all Scions in this universe lacked tails? Huh, take this. Califula shouted, gathering a powerful energy blast in her hands and launching it at Renno. Boom! A massive cloud of dust erupted, and as Califula brushed off the debris with a hint of embarrassment, she thought to herself, he didn't disappoint, he's quite strong. But the next moment, she felt an icy chill run down her spine. Renno had somehow appeared behind her. With a contemplative expression, he regarded her, noting that this universe's Scions seemed different from those in Universe 7. No tails, yet their foundational combat power was significantly high. Facing away from him, Califula gritted her teeth and said, I admit defeat. Renno, seemingly unfazed, replied, since you lost, tell me about your Scion race. Califula paused, bewildered. Aren't you from this planet? Renno nodded. I'm a wandering Scion in the universe. Those are my companions. He gestured toward the amiable Son Wukong and the indifferent Lazuli. And she's my woman. After a brief introduction, Renno expressed his desire to visit Califula's home. This made her blush fiercely, the initial bravado vanishing. Oh, my house is a bit messy. And I have a younger sister, she stammered in a panic. Renno waved his hand, dismissively indicating it was of no concern. Seeing that he had no objections, Califula felt compelled to comply, as a defeated opponent must honor their promise. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a village. As expected, the Scions here lacked tails, but had substantially stronger foundational combat abilities than those from Universe 7. Of course, they could only be compared to the Scions before Planet Vegeta's destruction. If one were to include the current Scions from Universe 7, the comparison would be laughable. Along the way, every Scion who caught sight of Califula fled with a grim expression. This made Renno and his companions exchange knowing glances, pondering just how poor her reputation must be to elicit such reactions. Califula's face flushed with embarrassment. Those guys. After Califula returned home with the three companions, her sister Kair approached cautiously, her gaze fixed on Renno and the others. Califula blinked rapidly and exclaimed, Sister, these three are my guests. Ah, sister, this is your first time bringing friends home. Kair noted, her uncertainty masked. All right, sister has matters to discuss with her guests, so you should step outside for a moment, Califula urged. Oh, okay, Kair replied, turning to leave the room. Renno, glancing around the somewhat disheveled space, teased him. Not bad, quite tasteful. Kair smiled awkwardly and inquired, what do you want to know while you're here? Transitioning directly to the topic, Renno's expression turned serious as he said, I wish to know where this place is. The dragon from Mexing had mentioned that his mother resided on the planet Salada in the 6th universe. Encountering a local made it essential to clarify the situation. Although he was aware that this was part of the 6th universe, he had no specific coordinates and was unsure where the dragon had transported him. At the very least, he needed some context. Despite knowing he could propose a condition after winning, he glanced at Califula's slender form and modest surroundings, and his resolve faltered. Thus, he opted to ask a more general question. Califula paused before responding, This is Salada. As for the Scions you mentioned earlier, I don't have much to say. I don't know where your Scions come from, but the Scions of Salada are born without tails and tend to favor peace, Califula explained. Upon hearing her explanation, Renno secretly mused that indeed the Scions of the 6th universe were different from those of the 7th. Satisfied with the information he sought, Renno replied, "Thank you. In that case, I shall take my leave." Carlifla had just opened her mouth to invite them to stay for a meal when in the blink of an eye the three suddenly vanished from sight. This left Carlifla wide-eyed in astonishment. "Go play for a while, Goku will call you when it's time to leave," Renno instructed as he noticed Goku seemed restless. "Okay." Goku responded, immediately taking to the sky. Renno couldn't help but grimace. If Goku began to challenge everyone around, it might lead to some existential crises for them. Are all Saiyans so combative? Do they invite anyone regardless of strength? Lazuli frowned at Goku's departing silhouette and asked Renno. "That's merely an exception," Renno replied, fully aware of Goku's nature. No matter who it was, if he felt a connection, he would challenge them. Just as expected. "What shall we do next?" Lazuli inquired of Renno. "We're going to visit the king of this planet," Renno stated calmly. The two then moved toward the area where the energy was the most vibrant. As they approached a palace, Renno and Lazuli abandoned flying, opting instead to rely on their powerful legs to create numerous fleeting shadows, evading the watchful eyes of nearby guards. Inside the palace hall, opulence abounded, clearly the residence of the elite. From his concealed position, Renno spotted the king of Salada seated upon his throne. A disdainful thought crossed Renno's mind. He had not expected the king of Salada to be yet another ruler entranced by wealth. "Hey, you up there, come down and chat for a moment," the king of Salada suddenly called out, fixing his gaze on Renno and Lazuli's hiding spot. "Well, I didn't expect you, a king, to have a bit of wit," Renno replied with a smirk as he stepped forward, arms crossed. Unfazed by Renno's assertiveness, the king of Salada coolly inquired, "Are you a Saiyan from the 7th universe?" Renno raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as a tacit acknowledgement. "I see. Then what brings you here?" the king continued. "Just visiting the ruler of this universe," Renno grinned, adding, "and also looking for someone from you." "She must be a Saiyan who came to this universe several decades ago for some unknown reason," Renno noted. Upon hearing this, his breath quickened. "Then please tell me where she is located, king of Salada." The king chuckled. "Let's see if you're worthy of me revealing her whereabouts." As his words fell, the king of Salada bolted towards Renno like a bolt of lightning. Reacting swiftly, Renno teleported and delivered a powerful kick from the side. The king barely managed to cross his arms to block Renno's strike. In the next instant, he retaliated by launching Renno away, and upon landing, Renno was immediately bombarded by a flurry of the king's attacks. To Renno's surprise, the king, though over 50, possessed considerable skill. Renno couldn't help but admire the king's strength. At that moment, the king of Salada was equally astonished by the terrifying power of Renno, causing him to pause in his assault. Their exchange was so seamless that no one except the three present in the hall had any inkling of the fierce battle that had just taken place. You're quite strong. I wonder how powerful you would be if you awakened your Super Saiyan form," the king remarked somewhat admiringly. "What on earth is a Super Saiyan?" Renno thought. "I've known how to transform into one for decades." Before he could explain, the king arrogantly declared, "Young man, confidence is good, but arrogance can be detrimental." With a flick of his wrist, the king's golden aura enveloped his hair, and the sheer force of his energy nearly shattered the palace with cracks spreading across the walls. Unfazed, the king grinned at Renno. "You should become my disciple. I will teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan." Renno scratched his head, exchanging bewildered glances with Lazuli. "What would that old coot think upon seeing my Super Saiyan 4 form?" "Humph. Don't be ungrateful. You have no idea what this form entails." The king began, but his words faltered as his pupils dilated. You? He stammered, horrified as he gazed upon Renno, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his voice trembling with fear. Though he had never encountered such a form, the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. "Enough with the jokes. Will you tell me where that Saiyan from the 7th universe is, or should I beat the answer out of you?" Renno asked, his expression a mix of amusement and menace. The king remained speechless, clearly contemplating whether to divulge the information about his great-grandmother. Even after Renno reverted from Super Saiyan 4, the king remained in shock. However, Renno did glean a crucial piece of information from him. He was training at a camp. Immediately, Renno began to sense Carlifla's energy. As a local, she should know, and since the king of Salada was still dazed, how could he inquire? Before leaving, the king stammered, "What was that form of yours?" Renno cast a backward glance and replied, "Super Saiyan 4. Having learned about his mother's location, even Lazuli began to breathe. "King." Not long after Renno and the others left, a large group of soldiers burst in, each wielding superior weapons and adorned in rare metal armor, clearly the royal guards specifically tasked with protecting King Shirata. Various powerful auras began to converge from all directions, drawn by the overwhelming pressure that had previously filled the air, necessitating a check on the king's safety. Nightfall. Caulifla sat on the edge of the roof, gazing dreamily at the moon. Swish. Suddenly Renno appeared beside Caulifla with a flash accompanied by Lazuli. Whoa! Caulifla jumped in surprise. She instinctively threw a punch. Renno caught her fist, a smirk dancing on his lips as he observed the girl's flustered reaction. Oh, it's you. Relief washed over Caulifla upon recognizing Renno, and a flicker of happiness sparked within her at his visit. Even she herself was puzzled by this sudden warmth. Usually fiery and feisty, she found herself displaying a softer side in Renno's presence. Could this be what they call love at first sight? Renno smiled gently. Miss Caulifla, might I have the honor of sharing dinner with you? Lazuli promptly closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the scene that was raising her blood pressure. After all, it was well known that every city had its defense squads, and King Sharada, that old coot, hadn't even provided a precise location. How on earth could they find him? The best approach now was to leverage their connections, and the only person they knew on Sharada Star was Caulifla, so it seemed her man would have to resort to some charm. Still, she ground her teeth in frustration. "Ah," Caulifla gasped, but upon meeting Renno's sincere gaze, she instinctively murmured a soft "hmm." "Haha, then let's go." Renno placed his hand on Caulifla's delicate shoulder and activated his instant teleportation. In an instant, they arrived at a meticulously prepared location. He quickly tossed out a universal capsule. With a loud bang, a spaceship materialized before them. Caulifla was taken aback, her eyes wide with awe as she beheld the futuristic spaceship. She was like a country bumpkin, glancing left and right in disbelief. Spaceships weren't unheard of on Sharada Star, but this was a whole new level of advanced technology. Wow, so cool. Caulifla's eyes sparkled with wonder as she admired the vessel. Seeing Caulifla's naivety, Renno sighed. She truly was a pitiable sight. Even after boarding the spaceship, Caulifla felt as though she were in a dream. "Caulifla, have a seat." Renno gestured toward a nearby chair, signaling her to sit as they prepared to eat. Caulifla's eyes lit up and she plopped down eagerly, initially ready to devour the food. But remembering Renno was beside her, she resolved to eat slowly and gracefully, feeling quite dignified. This made Lazuli furrow her brow. As a woman herself, she recognized that Caulifla harbored unusual feelings for Renno. Observing the two, Renno could only smile helplessly. Once the meal concluded, he finally broached the subject at hand. "Miss Caulifla, may I request your assistance with something?" Having just finished a satisfying meal, Caulifla readily agreed. "Feel free to ask. As long as it's within my abilities, I'll make sure to do it beautifully." Renno paused. "About a few years ago, was there a female Saiyan who suddenly appeared, one with a tail like mine? And now she's a military officer in training." Renno elaborated carefully. That might be a bit tricky," Caulifla said regretfully. Renno couldn't help but smile wryly. It was best to approach this matter gently and rationally, as he truly wished to avoid violence unless absolutely necessary. But Caulifla continued, "However, I do have a friend who is the captain of the defense squad. I hope she can help you." At this, Renno's eyes brightened. "But it's my first time on such a high-tech spaceship. Can I stay overnight?" Caulifla smiled innocently. Renno nodded in agreement. It was getting late, and he needed to prepare. After arranging a spare room for Caulifla, he returned to his own quarters. Lying in bed, Renno could hardly contain his excitement. On just the first day in the 6th universe, he had already discovered a lead on his mother. He was absolutely thrilled. The next moment, he found Lazuli sitting on him, pouting with a flushed face as she stared at him. Renno instantly deduced that Lazuli was sulking over Caulifla's presence. However, he quickly realized what Lazuli intended to do. Before he could react, Lazuli skillfully began to remove her clothes as well as his. Then she leaned in, her eyes filled with longing. Beep, beep, beep. Caulifla, wandering the spaceship, unwittingly approached Renno's room. But as she got closer, she heard a series of explosive sounds. Instantly, her face turned crimson. Initially wanting to flee, curiosity got the better of her, and she stealthily crept to the door to listen in. Sensing movement outside, Lazuli increased her fervor. The tantalizing sounds made Caulifla freeze in place. It was late into the night, and unable to bear it any longer, she eventually succumbed to sleep. As dawn broke, Renno still glanced at a content Lazuli, realizing they had spent the entire night together. This girl was becoming increasingly frequent in her demands. The length of their encounters would drive countless men mad and leave countless women speechless. Just as he was about to open the door, Caulifla's instincts kicked in, and she quickly organized her composure, feigning a knock. Caulifla, good morning." As Renno opened the door, he spotted Caulifla poised to knock and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Renno." Caulifla returned the smile politely. At that moment, a fully dressed Lazuli emerged, arms crossed, wearing a knowing smile directed at Caulifla. She had been aware that Caulifla had eavesdropped outside for the entire night, and now her demeanor was a clear warning to Caulifla. "My man is not someone you can keep a secret from." Caulifla's face flushed as she caught Lazuli's meaning and glanced at Renno, who seemed oblivious. She took a deep breath. Her gaze toward Lazuli was filled with defiance. After breakfast, Caulifla led Renno and Lazuli into a technologically advanced city. Outside a house, Renno knocked a few times before the door was suddenly knocked off its hinges. This made Renno's mouth twitch. Immediately, alarms blared from within, and a fully armed robot emerged. On the robot's head was a display screen featuring a very frail Saiyan. Who dares to intrude upon the home of the defense squad captain? Gaby's voice rang out through the robot, demanding to know who was there. Hey, it's me, Jabe. Caulifla bounded into the frame with unabashed cheer. Oh, it's you, Caulifla. Jabe breathed easier when he recognized her. She hurriedly explained the situation. After a moment's thought, Jabe nodded. Very well. Come to the defense squad and find me there. Ah, by the way, fix the door before you come, he added. Renno fell silent. A short while later, Caulifla, her demeanor a mix of bravado and unease, arrived with a guilty-looking Renno and a resigned Lazuli to meet Jabe in front of the building. Jabe greeted Caulifla first with a warm smile. Caulifla smiled back, though the smile was strained. Jabe paid it no mind and turned to Renno and Lazuli with a gentler expression. You two want me to help, I suppose. Come with me to my office. Renno nodded, eyes flicking this way and that, burdened with thoughts he did not voice. He followed Jabe, each step heavy with secrecy. How could he confess that in the time it took to fix a door, the whole house had been demolished? They could not very well spend hours repairing the place only to return and explain the whole catastrophe. He shook his head and decided for as long as possible to conceal the truth. When trouble came, they would deal with it as it came. Is something wrong, Mr. Renno? Are you all right? Jabe asked, noticing Renno's restless movements. I didn't demolish it. No, I mean it's nothing, Renno stammered. His tangled thoughts nearly betrayed him. He felt as if his mind had short-circuited under the question. Jabe looked at Renno with puzzled concern and scratched his head, then resumed leading the way. Renno released a small sigh of relief. Lazuli covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This was the first time she had seen her husband so embarrassingly flustered. Caulifla felt uneasy too, though not as dramatically. After all, they had asked Jabe for help and then torn down his door. More than that, in the span of repairing a door, they'd somehow ruined the whole house. There was guilt and a reluctance to speak it aloud. When Renno regained his composure, they had already reached the defense squad building. The moment they entered, stranger eyes converged on them. Curiosity and the sharper edge of scorn. The four of them fell silent under the weight of whispered comments. Oh, more privileged connections, murmured one. Ugh, those mover sandshakers are the worst. Weak and meddlesome, another sneered. The barb stoked Renno's temper. Lazila's expression darkened. She turned her head to glare at the loudest offenders. What are you looking at? Waiting to get taught a lesson, one of the men jeered, provoking a chorus of crude laughter. Even Jabe was unusually quiet, as if used to such derision. Lazila's eyes flashed with lethal intent. She was usually tender, especially with Renno, to whom she had been inseparable for years, but alone she resembled an ice-cold beauty. Sensing the shift, Renno stopped. The malevolence in the air had been ignited. Suppression held only briefly, fury burst through him. In an instant, he transformed, raw power surging into his Super Saiyan 4 form. The pressure was unbearable. The sight of him, amplified by the feral magnificence of the Super 4 state, stunned everyone into silence. Caulifla, who had only thought Renno slightly stronger and better looking than herself, found him suddenly unbearably handsome. An imposing presence that seethed with protectiveness, the sort of man who would tear an aggressor apart for daring to touch his woman. Despite the rage, Renno could discern friend from foe. Caulifla and Jabe remained unharmed by his aura. The rowdy Saiyan brutes, however, turned pale. A heat seemed to run down their legs, as if fear had become something bodily. Wait, low. Jabe began, but the words died in his throat. Renno roared again, a sound like a beast unleashed, and the terror in his aura skyrocketed. The entire building shuddered and then collapsed beneath the intolerable weight, fracturing and crumbling with deafening violence. As floors pancaked, the shockwave fanned outward for kilometers. In an instant, half the city lay in ruin. From the wreckage, many Saiyans crawled free. Saiyans from Universe 6 were inherently stronger than those from Universe 7, as such a collapse did not prove fatal to them. They stood bewildered, rubbing their heads and asking what had just occurred. One moment the place had been ordinary, the next a suffocating presence had filled the air, and before they could react, the building had disintegrated. All eyes turned toward Renno. A collective inhalation registered their alarm. This aura was not merely violent, it was explosive. Renno's gaze, however, burned with contempt for the craven faces before him. He wanted to find the instigators, and in his fury flay the world itself. If violence was the only answer, then let consequences follow. He extended 2 fingers of his left hand and slammed them down. The Saiyans who had just staggered upright were flattened back into the rubble beneath a renewed crushing pressure. Lu Lanyu. Jabe came forward, finger raised, but he could not frame a single reproach. Move aside or you'll be struck down too, Lazili said calmly. At that moment, any sympathy she might once have had for this Saiyan race had vanished. All she felt now was disdain. Caulifla, fiery by nature, stood squarely with Lanyu. Lanyu condensed a massive sphere of energy in his palm, a mote of annihilation that radiated a palpable mortal menace. The gathered Saiyans realized with. Silence enveloped them. Lanyu hovered in the air, his eyes locked with the woman before him, as the orb of energy cradled in his palm slowly dissipated. After a few measured breaths, he could not keep his composure any longer and ventured ma. That familiar syllable made Ji-Mi's slight frame tremble. Tears welled instantly in her eyes as she hurried to cup her son's face. My son, I thought I would never see you again, she sobbed. Tears also stung Lanyua's eyes. He pulled his mother into a tight embrace, burying his face against her slender waist and greedily inhaling the scent that belonged only to her, as if determined never to forget it. Time had marked her, the passage of years settling her into Saiyan middle age, yet she retained a dignified allure. Though she was well into her 60s by the calendar, she still bore the semblance of a woman in her 20s. That tender moment was shattered by a furious roar. Lanyu, you are a Saiyan of the 7th universe. Do you think that gives you license to slaughter your Saiyan brethren from other universes? Shalada Wong bellowed, pointing an accusing finger at him. He cried himself hoarse until the ache in his throat made him cough. Only then did Lanyu notice the Saiyans within several kilometers who had been subdued by his pressure. The weaker among them lay unconscious. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the oppressive force receded from their bodies, though they remained utterly spent, collapsed, and motionless. Lanyu, what on earth happened? Ji-Mi asked, her voice steady with concern. Lanyua's expression darkened as he turned to Shalada Wong. Jia and I came to the Defense Corps building seeking records about my mother. Your people spoke with contempt and filthy tongues. They even dared to provoke the woman I love, he said. Tell me who could stand for that. There was a sterner edge to his voice now. Shalada Wong stared, incredulous that someone so base could exist beneath his command. Embarrassment spread across him like a fever. When sobriety returned, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to explain his subordinate's behavior. Lanyu crossed his arms and watched Shalada Wong fumble, amusement flickering across his face. Kali Fu La stepped forward. Your Majesty, it's true. I was there, she declared, and she explained what had happened. Her words hung in the air, leaving everyone present stunned. Even Ji-Mi looked briefly bewildered. Had this been the kin she had imagined? The Saiyans below shrank with shame. They had thought they were dealing with a mere contact. Who could have predicted the arrival of a towering force? Yet actions had been taken and must bear consequence. Dozens of them stepped forth to admit their guilt, offering their lives to spare Shalada Shing from retribution. Lanyu regarded their willingness with a shade of respect, but his countenance remained unyielding. Words he seemed to think were like water spilled. Light coalesced in his palm into a series of beams that pierced through several bodies. Their lifeless forms thudded to the ground. Since some have received their punishment, I will not destroy this planet, Lanyu said slowly. He surveyed the ruin below, then turned to his mother and to Lazili. We should leave. This is no place to converse. The three of them departed in single file. Renno watched as his wife and mother chatted animatedly, completely disregarding him, who sat quietly in the corner lost in thought. He felt a sense of exasperation. Had they truly forgotten about his presence? Yet despite the irritation, he couldn't help but feel a profound joy at seeing his mother after so many years apart. A sentiment that only those who have been separated from family for long stretches can truly understand. However, the two women had been engrossed in conversation for hours. Renno could do nothing but wait, realizing that a reunion between mother and son naturally comes with plenty to discuss, although it seemed he was not included in this intimate exchange. Just as he prepared to interject, Lazili exclaimed, Mom, you cannot imagine how excited my husband and I were when we learned you were in the 6th universe. She then launched into another round of conversation with Jimmy. Renno thought to himself, all right, I see how it is. The pace of their camaraderie was astonishing. Only a short time had passed, and already they were calling her Mom. After a long while, with his arms folded and leaning against the window, Renno suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Strange. By all accounts, son Wukong should have arrived the moment he felt his anger surge. But so much time had passed. Could it be that something had happened to Wukong? Renno hurriedly searched for Wukong's energy signature. What? How can this be? He exclaimed in disbelief. This planet bore no trace of son Wukong's energy, as if he had never set foot there at all. Oh, what's wrong with Renno? Jimmy asked, noticing the growing tension on his son's face. Lazili turned to her husband somewhat displeased. It was just a longer chat with her mother-in-law after all. Renno replied, I can't sense Sun Wukong's energy anymore. Sun Wukong. Jimmy questioned, unfamiliar with the name. Yes, he is my companion who came with me, but for some reason I can't reach him now. Meanwhile, on another planet, a battered Sun Wukong faced off against Hit, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a look of disbelief on his face. The scene flashed back to before Renno joined the defense team. By coincidence, Sun Wukong had encountered Hit while he was on a killing assignment. When Hit realized he had been seen, he had intended to eliminate Wukong. However, after witnessing Hit's formidable strength, Wukong promptly issued a challenge. Caught off guard by Wukong's sudden boldness, Hit agreed to the duel. Before the fight commenced, Wukong mentioned there was an even stronger opponent nearby and suggested they move to another planet to avoid any interference from Renno. Thus, Wukong boarded Hit's spaceship and they traveled far from Shirata. Unfortunately, the outcome was far from favorable for Wukong, who found himself at the mercy of Hit's special attacks. Back to the present. Wukong still hadn't deciphered Hit's attack patterns. In the next instant, Hit appeared before him in an instant, too fast. Utilizing his time skip ability, he landed a punch directly to Wukong's face. Staggered, Wukong struggled to comprehend this bizarre fighting style. How could he counter it? If not for his Super Saiyan 4 form's overwhelming power, he would have likely been slain by Hit. While Wukong panicked, Hit remained unfazed, hands still in his pockets, unaffected by the unfolding chaos. Wukong, sensing a surge of rage, unleashed an immense wave of energy. Renno, sensing this surge from Shirata, instantly teleported to the source. Hit frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kamehameha. Wukong gathered his energy into a powerful Kamehameha wave, its terrifying aura momentarily unsettling Hit. With a thunderous explosion, the entire area fell into a brief vacuum. Breathless, Wukong stood amidst the battlefield, his shirt shredded by the aftermath of the Kamehameha. He chuckled, thinking that if he couldn't defeat Hit, he would destroy the battlefield instead. Surely Hit couldn't outrun the Kamehameha. Even Wukong himself suffered injuries from being too close to its power. Yet moments later, Hit emerged from the smoke, pale but standing. Wukong's eyes widened in horror. For the first time, he felt death looming. Just as the Kamehameha was about to strike Hit, he activated his time skip ability. This technique allowed Hit to freeze time for a fraction of a second, just enough to evade the Kamehameha. He still bore some injuries from the residual energy, but nothing compared to Wukong's condition. Confronted with a nearly incapacitated Wukong, Hit's expression turned complex as he activated his time skip again. He never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent in this universe. As Hit's fist drew perilously close to Wukong's throat, it was suddenly caught by a pair of strong, powerful arms, halting its advance completely. Startled by Renno's unexpected appearance, Hit froze. In a swift motion, he attempted to strike Renno with his other hand, but Renno effortlessly blocked the attack. Seeing Wukong, who had reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form and lay barely conscious, ignited a fury within Renno. How could someone he brought out be so close to death? It felt like a slap to his face. Despite Hit's attempts to use his time skip ability, Renno easily countered every move, his surprise evident at Hit's power to pause time. No wonder he could overpower Wukong. But for Renno, who mastered time manipulation, Hit's abilities seemed trivial. He could simply slow down the flow of time around him. With such a power at his disposal, he could easily overpower Hit's time skip. Renno, wait, Wukong called out, weakly trembling as he tried to rise. Are you alright, Wukong? Renno quickly discarded the injured Hit and rushed to support Wukong. Wukong, seeing Renno approach, urgently said, Please let him go, I asked to fight him. It's not his fault. Hit, lying on the ground and pretending to be unconscious, heard Wukong's words. In that moment, the cold-hearted assassin felt warmth wash over his icy heart. Renno cast a glance at the incapacitated Hit and guided Wukong back to the spaceship. If only there were still senzu beans left. Most had been gobbled up by that acero. How could Wukong have ended up so injured? Seeing Renno and the wounded Wukong reappear instantly, Lazili furrowed her brow. Were there truly beings in this universe capable of injuring Wukong? Renno hurriedly placed Wukong in the healing chamber for treatment. Looking at the last 3 senzu beans in his hand, he felt a surge of anger. When he sought them from the cat sage, only these 3 remained. The rest were surely gone. This time he vowed to give Acero a good beating. When he returned, his frustration only growing. Within 2 days, Wukong's injuries were nearly healed, prompting Renno to contact Asin. As soon as Asin left the Kaioshin planet, a massive rift in space-time appeared on Earth. From this rift emerged a familiar figure clad in black martial arts attire, his dark hair exuding an eerie aura. If Wukong were present, he would surely be astonished it was none other than himself, though this version of him radiated a malevolent energy, the complete opposite of Wukong's righteous spirit. Black Wukong hovered silently above a city, sensing Wukong's energy with a puzzled expression. Strange, this Kakarot from this universe is not here. Without further contemplation, he sped off towards the Kaishin planet. Indeed, this version of Wukong had obtained his body through a wish to the dragon Zamasu, traveling across various timelines using the time ring to challenge different Wukongs, thereby increasing his own strength. However, it seemed the Wukong of this timeline was absent. No matter, he would first eliminate the Kaishin to prevent any surprises from the god of destruction. The Realm of Kings. The old Kaishin was leisurely perusing a mysterious magazine in his hands. However, in the next moment, he keenly sensed a dense aura of darkness approaching from behind. He spun around abruptly, only to be greeted by the signature grin of Black Goku. You're not Son Goku. The old Kaishin quickly realized the truth upon seeing the newcomer. Though he bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, the overwhelming aura of darkness could not be masked. Poof! The old Kaishin stared in shock at the gaping wound in his abdomen, pierced by Black Goku. Ancestor, who are you? At that moment, Jebit rushed in, witnessing the scene unfold before him. His eyes widened with fury, and in an instant he charged at Black Goku, unable to forgive the audacity of attacking the old Kaishin. Black Goku, momentarily taken aback by Jebit's arrival, knew that the Kaishin's attendant could teleport in an instant. The only way to ensure no future troubles was to eliminate him unexpectedly. However, this foolish attendant was attempting to attack him instead of the god of destruction of this timeline. How ludicrous. On an inverted triangular planet, a purple cat that had been sleeping suddenly shivered violently, and then nothing further occurred. At that moment, the old Kaishin's life was brought to an end by Black Goku. Meanwhile, on the planet Salad in Universe 6, Renno greeted Asin with a smile. Son Goku also waved cheerfully. Renno, how did you end up in Universe 7? Asin, unaware that Renno had wished to come to Universe 6 while on Namek, was puzzled to see him appear in another universe. Renno replied with a smile, Lord Kaishin, this is my mother. He gestured towards his mother standing beside him. The revelation stunned Jimmy. Could this be the Kaishin of Universe 7? While he had never encountered the Kaishin of Universe 6, he had seen the god of destruction and the angel from that universe. Years ago, while evading the pursuit of Frisia's army, he had fortuitously encountered a purple fat cat and a woman with a halo around her neck. Before he could react, he was swept into a spatial vortex and transported to Universe 6. Initially, he had not recognized them as the god of destruction and the angel, but due to Kampa's gluttony, they frequently appeared on various planets, and he eventually heard the rumors. Now that the Kaishin of his own universe stood beside him, he felt a surge of excitement. After chatting for a while, everyone grabbed Asin's shoulders. On Earth in Universe 7, Black Goku stood amidst the ruins, engaged in a fierce battle with a green-haired Broly. Were mortals in this timeline truly so powerful? Black Goku's mind was in turmoil. Before battling Broly, he had just fought this timeline's Vegeta and nearly killed him. Had it not been for this towering fool's intervention, Vegeta would have certainly perished. In his own timeline, he had never witnessed this form. It seemed he would need to utilize that transformation. With a powerful shout, Black Goku forced Broly back several steps with his divine energy. At this moment, Black Goku's hair had turned pink and an aura of malevolence enveloped him. Leaning against a building, Vegeta observed Black Goku with disbelief. Broly, losing his rationality, let out a furious roar and charged forward again, only to find Black Goku had already circled behind him, delivering a devastating knife hand strike to his neck. With a thud, Broly fell to the ground. Although strong, he was currently in the Super Saiyan form and stood no chance against Black Goku in his newly activated form. A single encounter rendered him unconscious. Though Vegeta, as a mortal, could not sense divine energy, he recognized the stark contrast between the fallen Broly and the earlier ordinary form of Black Goku. Yet for the sake of protecting Earth and his beloved Bulma, he pushed his still-recovering body toward Black Goku. Overestimating yourself. Black Goku scoffed at the charging Vegeta. A wave of energy pierced through Vegeta's chest. With a scream, Vegeta's fate was sealed. In the next moment, several figures appeared out of thin air, shocking Black Goku. Among them was a Kaishin, suggesting he had mistakenly killed the wrong Kaishin. He had slain a candidate for the god of destruction. At that moment, panic gripped Black Goku. He attempted to escape to another universe, but was intercepted by Renno, who radiated divine energy and bore a murderous intent, locking onto Black Goku. The newly arrived figures stared bewildered at Black Goku being restrained by Renno, then glanced at the equally confused Son Goku beside them. Looking at the ravaged Earth, they thought it hardly resembled their home were it not for the sight of the wounded Vegeta. Wait, the injured Vegeta. Son Goku, ignoring the identities of those above, hurried to assist Vegeta. Meanwhile, Black Goku was astonished to see yet another mortal possessing divine energy. Another mortal awakened to divine energy. Renno was completely enraged. After just a few days, Earth had already been invaded again. Did they truly think they could come and go as they pleased? Observing the unconscious Vegeta and Broly made it clear how intense their battle had been. Vegeta's body had been pierced through. Renno charged at Black Goku. Before he could react, Renno dashed forward like a red blur. A punch struck Black Goku's vital spot, causing him to stagger. Before he could regain his balance, he was bombarded by Renno's relentless assault. Black Goku, who had been taking blows, panicked, completely urgently releasing energy to distance himself from Renno. Through their brief engagement, Black Goku recognized the vast disparity between himself and Renno. His chances of winning were minimal. Faced with such a formidable opponent, his instinct was to flee rather than fight. Renno's fury intensified. Using Son Goku's body to wreak havoc was nothing but cowardice. This pathetic version was worlds apart from the real Son Goku. Black Goku opened a temporal rift with his fingertips, and as Renno noticed, his energy surged, conjuring a magical blast aimed at Black Goku. Black Goku, stunned by the approaching magical blast, stood frozen in place. With a resounding explosion, Black Goku, who had attempted to execute his plan of human annihilation, was obliterated. And thus this book concludes. I sincerely apologize for the poor writing. It was intended as a practice piece, and I did not anticipate it would turn out this way. However, with the growth of experience, it also signifies the end of the author's first book and failure. In about 2 months, I will be launching a new book titled Dragon Ball Shocking. Yamoshi is my ancestor. This new work will certainly not be as poor as this one. If you are interested, please support it. If you have any preferences for future stories, feel free to discuss them. I will strive to accommodate your wishes. End of this book.